Section 20 of Yiddish Tales. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Yiddish Tales translated by Helena Frank and read by Adrian Praetzellis. Section 20. Yitzchok Yossel Broitgerber by Isaiah Lerner. At the time I'm speaking of, the above was about 40 years old. He was a little thin Jew, with a long face, a long nose, two large black kindly eyes, and one who would sooner be quiet and think than talk, no matter what was being said to him. Even when he was scolded for something, and by whom and when and for what was he not scolded, he used to listen with a quiet, startled but sweet smile, and his large kindly eyes would look at the other with such wonderment, mingled with a sort of pity, that the other soon stopped short in his abuse and stood nonplussed before him. "There, you may talk, you may as well argue with a horse or a donkey or the wall or a log of wood," and the other would spit and make off. But if anyone observed that smile attentively and studied the look in his eyes, he would, to a certainty, have read there as follows: "Oh, man, why are you eating your heart out? Seeing that you don't know and that you don't understand, why do you undertake to tell me what I ought to do?" And when he was obliged to answer, he used to do so in a few measured and gentle words, as you would speak to a little ignorant child, smiling the while, and then he would disappear and start thinking again. They called him Broitgerber, breadwinner, because no matter how hard the man worked, he was never able to earn a living. He was a little tailor, but not like the tailors nowadays who specialize in one kind of garment, for Yitzchok Yossel made everything: trousers, cloaks, waistcoats, topcoats, fur coats, capes, collars, bags for prayer books, talissim katan, and so on. Besides, he was a lady's tailor as well. Summer and winter, day and night, he worked like an ox, and yet, when the Kabtzonivka community at the time of the great cholera, in order to put an end to the plague, led him, aged 30, out to the cemetery, and there married him to Malka the orphan, she cast him off 2 weeks later. She was still too young, 28, she said, to stay with him and die of hunger. She went out into the world together with a large band of poor after the great fire that destroyed nearly the whole town, and nothing more was heard of Malka the orphan from that day forward. And Yitzchok Yossel Broitgerber betook himself with needle and flat iron into the women's chamber in the new shul, the community having assigned it to him as a workroom. How it came about, you may ask, that so versatile a tailor as Yitzchok Yossel should be so poor. Well, if you do, it just shows you don't know him. Wait and hear what I shall tell you. The story is on this wise. Yitzchok Yossel Broitgerber was a tailor who could make anything, and who made nothing at all. That is, since he displayed his imagination in cutting out and sewing on the occasion I am referring to, nobody would trust him. I can remember as if it were today what happened in Kabtzonivka, and the commotion there was in the little town when Yitzchok Yossel made Reb Yecheskel, the teacher, a pair of trousers, begging your pardon, of such fantastic cut that the unfortunate teacher had to wear them as a vest, though he was not then in need of one, having a brand new sheepskin not more than 3 years old. And now listen. Binyamin Droipnik, the trader's mother, died, Baruch Doyen Emes, and her whole fortune went, according to the law, to her only son Binyamin. She had to be buried at the expense of the community. If she was to be buried at all, It was the only way, but the whole town was furious with the old woman for having cheated them out of their expectations and taken her whole fortune away with her to the real world. None knew exactly why, but it was confidently believed that old Aunt Leah had heaps of treasure somewhere in hiding. It was a custom with us in Kabtzonivke to say, whenever anyone, man or woman, lived long, ate sickness by the clock, and still did not die, that it was a sign that he had, in the course of his long life, gathered a great store of riches, that somewhere in a cellar he kept potfuls of gold and silver. The Chevra Kadisha, the younger members, had long been whetting their teeth for Aunt Leah's fortune, and now she had died, may she merit paradise, and had fooled them. What about her money? A cow has flown off the roof and laid an egg. In that same night Reb Binyamin's cow, a real cow, calved, and the unfortunate consequence was that she died. The Chevra Kadisha took the calf and buried Aunt Leah at its own expense. Well, money or no money, inheritance or no inheritance, Reb Binyamin's old mother left him a quilt. A large, long, wide, wadded quilt. As an article of house furniture, a quilt is a very useful thing, especially in a house where there is a wife, Kenny-Hora, and a goodly number of children, little and big. Who doesn't see that? It looks simple enough. Either one keeps it for oneself and the two little boys, with whom Reb Binyamin used to sleep, or else one gives it to the wife and the two little girls, who also sleep all together. Or, if not, then to the two bigger boys, or to the two bigger girls, who repose on the two bench beds in the parlour and kitchen respectively. But this particular quilt brought such perplexity into Reb Binyamin's rather small head that he, not of you may it be spoken, nearly went mad. Why I and not she? Why she and not I, or they or the others? Why they and not I? Why them and not us? Why the others and not them? Well, well, what is all this fuss? What did we cover them with before? 3 days and 3 nights Reb Binyamin split his head and puzzled his brains over these questions, till the Almighty had pity on his small skull and feeble intelligence, and sent him a happy thought. After all, it is an inheritance from one's one and only mother, peace be upon her. It is a thing from Thingland. I must adapt it to some useful purpose, so that heaven and earth may envy me its possession. And he sent to fetch Yitzchok Yossel Broitgerber, the tailor, who could make every kind of garment, and said to him, "Reb Yitzchok Yossel, you see this article?" "I see it." "Yes, you see it, but do you understand it? Really and truly understand it?" "I think I do." "But do you know what this is, huh?" "A quilt." "Ha! A quilt? I could have told you that myself, but the stuff, the material." "It's good material, beautiful stuff." "Good material, beautiful stuff? No, I beg your pardon. You are not an expert in this. You don't know the value of merchandise. The real artisan, the true expert would say, the material is light, soft and elastic, like a lung, a sound and healthy lung. The stuff, he would say further, is firm, full and smooth as the best calf's leather. And durable, why, it's a piece out of the heart of the strongest ox, or the tongue of the messianic ox itself. Do you know how many winters this quilt has lasted already? But genug, that is not why I have sent for you. We are neither of us, thanks to his blessed name, do-nothings. The long and the short of it is this. I wish to make out of this, you understand me, out of this material, out of this piece of stuff, a thing, an article that shall draw everybody to it, a fruit that is worth saying the blessing over, something superfine. For instance, what, for example, tell me, would you do if I gave you this piece of goods into your hands and said to you, Reb Yitzchok Yossel, as you are, without sin be it spoken, an old workman, a good workman, and besides that, a good comrade and a Jew as well, take this material, this stuff, and deal with it as you think best. Only let it be turned into a sort of costume, a sort of garment, so that not only Kabskonivka, but all Kamenevka shall be bitten and torn with envy. Eh? What would you turn it into? Yitzchok Yossel was silent. Reb Yitzchok Yossel went nearly out of his mind, nearly fainted for joy at these last words. He grew pale as death, white as chalk, then burning red like a flame of fire, and sparkled and shone. And no wonder. Was it a trifle? All his life he had dreamed of the day when he should be given a free hand in his work, so that everyone should see who Yitzchok Yossel is. And at the end came the trousers. Reb Yechiel Melamed's trousers. Well, how cleverly he had made them. Just think, trousers and upper garments in one. He had been so overjoyed, he had felt so happy, so sure that now everyone would know who Yitzchok Yossel Broitgerber is. He had even began to think and wonder about Malka the orphan. Poor unfortunate orphan! Had she ever had one single happy day in her life? Work forever and next to no food, toil till she was exhausted and next to no drink, sleep where she could get it, one time in Elkanah's the butcher's kitchen, another time in Yisroel Dintz's attic, and when at last she got married, good luck to her, she became the wife of Yitzchok Yossel Broitgerber, and the wedding took place in the burial ground. On one side they were digging graves, on the other side they were bringing fresh corpses. There was weeping and wailing, and in the middle of it all, the musicians playing and fiddling and singing, and the relations dancing. Good luck, good luck! The orphan and her breadwinner are being led to the marriage canopy in the graveyard. He will never forget with what gusto she, his bride, the first night after their wedding, ate, drank, and slept. The whole of the wedding supper that had been given to them, bridegroom and bride. A nice roll, a glass of brandy, a tea-glass full of wine, and a heaped-up plate of roast meat, was cut up and scraped together and eaten, kenihora, by her, the bride herself. He had taken great pleasure in watching her face. He had known her well from childhood, and had no need to look at her to know what she was like, but he wanted to see what kind of feelings her face would express during this operation. When they led him into the bridal chamber, she was already there, the companions of the bridegroom burst into a shout of laughter, for the bride was already snoring. He knew quite well why she had gone to sleep so quickly and comfortably. Was there not sufficient reason? For the first time in her life she had made a good meal and laid down in a bed with bedclothes. The 6-groschen candle burnt, the flies woke and began to buzz, the mills clapped and swung and groaned, and he, Yitzchok Yossel Broitgerber, the bridegroom, sat beside the bridal bed on a little barrel of pickled gherkins and looked at Malka the orphan, his bride, his wife, listened to her loud, thick snores, and thought. The town dogs howled strangely. Evidently the wedding in the cemetery had not yet driven away the angel of death. From some of the neighbouring houses came a dreadful crying and screaming of women and children. Malka the orphan heard nothing. She slept sweetly and snored as loud, I beg to distinguish, as Caspar, the tall, stout miller, the owner of both mills. Yitzchok Yossel Broitgerber sits on the little barrel, looks at her face and thinks. Her face is dark, roughened, and nearly like that of an old woman. A great fat fly knocked against the wick. The candle suddenly began to burn brighter, and Yitzchok Yossel saw her face became prettier, younger and fresher, and overspread by a smile. That was all the effect of the supper and the soft bed. Then it was that he had promised himself, that he had sworn once and for all to show the Kabtzonivka Jews who he is, and then Malka the orphan would have food and a bed every day. He would have done this long ago had it not been for those trousers. The people are so silly. They don't understand. That is the whole misfortune. It's quite the other way about. Let someone else try and turn out such ingenious contrivance. But because it was he and not someone else, they laughed and made fun of him. How Reb Yecheskel, his wife and children did abuse him. That was his reward for all his trouble. And just because they themselves are cattle, horses, boors, who don't understand the tailor's art. Ha! If only they understood that tailoring is a noble, refined calling, limitless and bottomless as, with due respect, the Holy Torah. But all is not lost. Who knows? For here comes Binyamin Droipnik, an intelligent man, a man of brains and feeling. And think how many years he has been a trader. A retail trader certainly, a jobber, but Come, Yitzchok Yossel, make an end. What will you turn it into? Everything. That is to say, a dressing gown for your Javoska, and then a morning gown with tassels. After that, a coat. Well, a dress. And besides that, a pair of trousers and a jacket. Nothing more? Why not? For instance, police, a wadded winter police for you. There, just that, and only that, said Reb Binyamin, delighted. Yitzchok Yossel Broitgerber tucked away the quilt under his arm and was preparing to be off. Reb Yitzchok Yossel, and what about taking my measure? And how about your charge? Yitzchok Yossel dearly loved to take anyone's measure, and was an expert at so doing. He had soon pulled a fair-sized piece of paper out of one of his deep pockets, folded into a long paper stick, and began to measure Reb Binyamin Droipnik's limbs. He did not even omit to note the length and breadth of his feet. What do you want with that? Are you measuring me for trousers? Don't you ask. No need to teach a skilled workman his trade. And what about the charge? We shall settle that later. No, that won't do. I'm a trader, you understand, and must have it all pat. 5 gulden. And how much less? How should I know? Well, 4. Well, and half a ruble? Well. Remember, Reb Yitzchok Yossel, it must be a masterpiece. Trust me. For 5 days and 5 nights, Yitzchok Yossel set his imagination to work on Binyamin Droipnik's inheritance. There was no eating for him, no drinking, and no sleeping. The scissors squeaked, the needle ran hither and thither, up and down, the inheritance sighed and almost sobbed under the hot iron. But how happy was Yitzchok Yossel those lightsome days and merry nights! Who could compare with him? Greater than the Kabskanivka village elder, richer than Yisrael Dintzis, the tax-gatherer, and more exalted than the bailiff himself was Yitzchok Yossel. That is, in his own estimation. All that he wished, thought, and felt was forthwith created by means of his scissors and iron, his thimble, needle, and cotton. No more putting on of patches, sewing on of pockets, cutting out of tefillin sechlech and telissim katan. No more doing up of old dresses. Freedom, freedom! He wanted one bit of work of the right sort. That was all. Ha! Now he would show them, the Kabskanivka cripples and householders. Now he would show them who Yitzchok Yossel Broitgerber is. They would not laugh at him or tease him any more. His fame would travel from one end of the world to the other, and Malka the orphan, his bride, his wife, she also would hear of it, and she will come back to him. He feels it in every limb. It was not him she cast off, only his bad luck. He will rent a lodging, money will pour in from all sides, buy a little furniture, a bed, a sofa, a table. In time he will buy a little house of his own. She will come. She has been homeless long enough. It is time she should rest her weary, aching bones. It is high time she should have her own corner. She will come back. He feels it. She will certainly come home. The last night. The work is complete. Yitzchok Yossel spread it out on the table of the women's shul, lighted a second groschen candle, sat down in front of it with wide-open, sparkling eyes, gazed with delight at the product of his imagination, and was wildly happy. So he sat the whole night. It was very hard for him to part with his achievement, but hardly was it day when he appeared with it at Reb Binyamin Droipnik's. "A good morning, a good yah, Reb Yitzchok Yossel. I see by your eyes that you have been successful. Is it true? You can see for yourself. There." "No, no, there is no need for me to see it first. Dvoshka, Cheka, Sprinzer, David Herschel, Yitzchok Yolich. You understand, I want them all to be present and see." In a few minutes the whole family had appeared on the scene. Even the 4 little ones popped up from behind the heaps of ragged covering. Yitzchok Yossel untied his parcel and "Was ist das?" "A pair of trousers with sleeves." End of Yitzchok Yossel Broitgerber by Isaiah Lerner. Section 21 of Yiddish Tales. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Yiddish Tales translated by Helena Frank and read by Adrian Praetzellis. Section 21. Judah Steinberg, born 1863 in Lipkani, Bessarabia, died 1907 in Odessa. Education Hasidic. Entered business in a small Romanian village for a short time. Teacher from 1889 in Jedenzi and from 1896 in Lwow, Bessarabia. Removed to Odessa in 1905 to become correspondent of New York Warheit. writer of fables, stories and children's tales in Hebrew, and poems in Yiddish. Historical drama, Hasota. Collected works in Hebrew, 3 volumes, Krakow, 1910-1911, in course of publication. A Livelihood, by Judah Steinberg. The 2 young fellows, Maxim Kaplozel and Israel Friedman, were natives of the same town in New Bessarabia, and there was an old link existing between them, a mutual detestation inherited from their respective parents. Maxim's father was the chief Gentile of the town, for he rented the cornfields of its richest inhabitants, and as the lawyer of the rich citizen was a Jew, little Maxim imagined, when his father came to lose his tenantry, that it was owing to the Jews. Little Struli was the only Jewish boy he knew. The children were next-door neighbours, and so a large share of their responsibility was laid on Struli's shoulders. Later on, when Kaplatzel, the father, had abandoned the plough and taken to trade, he and old Friedman frequently came in contact with each other as rivals. They traded and competed one against the other, till they both became bankrupt, when each argued to himself that the other was at the bottom of his misfortune, and their children grew up in mutual hatred. A little later still, Maxim put down to Struli's account part of the nails which were hammered into his saviour over at the other end of the town, by the well, where the government and the church had laid out money and set up a crucifix with a ladder, a hammer, and all other necessary implements. And Struli, on his part, had an account to settle with Maxim respecting certain other nails driven in with hammers, and torn scrolls of the law, and the history of the 10 martyrs of the days of Titus, not to mention a few later ones. Their hatred grew with them, its strength increased with theirs. When Khrushchevan began to deal in anti-Semitism, Maxim learned that Christian children were carried off to the shul, Struli's shul, for the sake of their blood. Henceforth, Maxim's hatred of Struli was mingled with fear. He was terrified when he passed the shul at night, and he used to dream that Struli stood over him in a prayer robe, prepared to slaughter him with a ram's horn trumpet. This because he had once passed the shul early one Jewish New Year's Day, had peeped through the window, and had seen the ram's horn blower standing in his little white shroud, armed with the shofar, and suddenly a heart-rending voice broke out with and Maxim, taking his feet on his shoulders, had arrived home more dead than alive. There was nearly a commotion. The priest wanted to persuade him that the Jews had tried to obtain his blood. So the 2 children grew into youth as enemies. Their fathers died, and the increased difficulties of their position increased their enmity. The same year saw them called to military service, from which they had both counted on exemption as the only sons of widowed mothers. Only Israel's mother had lately died, bequeathing the Tsar all she had, a soldier. And Maxim's mother had united herself to a second provider, and there was an end of the 2 only sons. Neither of them wished to serve. They were too intellectually capable, too far developed mentally, too intelligent to be turned all at once into Russian soldiers, and too nicely brought up to march from Port Arthur to Mukden with only one change of shirt. They both cleared out and stowed themselves away till they fell separately into the hands of the military. They came together again under the fortress walls of Mukden. They ate and hungered sullenly round the same cooking pot, received punches from the same officer, and had the same longing for the same home. Israel had a habit of talking in his sleep, and, like a born Bessarabian, in his Yiddish mixed with a large portion of Romanian words. One night, lying in the barracks among the other soldiers and sunk in sleep after a hard day, Struli began to talk 16 to the dozen. He called out names, he quarrelled, begged pardon, made a fool of himself, all in his sleep. It woke Maxim, who overheard the home-like names and phrases, the name of his native town. He got up, made his way between the rows of sleepers, and sat down by Israel's pallet and listened. Next day Maxim managed to have a large helping of porridge, more than he could eat, and he found Israel and set it before him. "Mulțumesc," said the other, thanking him in Romanian, and a thrill of delight went through Maxim's frame. The day following, Maxim was hit by a Japanese bullet, and there happened to be no one beside him at the moment. The shock drove all the soldier speak out of his head. "Help! I'm killed!" he cried out, and fell to the ground. Struli was at his side like one sprung from the earth. He tore off his talis katan and made his comrade a bandage. The wound turned out to be slight, for the bullet had passed through, only grazing the flesh of the left arm. A few days later Maxim was back in the company. "I wanted to see you again, Struli," he said, greeting his comrade in Romanian. A flash of brotherly affection and gratitude lighted Struli's Semitic eyes, and he took the other into his arms and pressed him to his heart. They felt themselves to be landsmen of one and the same native town. Neither of them could have told exactly when their union of spirit had been accomplished, but each one knew that he thanked God for having brought him together with so near a compatriot in a strange land. When the Battle of Mukden had made Maxim all but totally blind, and deprived Struli of one foot, they started for home together, according to the passage of the Medrash, two men with one pair of eyes and one pair of feet between them. Maxim carried on his shoulders a wooden box, which had now become a burden in common for them, and Struli limped a little in front of him, leaning lightly against his companion, so as to keep him in the smooth part of the road and out of other people's way. Struli had become Maxim's eyes, and Maxim Struli's feet. They were two men grown into one, and they provided for themselves out of one pocket, now empty of the last rouble. They dragged themselves home. "A casa, whispered Struli into Maxim's ear, and the other turned on him his two glazed eyes, looking through a red haze and set in swollen red lids. A childlike smile played on his lips. "A casa," he repeated, also in a whisper. Home appeared to their fancy as something holy, something consoling, something that could atone and compensate for all they had suffered and lost. They had seen such a home in their dreams, but the nearer they came to it in reality, the more the dream faded. They remembered that they were returning as conquered soldiers and crippled men, that they had no near relations and but a few friends, while the girls who had coquetted with Maxim before he left would never waste so much as a look at him now he was half blind. And Struli's plans for marrying and emigrating to America were frustrated. A cripple would not be allowed to enter the country. All their dreams and hopes finally dissipated, and there remained only one black care, one all-obscuring anxiety: how were they to earn a living? They had been hoping all the while for a pension, but their service book was written "on sick leave." The Russo-Japanese War was distinguished by the fact that the greater number of wounded soldiers went home on sick leave, and the money assigned by the government for their pension would not have been sufficient for even 100th part of the number of invalids. Maxim showed a face with two wide-open eyes, to which all the passers-by looked the same. He distinguished with difficulty between a man and a telegraph post, and wore a smile of mingled apprehension and confidence. The sound feet stepped hesitatingly, keeping behind Israel, and it was hard to say which steadied himself most against the other. Struli limped forward, and kept open eyes for two. Sometimes he would look round at the box on Maxim's shoulders, as though he felt its weight as much as Maxim. Meanwhile the railway carriages had emptied and refilled, and the locomotive gave a great blast, received an answer from somewhere a long way off, a whistle for a whistle, and the train set off, slowly at first, and then gradually faster and faster, till all that remained of it were puffs of smoke hanging in the air without rhyme or reason. The two felt more depressed than ever. Something to eat, where are we going to get a bite, was in their minds. Suddenly Israel remembered with a start. This was the anniversary of his mother's death. If only he could say one Kaddish for her in a synagogue. "Is it far from here to a synagogue?" he inquired of a passer-by. "There is one a little way down that side street," was the reply. "Maxim," he begged of the other, "come with me." "Where to?" "To the synagogue." Maxim shuddered from head to foot. His fear of a Jewish shul had not left him, and 1,000 foolish terrors darted through his head. But his comrade's voice was so gentle, so childishly imploring, that he could not resist it, and he agreed to go with him into the shul. It was the time for afternoon prayer. The daylight and the dark held equal sway within the shul, the lamps before the platform increasing, the former to the east and the latter to the west. Maxim and Israel stood in the western part, enveloped in shadow. The chazan had just finished incense and was entering upon Ashrei, and the melancholy night chant of Mincha and Ma'ariv gradually entranced Maxim's emotional Romanian heart. The low, sad murmur of the chazan seemed to him like the distant surging of a sea, in which men were drowned by the hundreds and suffocating with the water. Then the Ashrei and the Kaddish ended. There was silence. The congregation stood up for the Shemona Esrei. Here and there you heard a half-stifled sigh, and now it seemed to Maxim that he was in the hospital at night, at the hour when the groans grow less frequent, and the sufferers fall one by one into a sweet sleep. Tears started into his eyes without his knowing why. He was no longer afraid, but a sudden shyness had come over him, and he felt, as he watched Israel repeating the Kaddish, that the words which he, Maxim, could not understand were being addressed to someone unseen and yet mysteriously present in the darkening shul. When the prayers were ended, one of the chief members of the congregation approached the Manchurian and gave Israel a coin into his hand. Israel looked round. He did not understand at first what the donor meant by it. Then it occurred to him, and the blood rushed to his face. He gave the coin to his companion, and explained in half a sentence or two how they had come by it. Once outside the synagogue, they both cried, after which they felt better. A livelihood! The same thought struck them both. We can go into partnership. End of A Livelihood by Judah Steinberg. Section 22 of Yiddish Tales. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Yiddish Tales translated by Helena Frank and read by Adrian Praetzellis. Section 22. AttheMatzos by Judith Steinberg. It was quite early in the morning when Sosya, the scribe's daughter, a girl of 17, awoke laughing. A sunbeam had broken through the rusty window, made its way to her underneath the counterpane, and there opened her eyes. It woke her out of a deep dream which she was ashamed to recall, but the dream came back to her of itself and made her laugh. Had she known whom she was going to meet in her dreams, she would have lain down in her clothes, it occurs to her, and she laughs loud. "Got up laughing," scolds her mother. "There's a piece of good luck for you. It's a sign of a black year for her. May it be to my enemies." Sosya proceeds to dress herself. She does not want to fall out with her mother today. She wants to be on good terms with everyone. In the middle of dressing she loses herself in thought, with one naked foot stretched out and an open stocking in her hand, wondering how the dream would have ended if she had not woke up so soon. Chaimel, a villager's son who boards with her mother, passes the open doors leading to Sosya's room, and for the moment he is riveted to the spot. His eyes dance, the blood rushes to his cheeks, he gets all he can by looking, and then hurries away to Cheder without his breakfast to study the Song of Songs. And Sosya, fresh and rosy from sleep, her brown eyes glowing under the tumbled gold locks, betakes herself to the kitchen, where her mother, with her usual worried look, is blowing her soul out before the oven into a smoky fire of damp wood. "Look at the girl standing round like a fool. Run down to the cellar and fetch me an onion and some potatoes." Sosya went down to the cellar and found the onions and potatoes sprouting. At sign of a green leaf, her heart leapt. Greenery! Greenery! Summer is coming, and the whole of her dream came back to her. "Look, mother, green sprouts!" she cried, rushing into the kitchen. "A thousand bad dreams on your head! The onions are spoilt!" And she laughs. "My enemies' eyes will creep out of their lids before there will be fresh greens to eat, and all this, woe is me, is only fit to throw away." Greenery, greenery, thought Sosya. Summer is coming. Greenery had got into her head, and there it remained, and from greenery she went on to remember that today was the first Passover cake baking at Gedalia the baker's, and that Shoimeh Schreiber would be at work there. Having begged of her mother the one pair of boots that stood about in the room and fitted everyone, she put them on and was off to the Matzos. It was, as we have said, the first day's work at Gedalia the baker's, and the sack of Passover flour had just been opened. Gravely the flour boy, a 2 weeks' orphan, carried the pot of flour for the mehereh and poured it out together with remembrances of his mother, who had died in the hospital of injuries received at their hands. And the water boy came up behind him and added recollections of his own. "The hooligans threw his father into the water off the bridge. May they pay for it, Susa Gott. May they live till he is a man and can settle his account with them." Thus the grey-headed old Henoch, the kneader, and he kneaded it all into the dough with thoughts of his own grandchildren. This one fled abroad, the other in the regiment, a third in prison. The dough stiffens, the horny old hands work it with difficulty. The dough gets stiffer every year and the work harder. It's time for him to go to the asylum. The dough is kneaded, cut up in pieces, rolled and riddled. Is that a token for the whole congregation of Israel? And now appear the round matzos, which must wander on a shovel into the heated oven of Shoimeh Scheibe, first into one corner and then into another, till another shovel throws them out into a new world, separated from the old by a screen thoroughly scoured for Passover, which now rises and now falls. They are arranged in columns, a reminder of Pithom and Ramesses. Crack-rack, cuck-rack, cuck-rack, whisper the still warm matzos one to another. They also are remembering, and they tell the tale of the Exodus after their fashion, the tale of the flight out of Egypt, only they have seen more flights than one. Thus are the matzos kneaded and baked by the Jews with thoughts. The Gentiles call them blood, and assert that Jews need blood for their matzos, and they take the trouble to supply us with fresh thoughts every year. But at Gedalia the baker's all is still cheerfulness. Girls and boys in their unspent vigour surround the tables. There is rolling and riddling and cleaning of clean rolling pins with pieces of broken glass. From wherever do Jews get so much broken glass? And the whole town is provided with kosher matzos. Jokes and silver trills escape the lively young workers. The company is as merry as though the Exodus were tomorrow. But it won't be tomorrow. Look at them well, because another day you will not find them so merry. They will not seem like the same. One of the likely lads has left his place and suddenly appeared at a table beside a pretty curly-haired girl. He has hurried over his matzos, and now he wants to help her. She thanks him for his attention with a rolling pin over the fingers, and there is such laughter among the spectators that Berke, the old overseer, exclaimed, "What impertinence!" But he cannot finish, because he has to laugh himself. There is a spark in the embers of his being, which the girlish merriment around him kindles anew, and the other lads are jealous of the beaten one. They know very well that no girl would hit a complete stranger, and that blow only meant, "Impudent boy, why need the world know of anything between us?" Shoimeh Scheibe, armed with the shovels, stands still for 1 minute, trying to distinguish Sosya's voice in the peals of laughter. The matzos under his care are browning in the oven, and Sosya takes it into her head to make her matzos with one pointed corner, so that he may perhaps know them for hers, and laughs to herself as she does so. There is one table to the side of the room which was not there last year. It was placed there for the formerly well-to-do house-mistress, who, last year, when they came to bake their matzos, gave Yom Tov money to the others. Here all goes on quietly. The laughter of the merry people breaks against the silence, and is swallowed up. The work grows continually pleasanter and more animated. The riddler stamps 2 or 3 matzos with hieroglyphs at once, in order to show off. Shoimeh at the oven cannot keep pace with him, and grows angry. "May all bad—" The wish is cut short in his mouth. He has caught a glance of Sosya's through the door of the baking room. He answers with 2, gets 3 back, Sosya pursing her lips to signify a kiss. Shoimeh folds his hands, which also means something. Meanwhile 10 matzos get scorched, and one of Sosya's is pulled into 2. "Brennen brennt mir mein Herz," starts a worker singing in a plaintive key. "Come, hush, hush," scolds old Berke. "Songs indeed! What next, you impudent boy?" "My sorrow's beyond their head," sighs a neighbour of Sosya. "They'd soon be tired of their life if they were me. I've left 2 children at home, fit to scream their hearts out. The other is at the breast.
I brought it along. It is quiet just now, by good luck." "What is the use of a poor woman's having children?" exclaims another, evidently expecting herself. Indeed, she has a child a year, and a 7 days' mourning a year afterwards. "Do you suppose I ask for them? Do you think I cry my eyes out for them before God? If she hasn't any, who's to inherit her place at the Matzos baking 100 years hence? All very well for you to talk. You're a grass widow. To no Jewish daughter may it apply. May such a blow be to my enemies, as he'll surely come back again."
"It's about time, after 3 years."
"Will you shut up, or do you want another beating?" Sossya went off into a fresh peal of laughter, and the shovel fell out of Shoimeh's hand. Again he caught a glance, but this time she wrinkled her nose at him, as much as to say, "Fie, you shameless boy! Can't you behave yourself, even before other people?" Hereupon the infant gave account of itself in a small shrill voice, and the general commotion went on increasing. The overseer scolded, the matzah printing wheel creaked and squeaked, the bits of glass were ground against the rolling pins, there was a humming of songs and a proclaiming of secrets, followed by bursts of laughter, Sossya's voice ringing high above the rest. And the sun shone into the room through the small window. A white spot jumped around and kissed everyone there. It is the spirit of Israel delighting in her young men and maidens, and whispering in their ears, "What if it is matzah kneading, and what if it is exile? Only let us all be together, only let us all be merry." Or is it the spring, transformed into a white patch of sunshine in which all have equal share, and which has not forgotten to bring good news into the house of Gedalia, the matzah baker? A beautiful sun was preparing to set, and promised another fine day for the morrow. Ding dong, gul 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 gul. It was the convent bells calling the Christians to confession. All tongues were silenced around the table at Gedalia the baker's. A streak of vapour dimmed the sky, and gloomy thoughts settled down upon the hearts of the workers. Easter, their Easter is coming on, and mothers' eyes sought their children. The white patch of sunshine suddenly gave a terrified leap across the ceiling and vanished in a corner. "Kick, kick, kick, grick, kick, kick," whispered the hot matzahs. Who is to know what they say? Who can tell, now that the Jews have baked this year's matzahs, how soon they will set about providing them with material for the next, thoughts and broken glass for the rolling pins. End of AttheMatzos by Judah Steinberg. Section 23 of Yiddish Tales. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Yiddish Tales translated by Helena Frank and read by Adrian Praetzellis. Section 23. David Frischmann, born 1863 in Lodz, Russian Poland, of a family of merchants. Education Jewish and secular, the latter with special attention to foreign languages and literatures. Has spent most of his life in Warsaw. Hebrew critic, editor, poet, satirist and writer of fairy tales. Translator of George Eliot's Daniel Deronda into Hebrew. Contributor to Shalom Aleicham's Jüdische Volksbibliothek, Spector's Hausfreund and various periodicals. Editor of monthly publication Reshafim. Collected works in Hebrew, Ketabim Niparim, 2 volumes Warsaw 1899 to 1901, and Reshamot, 4 parts Warsaw 1911. 3 Who 8 by David Frischmann. Once upon a time, 3 people ate. I recall the event as one recalls a dream. Black clouds obscure the men because it happened long ago. Only sometimes it seems to me that there are no clouds, but a pillar of fire lighting up the men and their doings, and the fire grows bigger and brighter and gives light and warmth to this day. I've only a few words to tell you, 2 or 3 words. Once upon a time, 3 people ate. Not on a work day or an ordinary Sabbath, but on a day of atonement that fell on a Sabbath. Not in a corner where no one sees or hears, but before all the people, in the great shul, in the principal shul of the town. Neither were they ordinary men, these 3, but the chief Jews of the community, the rabbi and his 2 dayanim. The townsfolk looked up to them as if they had been angels, and certainly held them to be saints. And now, as I write these words, I remember how difficult it was for me to understand, and how I sometimes used to think the rabbi and his dayanim had done wrong. And even then I felt that they were doing a tremendous thing, that these were holy men with holy instincts, and that it was not easy for them to act thus. Who knows how hard they fought with themselves? Who knows how they suffered and what they endured? Even if I live many years and grow old, I shall never forget the day and the men and what was done on it, for they were no ordinary men, but great heroes. Those were bitter times, such as had not been for long, and such as will not soon return. A great calamity had descended on us from heaven, and had spread abroad among the towns and over the country. The cholera had broken out. The calamity had reached us from a distant land, and entered our little town, and clutched at young and old. By day and by night men died like flies, and those who were left hung between life and death. Who can number the dead who were buried in those days? Who knows the names of the corpses which lay about in heaps in the streets? In the Jewish street the plague made great ravages. There was not a house where there lay not one dead, not a family in which calamity had not broken out. In the house where we lived, on the 2nd floor, 9 people died in one day. In the basement there died mother and 4 children, and in the house opposite we heard wild cries one whole night through, and in the morning we became aware that there was not one left in it alive. The grave diggers worked early and late, and the corpses lay about in the streets like dung. They stuck one to the other like clay, and one walked over dead bodies. The summer broke up, and there came the solemn days, and then the most dreadful day of all, the Day of Atonement. I shall remember that day as long as I live, the eve of the Day of Atonement, the reciting of Kol Nidre. At the desk before the ark there stands, not as usual the precentor and 2 householders, but the rabbi and his 2 dayanim. The candles are burning all round, and there is a whispering of the flames as they grow taller and taller. The people stand at their reading desks with grave faces, and draw on the robes and talissim, the Spanish hoods and silver girdles, and their shadows sway this way and that along the walls, and might be the ghosts of the dead who died today and yesterday and the day before yesterday. Evidently they could not rest in their graves, and have also come into the shul. Hush! The rabbi has begun to say something, and the dayanim too, and a groan rises from the congregation. With the consent of the all present, and with the consent of this congregation, we give leave to pray with them that have transgressed. and a great fear fell upon me and upon all the people, young and old. In that same moment I saw the rabbi mount the platform. Is he going to preach? Is he going to lecture the people at a time when they are falling dead like flies? But the rabbi neither preached nor lectured. He only called to remembrance the souls of those who had died in the course of the last days. But how long it lasted, how many names he mentioned! The minutes fly one after the other, and the rabbi has not finished. Will the list of souls never come to an end? Never? And it seems to me the rabbi had better call out the names of those who are left alive, because they are few, instead of the names of the dead, who are without number and without end. I shall never forget that night and the praying, because it was not really praying, but one long, loud groan, rising from the depth of the human heart, cleaving the sky and reaching to heaven. Never since the world began have Jews prayed in greater anguish of soul. Never have hotter tears fallen from human eyes. That night no one left the shul. After the prayers they recited the hymn of unity, and after that the Psalms, and then chapters from the Mishnah, and then ethical books. And I also stand among the congregation and pray, and my eyelids are heavy as lead, and my heart beats like a hammer. Umalachim, and the angels fly around, and I fancy I see them flying in the shul, up and down, and among them I see the bad angel with 1,000 eyes, full of eyes from head to feet. That night no one left the shul, but early in the morning there were some missing. 2 of the congregation had fallen during the night and died before our eyes, and lay wrapped in their talissim and white robes. Nothing was lacking for their journey from the living to the dead. They kept on bringing messages into the shul from the gas, but no one wanted to listen or to ask questions, lest he should hear what had happened in his own house. No matter how long I live, I shall never forget that night, all I saw and heard. But the Day of Atonement, the day that followed, was more awful still. And even now when I shut my eyes I see the whole picture, and I think I am standing once more among the people in the shul. It is Atonement Day in the afternoon. The rabbi stands on the platform in the centre of the shul, tall and venerable, and there is a fascination in his noble features. And there, in the corner of the shul, stands a boy who never takes his eyes off the rabbi's face. In truth, I never saw a nobler figure. The rabbi is old, 70 or perhaps 80 years, but tall and straight as a fir tree. His long beard is white like silver, but the thick long hair of his head is whiter still, and his face is blanched, and his lips are pale, and only his large black eyes shine and sparkle like the eyes of a young lion. I stood in awe of him when I was a little child. I knew that he was a man of God, one of the greatest authorities in the law, whose advice was sought by the whole world. I also knew that he inclined to leniency in all his decisions, that none dared oppose him. The sight I saw that day in shul is before my eyes now. The rabbi stands on the platform, and his black eyes gleam and shine in the pale face and in the white hair and beard. The additional service is over, and the people are waiting to hear what the rabbi will say, and one is afraid to draw one's breath, and the rabbi begins to speak. His weak voice grows stronger and higher every minute, and at last it is quite loud. He speaks of the sanctity of the Day of Atonement, and of the Holy Torah, of repentance and of prayer, of the living and of the dead, and of the pestilence that has broken out, and that destroys without pity, without rest, without pause, for how long, for how much longer? And by degrees his pale cheeks redden, and his lips also, and I hear him say, "And when trouble comes to a man, he must look to his deeds, and not only to these which concern him and the Almighty, but to those which concern himself, to his body, to his flesh, to his own health." I was a child then, but I remember how I began to tremble when I heard these words, because I had understood. The rabbi goes on speaking. He speaks of cleanliness and wholesome air, of dirt, which is dangerous to man, and of hunger and thirst, which are men's bad angels when there is pestilence about, devouring without pity. And the rabbi goes on to say, "And men shall live by my commandments and not die by them. There are times when one must turn aside from the law, if by so doing a whole community may be saved." I stand shaking with fear. What does the rabbi want? What does he mean by his words? What does he think to accomplish? And suddenly I see that he is weeping, and my heart beats louder and louder. What has happened? Why does he weep? And there I stand in the corner, in the silence, and I also begin to cry. And to this day, if I shut my eyes, I see him standing on the platform, and he makes a sign with his hand to the two dayanim to the left and right of him. He and they whisper together, and he says something in their ear. What has happened? Why does his cheek flame, and why are theirs as white as chalk? And suddenly I hear them talking, but I cannot understand them, because the words do not enter my brain, and yet all three are speaking so sharply and clearly. And all the people utter a groan, and after the groan I hear the words, "With the consent of the all-present, and with the consent of this congregation, we give leave to eat and drink on the Day of Atonement." Silence. Not a sound is heard in the shul, not an eyelid quivers, not a breath is drawn. And I stand in my corner and hear my heart beating. 1, 2, 1, 2. A terror comes over me, and it is black before my eyes. The shadows move to and fro on the wall, and amongst the shadows I see the dead who died yesterday, and the day before yesterday, and the day before the day before yesterday, a whole people, a great assembly, and suddenly I grasp what it is the rabbi asks of us. The rabbi calls on us to eat today. The rabbi calls on Jews to eat on the Day of Atonement, not to fast because of the cholera, because of the cholera, because of the cholera. And I begin to cry loudly. And it is not only I. The whole congregation stands weeping, and the dayanim on the platform weep, and the greatest of all stands there sobbing like a child, and he implores like a child, and his words are soft and gentle, and every now and then he weeps so that his voice cannot be heard. "Eat, Jews, eat. Today we must eat. This is a time to turn aside from the law. We are to live through the commandments and not die through them." But no one in the shul has stirred from his place, and there he stands and begs of them, weeping, and declares that he takes the whole responsibility upon himself, that the people shall be innocent. But no one stirs, and presently he begins again in a changed voice. He does not beg, he commands. "I give you leave to eat. I. and his words are like arrows shot from the bow, but the people are deaf and no one stirs. Then he begins again with his former voice and implores like a child, "What would you have of me? Why will you torment me till my strength fails? Think you I have not struggled with myself from early this morning till now?" And the Dayanim also plead with the people. And of a sudden the rabbi grows as white as chalk and lets his head fall on his breast. There is a groan from one end of the shul to the other, and after the groan the people are heard to murmur among themselves. Then the rabbi, like one speaking to himself, says, "It is God's will. I am 80 years old and have never yet transgressed the law. But this is also a law, it is a precept. Doubtless the Almighty wills it so. Shamus." The Beigel comes, and the rabbi whispers a few words into his ear. He also confers with the Dayanim, and they nod their heads and agree. And the Beigel brings cups of wine for sanctification out of the rabbi's chamber, and little rolls of bread. And though I should live many years and grow very old, I shall never forget what I saw then, and even now when I shut my eyes I see the whole thing. 3 rabbis standing on the platform in shul and eating before the whole people on the Day of Atonement. The 3 belong to the heroes. Who shall tell how they fought with themselves? Who shall say how they suffered and what they endured? "I have done what you wished," says the rabbi, and his voice does not shake, and his lips do not tremble. "God's name be praised." And all the Jews ate that day. They ate and wept. Rays of light beam forth from the remembrance, and spread all around, and reach the table at which I sit and write these words. Once again, 3 people ate. At the moment when the awesome scene in the shul is before me, there are 3 Jews sitting in a room opposite the shul, and they also are eating. They are the 3 enlightened ones of the place, the tax collector, the inspector, and the teacher. The window is wide open so that all may see. On the table stands a samovar, glasses of red wine and eatables, and the 3 sit with playing cards in their hands, playing preference, and they laugh and eat and drink. Do they also belong to the heroes? End of 3 Who Ate by David Frischmann.
Section 24 of Yiddish Tales. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Yiddish Tales translated by Helena Frank and read by Adrian Praetzellis. Section 24. Micha Josef Berdyczewski. Born 1865 in Berschad, Podolia, southwestern Russia. Educated in yeshiva of Volozhin, studied also modern literatures in his youth. Has been living alternately in Berlin and Breslau. Hebrew, Yiddish and German writer on philosophy, aesthetics and Jewish literary and spiritual and timely questions. Contributor to Hebrew publications. Editor of Beit Midrash, supplement to Beit Ozar HaSifrut, über den Zusammenhang zwischen Ethik und Ästhetik, to Berner Studien zur Philosophie und ihrer Geschichte. Author of 2 novels, Mi Beit u'Mi and Mahanaim, a book on the Hasidim, Warsaw, 1900, Jüdische Ketubim, Wunderweiten Korov, Warsaw. Hebrew essays on miscellaneous studies, 11 parts, Warsaw and Breslau, in course of publication. Military Service by Micha Josef
Berdyczewski. They look as if they've had enough of me, so I think to myself as I give a glance at my two great top boots, my wide trousers, and my shabby green uniform, in which there is no whole part left. I take a bit of looking-glass out of my box and look at my reflection. Yes, the military cap on my head is a beauty, and no mistake, as big as Og, king of Bashan, and as bent and crushed as though it had been sat on for years together. Under the cap appears a small, washed-out face, yellow and wizened, with two large black eyes that look at me somewhat wildly. I don't recognize myself. I remember me in a grey jacket, narrow, close-fitting trousers, a round hat, and a healthy complexion. I can't make out where I have got those big eyes, why they shine so, why my face should be yellow and my nose pointed. Yet I know that it is I, myself, Chaim Blumin, and no other, that I have been handed over for a soldier, and have to serve only 2 years and 8 months, and not 3 years and 8 months, because I have a certificate to the effect that I have been through the first 4 classes in a secondary school. Although I know quite well that I am to serve only 2 years and 8 months, I feel the same as though it were to be for ever. I can't somehow believe that my time will some day expire, and that I shall once more be free. I've tried from the very beginning not to play any tricks, to do my duty and obey orders, so that they should not say, "A Jew won't work, a Jew is too lazy." And though I am let off manual labour because I am on privileged rights, still, if they tell me to go and clean the windows, or polish the flooring with sand, or clear away the snow from the door, I make no fuss and go. I wash and clean and polish, and try to do the work well, so that they shall find no fault with me. They haven't yet ordered me to carry pails of water. Why should I not confess it? The idea of having to do that rather frightens me. When I look at the vessel in which the water is carried, my heart begins to flutter. The vessel is almost as big as I am, and I couldn't lift it, even if it were empty. I often think, what shall I do if tomorrow or the day after they wake me at 3 in the morning and say coolly, "Get up, Bloomin', and go with Yitzchok to fetch a pail of water." You ought to see my neighbour Yitzchok. He looks as if he could squash me with one finger. It is as easy for him to carry a pail of water as to drink a glass of brandy. How can I compare myself with him? I don't really care if it makes my shoulder swell, if I could only carry the thing. I shouldn't mind about that, but God in heaven knows the truth, that I won't be able to lift that pail off the ground. Only they won't believe me. They will say, "Look at the lazy Jew pretending he is a poor creature that can't lift a pail." There, I mind that more than anything. I don't suppose they will send me to fetch water, for after all I am on privileged rights, but I can't sleep in peace. I dream all night that they are waking me at 3 o'clock, and I start up, bathed in a cold sweat. Drill does not begin before 8 in the morning, but they wake us at 6, so that we will have time to clean our rifles, polish our boots and leather girdle, brush our coat, and furbish the brass buttons with chalk, so that they should shine like mirrors. I don't mind getting up early. I'm used to rising long before daylight, but I'm always worrying lest something shouldn't be properly cleaned, and they should say that a Jew is so lazy he doesn't care if his things are clean or not, that he's afraid of touching his rifle, and pay me the other compliments of the kind. I clean and polish and rub everything all I know, but my rifle always seems in worse condition than the other men's. I can't make it look the same as theirs, do what I will, and the head of my division, a corporal, shouts at me, calls me a greasy fellow, and says he'll have me up before the authorities because I don't take care of my arms. But there is worse than the rifle, and that is the uniform. Mine is years old. I'm sure it's older than I am. Every day little pieces fall out of it, and the buttons tear themselves out of the cloth, dragging bits of it after them. I've never had a needle in my hand in all my life before, and now I sit whole nights and patch and sew on buttons. And next morning, when the corporal takes hold of a button and gives a pull to see if it's firmly sewn, a pang goes through my heart. The button is dragged out, and a piece of uniform follows. Another whole night's work for me. After the inspection, they drive us out into the yard and teach us to stand. It must be done so that our stomachs fall in and our chests stick out. I am half as one ought to be, because my stomach is flat enough anyhow, only my chest is weak and narrow, and also flat as a board. The corporal squeezes in my stomach with his knee, pulls me forward by the flaps of my coat, but it's no use. He loses his temper and calls me a greasy fellow, screams again that I'm pretending, that I won't serve, and this makes my chest fall in even more than ever. I like the gymnastics. In summer we go out early into the yard, which is very wide and covered with thick grass. It smells delightfully. The sun warms us through. It feels so pleasant. The breeze blows in from the fields. I open my mouth and swallow the freshness. And however much I swallow, it's not enough. I should like to take in all the air there is. Then perhaps I should cough less and grow a little stronger. We throw off the old uniforms and remain in our shirts. We run and leap and go through all sorts of performances with our hands and feet, and it's splendid. At home I never had so much as an idea of such fun. At first I was very much afraid of jumping across the ditch, but I resolved once and for all, I've got to jump it. If the worst comes to the worst, I shall fall and bruise myself. Suppose I do, what then? Why do all the others jump it and don't care? One needn't be so very strong to jump. And one day, before the gymnastics had begun, I left my comrades, took heart and a long run, and when I came to the ditch I made a great bound, and, lo and behold, I was over on the other side. I couldn't believe my own eyes that I had done it so easily. Ever since then I have jumped across ditches and over mounds and down from mounds as well as any of them. Only when it comes to climbing a ladder or swinging myself over a high bar, I know it spells misfortune for me. I spring forward and seize the first rung with my right hand, but I cannot reach the second with my left. I stretch myself and kick out with my feet, but I cannot reach any higher, not by so much as of a shock. And so there I hang, and kick with my feet, till my right arm begins to tremble and hurt me. My head goes round, and I fall on the grass. The corporal abuses me as usual, and the soldiers laugh. I would give 10 years of my life to be able to get higher, if only 3 or 4 rungs, but what can I do if my arms won't serve me? Sometimes I go out to the ladder by myself while the soldiers are still asleep, and stand and look at it. Perhaps I can think of a way to manage. But in vain. Thinking, you see, doesn't help you in these cases. Sometimes they tell one of the soldiers to stand in the middle of the yard with his back to us, and we have to hop over him. He bends down a little, lowers his head, rests his hands on his knees, and we hop over him one at a time. One takes a good run, and when one comes to him, one places both hands on his shoulders, raises oneself into the air, and over. I know exactly how it ought to be done. I take the run all right and plant my hands on his shoulders, only I can't raise myself into the air. And if I do lift myself up a little way, I remain sitting on the soldier's neck. And were it not for his seizing me by the feet, I should fall and perhaps kill myself. Then the corporal and another soldier take hold of me by the arms and legs and throw me over the man's head, so that I may see there's nothing dreadful about it, as though I did not jump right over him because I was afraid, while it is that my arms are so weak. I cannot lean upon them and raise myself into the air. And when I say so, they only laugh and don't believe me. They say, It won't help you. You will have to serve anyhow. When, on the other hand, it comes to theory, the corporal is very pleased with me. He says that except himself no one knows theory as I do. He never questions me now, only when one of the others doesn't know something, he turns to me. Well, Bloomin', you tell me. I stand up without hurrying and am about to answer, but he is apparently not pleased with my way of rising from my seat and orders me to sit down again. When your superior speaks to you, says he, you ought to jump up as though the seat were hot. And he looks at me angrily, as much as to say, you may know theory, but you're pleased to know your manners as well, and treat me with the proper respect. Stand up again and answer. I start up as though I felt a prick from a needle, and answer the question as he likes it done, smartly, all in one breath, and word for word according to the book. He, meanwhile, looks at the primer to make sure I am not leaving anything out, but as he reads very slowly he cannot catch me up, and when I have got to the end he is still following with his finger and reading. And when he is finished he gives me a pleased look and says enthusiastically, "Right," and tells me to sit down again. "Theory," he says, "that you do know." Well, begging his pardon, it isn't much to know, and yet there are soldiers who are 4 years over it and don't know it then. For instance, take my comrade Yitzchok. He says that when it comes to theory he would rather go and hang or drown himself. He says he would rather have to carry 3 pails of water than to sit down to theory. I tell him that if he would learn to read, he could study the whole thing by himself in a week, but he won't listen. Nobody, says he, will ever ask my advice. One thing always alarmed me very much. However was I to take part in the manoeuvres? I cannot lift a single pud. I myself only weigh 2 pud and 30 pounds, and if I walk 3 versts, my feet hurt, and my heart beats so violently that I think it's going to burst my side. At the manoeuvres I should have to carry as much as 50 pounds weight, and perhaps more. A rifle, a cloak, a knapsack with linen, boots, a uniform, a tent, bread and onions, and a few other little things, and should have to walk perhaps 30 to 40 versts a day. But when the day and the hour arrived, and the command was given, "Forward march," when the band struck up and 2,000 men set their feet in motion, something seemed to draw me forward, and I went. At the beginning I found it hard. I felt weighted to the earth. My left shoulder hurt me so, I nearly fainted. But afterwards I got very hot. I began to breathe rapidly and deeply. My eyes were starting out of my head like 2 cupping glasses, and I not only walked, I ran, so as not to fall behind. And so I ended by marching along with the rest, 40 versts a day. Only I did not sing on the march like the others. First, because I did not feel so very cheerful, and second, because I could not breathe properly, let alone sing. At times I felt burning hot, but immediately afterward I would grow light, and the marching was easy. I seemed to be carried along rather than to tread the earth, and it appeared to me as though another were marching in my place, only that my left shoulder ached, and I was hot. I remember that once it rained a whole night long. It came down like a deluge. Our tents were soaked through and grew heavy. The mud was thick. At 3 o'clock in the morning an alarm was sounded. We were ordered to fold up our tents and take to the road again, so off we went. It was dark and slippery. It poured with rain. I was continually stepping into a puddle and getting my boot full of water. I shivered and shook, and my teeth chattered with cold. That is, I was cold 1 minute and hot the next. But the marching was no difficulty to me. I scarcely felt that I was on the march, and thought very little about it. Indeed, I don't know what I was thinking about. My mind was a blank. We marched and turned back and marched again. Then we halted for half an hour and turned back again. And this went on a whole night and a whole day. It turned out that there had been a mistake. It was not we who ought to have marched, but another regiment, and we ought not to have moved from the spot. But there was no help for it then. It was night. We had eaten nothing all day. The rain poured down, the mud was ankle deep, there was no straw on which to pitch our tents, but we managed somehow. And so the days passed, each like the other. But I got through the manoeuvres and was none the worse. Now I'm already an old soldier. I've hardly another year and a half to serve, about 16 months. I only hope I shall not be ill. It seems I got a bit of a chill at the manoeuvres. I cough every morning, and sometimes I suffer with my feet. I shiver a little at night till I get warm, and then I'm very hot, and I feel very comfortable lying abed, but I shall probably soon be all right again. They say one may take a rest in the hospital, but I haven't been there yet, and don't want to go at all, especially now I'm feeling better. The soldiers are sorry for me, and sometimes they do my work, but not just for love. I get 3 pounds of bread a day, and don't eat more than 1 pound. The rest I give to my comrade Yitzchok. He eats it all, and his own as well, and then he could do with some more. In return for this he often cleans my rifle, and sometimes does other work for me, when he sees I have no strength left. I'm also teaching him and a few other soldiers to read and write, and they're very pleased. My corporal also comes to me to be taught, but he never gives me a word of thanks. The superior of the platoon, when he isn't drunk and he is in good humour, says "you" to me instead of "thou," and sometimes invites me to share his bed. I can breathe easier there, because there is more air, and I don't cough so much either. Only it sometimes happens that he comes back from the town tipsy, and makes a great to-do. How do I, a common soldier, come to be sitting on his bed? He orders me to get up and stand before him at attention, and declares he will have me up for it. When, however, he is sobered down, he turns kind again, and calls me to him. He likes me to tell him stories out of books. Sometimes the orderly calls me into the orderly room and gives me a report to draw up, or else a list or a calculation to make. He himself writes badly, and is very poor at figures. I do everything he wants, and he's very glad of my help, only it wouldn't do for him to confess it, and when I've finished, he always says to me, "If the commanding officer is not satisfied, he will send you to fetch water." I know it isn't true. First, because the commanding officer mustn't know that I write in the orderly room. A Jew can't be an army secretary. Secondly, because he is certain to be satisfied. He once gave me a note to write himself, and was very pleased with it. "If you were not a Jew," he said to me then, "I should make a corporal of you." Still, my corporal always repeats his threat about the water, so that I may preserve a proper respect for him, although I not only respect him, I tremble before his size. When he comes back tipsy from town and finds me in the orderly room, he commands me to drag his muddy boots off his feet, and I obey him and drag off his boots. Sometimes I don't care, and other times it hurts my feelings. End of section 24. Military Service by Micha Josef Berdyczewski.
Section 25 of Yiddish Tales. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Yiddish Tales translated by Helena Frank and read by Adrian Praetzellis. Section 25.
Isaiah Berschadski, pen name of Isaiah Domachowitsky, born 1871 near Derechin, Government of Grodno, Lithuania, White Russia. Died 1909 in Warsaw. Education Jewish and secular, teacher of Hebrew in Ekaterinslav, southern Russia, in business in Ekaterinslav and Baku, editor in 1903 of Hazeman, first in St. Petersburg, then in Vilna. After a short sojourn in Riga, removed to Warsaw. Writer of novels and short stories, almost exclusively in Hebrew. Contributor to Hamelitz, Hashiloah, and other periodicals. Pen names besides Berschadski, Bershadi, and Shimoni. Collected works in Hebrew, Tefusim Uzelalim, Warsaw, 1899, and Ketubim Ha'aronim, Warsaw, 1909. Forlorn and Forsaken by Isaiah Berschadski. Forlorn and forsaken she was in her last years. Even when she lay on the bed of sickness where she died, not one of her relations or friends came to look after her. They did not even come to mourn for her or accompany her to the grave. There was not even one of her kin to say the first Kaddish over her resting place. My wife and I were the only friends she had at the close of her life. No one but us cared for her while she was ill or walked behind her coffin. The only tears shed at the lonely old woman's grave were ours. I spoke the only Kaddish for her soul, but we, after all, were complete strangers to her. Yes, we were strangers to her, and she was a stranger to us. We made her acquaintance only a few years before her death, when she was living in 2 tiny rooms opposite the first house we settled in after our marriage. Nobody ever came to see her, and she herself visited nowhere, except at the little store where she made her necessary purchases, and at the house of study nearby, where she prayed twice every day. She was about 60, rather undersized and very thin, but more lithesome in her movements than is common at that age. Her face was full of creases and wrinkles, and her light brown eyes were somewhat dulled, but her ready smile and quiet glance told of a good heart and a kindly temper. Her simple old gown was always neat, her sheitel tastefully arranged, her lodging and its furniture clean and tidy, and all this attracted us to her from the first day onward. We were still more taken with her retiring manner, the quiet way in which she kept herself in the background, and the slight melancholy of her expression, telling of a life that had held much sadness. We made advances. She was very willing to become acquainted with us, and it was not very long before she was like a mother to us, or an old aunt. My wife was then the inexperienced housemistress, fresh to her duties, and found a great help in the old woman, who smilingly taught her how to proceed with the housekeeping. When our first child was born, she took it to her heart, and busied herself with its upbringing almost more than the young mother. It was evident that dandling the child in her arms was a joy to her beyond words. At such moments her eyes would brighten, her wrinkles grew faint, a curiously satisfied smile played round her lips, and a new note of joy came into her voice. At first sight all this seemed quite simple, because a woman is naturally inclined to care for little children, and it may have been so with her to an exceptional degree. But closer examination convinced me that here lay yet another reason. Her attentions to the child, so it seemed, awakened pleasant memories of a long ago past, when she herself was a young mother, caring for children of her own, and looking at this strange child had stirred a longing for those other children, further from her eyes, but nearer to her heart, although perhaps quite unknown to her, who perhaps existed only in her imagination. And when we were made acquainted with the details of her life, we knew our conjectures to be true. Her history was very simple and commonplace, but very tragic. Perhaps the tragedy of such biographies lies in their being so very ordinary and simple. She lived quietly and happily with her husband for 20 years after their marriage. They were not rich, but their little house was a kingdom of delight where no good thing was wanting. Their business was farming land that belonged to a Polish nobleman, a business that knows of good times and of bad, of fat years and lean years, years of high prices and years of low. But on the whole it was a good business and profitable, and it afforded them a comfortable living. Besides, they were used to the country, they could not fancy themselves anywhere else. The very thing that had never entered their head is just what happened. In the beginning of the 80s they were obliged to leave the estate they had farmed for 10 years because the lease was up, and the recently promulgated temporary laws forbade them to renew it. This was bad for them from a material point of view, because it left them without regular income just when their children were growing up and expenses had increased. But their mental distress was so great that, for the time, the financial side of the misfortune was thrown into the shade. When we made her acquaintance, many years had passed since then. Many another trouble had come into her life, but one could hear tears in her voice when she told the story of that first misfortune. It was a bitter Tisha B'Av for them when they left the house. The gardens, the barns and the stalls, their whole life, all those things concerning which they had forgotten, and their children had hardly known, that they were not of their own possession. Their town surroundings made them more conscious of their altered circumstances. She herself, the elder children oftener still, had been used to drive into the town now and again, but that was on pleasure trips, which had lasted a day or two at most. They had never tried staying there longer, and it was no wonder if they felt cramped and oppressed in town after their free life in the open. When they first settled there, they had a capital of about 10,000 rubles. But by reason of inexperience in their new occupation, they were worsted in competition with others, and a few turns of bad luck brought them almost to ruin. The capital grew less from year to year. Everything they took up was more of a struggle than the last venture. Poverty came nearer and nearer, and the father of the family began to show signs of illness, brought on by town life and worry. This, of course, made their material position worse, and the knowledge of it reacted disastrously on his health. 3 years after he came to town, he died, and she was left with 6 children and no means of subsistence. Already, during her husband's life, they had exchanged their first lodging for a second, a poorer and cheaper one, and after his death they moved into a third, meaner and narrower still, and sold their precious furniture, for which indeed there was no place in the new existence. But even so, the question of bread and meat was not answered. They still had about 600 rubles, but as they were without a trade, it was easy to foresee that the little stock of money would dwindle day by day till there was none of it left. And what then? The eldest son, Yosef, aged 21, had gone from home a year before his father's death to seek his fortune elsewhere. But his first letters brought no very good news, and now the second, Avrahom, a lad of 18, and the daughter, Yossel, who was 16, declared their intention to start for America. The mother was against it, begged them with tears not to go, but they did not listen to her. Parting with them forever, most likely, was bad enough in itself, but worst of all was the thought that her children, for whose Jewish education their father had never grudged money, even when times were hardest, should go to America, and there forgetting everything they had learned, become ganze Goyim. She was quite sure that her husband would never have agreed to his children being thus scattered abroad, and this encouraged her to oppose their will with more determination. She urged them to wait at least until their elder brother had achieved some measure of success and could help them. She held out this hope to them because she believed in her son Yosef and his capacity, and was convinced that in a little time he would become their support. If only Avrahom and Rachel had not been so impatient, she would lament to us, everything would have turned out differently. They would not have been hustled off to the end of creation, and she would not have been left so lonely in her last years. But it had apparently been so ordained. Avrahom and Rachel agreed to defer the journey, but when some months had passed and Yosef was still wandering from town to town, finding no rest for the sole of his foot, she had to give in to her children and let them go. They took with them 200 rubles and sailed for America, and with the remaining 300 rubles she opened a tiny shop. Her expenses were not great now, as only the 3 younger children were left her, but the shop was not sufficient to support even these. The stock grew smaller month by month, there never being anything over wherewith to replenish it, and there was no escaping the fact that one day soon the shop would remain empty. And as if this were not enough, there came bad news from the children in America. They did not complain much, on the contrary, they wrote most hopefully about the future, when their position would certainly, so they said, improve. But the mother's heart was not to be deceived, and she felt instinctively that meanwhile they were doing anything but well, while later, who could foresee what would happen later? One day she got a letter from Yosef, who wrote that, convinced of the impossibility of earning a livelihood within the Pale, he was about to make use of an opportunity that offered itself and settle in a distant town outside of it. This made her very sad, and she wept over her fate to have a son living in a Gentile city where there were hardly any Jews at all. And the next letter from America added sorrow to sorrow. Avrahom and Rachel had parted company and were living in different towns. She could not bear the thought of her young daughter fending for herself among strangers, a thought that tortured her all the more as she had a peculiar idea of America. She herself could not account for the terror that would seize her whenever she remembered that strange, distant life. But the worst was nearly over. The turn for the better came soon. She received word from Yosef that he had found a good position in his new home, and in a few weeks he proved the letter true by sending her money. From America, too, the news that came was more cheerful, even joyous. Avraham had secured steady work with good pay, and before long he wrote for his younger brother to join him in America, and provided him with all the funds he needed for travelling expenses. Rachel had engaged herself to a young man, whose praises she sounded in all her letters. Soon after her wedding she sent money to bring over another brother, and her husband added a few lines in which he spoke of his great love for his new relations, and how he looked forward with impatience to having one of them, his dear brother-in-law, come to live with him. This was good and cheering news, and it all came within a year's time, but the mother's heart grieved over it more than it rejoiced. Her delight at her daughter's marriage with a good man she loved was anything but unmixed. Melancholy thoughts blended with it, whether she would or no. The occasion was one which a mother's fancy had painted in rainbow colours, on the preparations for which it had dwelt with untold pleasure, and now she had had no share in it at all, and her heart writhed under the disappointment. To make her still sadder, she was obliged to part with 2 more children. She tried to prevent their going, but they had long ago set their hearts on following their brother and sister to America, and the recent letters had made them more anxious to be off. So they started, and there remained only the youngest daughter, Rivka, a girl of 13. Their position was materially not a bad one, for every now and then the old woman received help from her children in America and from her son Yosef, so that she was not even obliged to keep up the shop. But the mother in her was not satisfied, because she wanted to see her children's happiness with her own eyes. The good news that continued to arrive at intervals brought pain as well as pleasure, by reminding her how much less fortunate she was than other mothers, who were counted worthy to live together with their children, and not at a distance from them like her. The idea that she should go out to those of them who were in America never occurred to her, or to them either. But Yosef, who had taken a wife in his new town, and who soon after had set up for himself and was doing very well, now sent for his mother and little sister to come and live with him. At first the mother was unwilling, fearing that she might be in the way of her daughter-in-law, and thus disturb the Shalom Bayit, the household peace. Even later, when she had assured herself that the young wife was very kind, and there was nothing to be afraid of, she could not make up her mind to go, even though she longed to be with Yosef, her oldest son, who had always been her favourite, and however much she desired to see his wife and her little grandchildren. Why she would not fulfil his wish and her own, she herself was not clearly conscious, but she shrank from the strange fashion of the life they led, and she never ceased to hope, deep down in her heart, that some day they would come back to her. And this especially with regard to Yosef, who sometimes complained in his letters that his situation was anything but secure, because the smallest circumstance might bring about an edict of expulsion. She quite understood that her son would consider this a very bad thing, but she herself looked at it with other eyes. Round about here, too, were people who made a comfortable living, and Yosef was no worse than others, that he should not do the same. 6 or 7 years passed in this way. The youngest daughter was 20, and it was time to think of a match for her. Her mother felt sure that Yosef would provide the dowry, but she thought best Rivka and her brother should go see each other, and she consented readily to let Rivka go to him, when Yosef invited her to spend several months as his guest. No sooner had she gone than the mother realized what it meant, this parting with her youngest, and for the last years her only child. She was filled with regret at not having gone with her, and waited impatiently for her return. Suddenly she heard that Rivka had found favour with a friend of Yosef's, the son of a well-to-do merchant, and that Rivka and her brother were equally pleased with him. The two were already engaged, and the wedding was only deferred till she, the mother, should come up and take her abode with them for good. The longing to see her daughter overcame all her doubts. She resolved to go to her son, and began the preparations for the start. These were just completed when there came a letter from Yosef to say that the situation had taken a sudden turn for the worst, and he and his family might have to leave their town. This sudden news was distressing and welcome at one and the same time. She was anxious lest the edict of expulsion should harm her son's position, and pleased, on the other hand, that he should at last be coming back, for God would not forsake him here either. What with the fortune he had and his aptitude for trade, he would make a living right enough. She waited anxiously, and in a few months had gone through all the mental suffering inherent in a state of uncertainty such as hers, when fear and hope are twined in one. The waiting was the harder to bear, that all this time no letter from Yosef or Rivkah reached her promptly. And the end of it all was this. News came that the danger was over, and Yosef would remain where he was, but as far as she was concerned, it was best that she should do likewise, because trailing about at her age was a serious thing, and it was not worth while her running into danger, and so on. The old woman was full of grief at remaining thus forlorn in her old age, and she longed more than ever for her children, after having hoped so surely that she would be with them soon. She could not understand Yosef's reason for suddenly changing his mind with regard to her coming, but it never occurred to her for 1 minute to doubt her children's affection. And we, when we had read the treasured bundle of letters from Yosef and Rivkah, could not doubt it either. There was love and longing for the distant mother in every line, and several of the letters betrayed a spirit of bitterness, a note of complaining resentment against the hard times that had brought about the separation from her. And yet we could not help thinking, out of sight, out of mind. That which is far from the eyes weighs lighter at the heart. It was the only explanation we could invent, for why otherwise should the mother have to remain alone among strangers? All these considerations moved me to interfere in the matter without the old woman's knowledge. She could read Yiddish, but could not write it, and before we made friends her letters to the children were written by a shopkeeper of her acquaintance. But from the time we got to know her, I became her constant secretary, and one day, when writing to Yosef for her, I made use of the opportunity to enclose a letter from myself. I asked his forgiveness for mixing myself up in another's family affairs, and tried to justify the interference by dwelling on our affectionate relations with his mother. I then described, in the most touching words at my command, how hard it was for her to live forlorn, how she pined for the presence of her children and grandchildren, and ended by telling them that it was their duty to free their mother from all this mental suffering. There was no direct reply to this letter of mine, but the next one from the son to his mother gave her to understand that there were certain things not to be explained, while the impossibility of explaining them may lead to a misunderstanding. This hint made the position no clearer to us, and the fact of Yosef's not answering me confirmed us in our previous suspicions. Meanwhile, our old friend fell ill, and quickly understood that she would soon die. Among the things she had begged me to do after her death, and having reference to her burial, there was one particular petition, several times repeated, to send a packet of Hebrew books which had been left by her husband to her son Yosef, and to inform him of her death by telegram. My American children, she explained with a sigh, have certainly forgotten everything they once learned, forgotten all their Jewishness. But my son Yosef is a different sort. I feel sure of him, that he will say Kaddish after me and read a chapter in the Mishnah, and the books will come in useful for his children, grandmother's legacy to them. When I fulfilled the old woman's last wish, I learned how mistaken she had been. The answer to my letter, written during her lifetime, came now that she was dead. Her children thanked us warmly for our care of her, and they also explained why she and they had remained apart. She had never known, and it was far better so, by what means her son had obtained the right to live outside the Pale. It was enough that she would have to live forlorn. Where would have been the good of her knowing that she was forsaken as well, that the one of her children who had gone altogether over to them was Yosef? End of Forlorn and Forsaken by Isaiah Berschadski.
Section 26 of Yiddish Tales. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Yiddish Tales translated by Helena Frank and read by Adrian Praetzellis. Section 26.
Tashrak. Pen name of Israel Joseph Zevin. Born 1872 in Gorigorki, government of Mohilev, Lithuania, White Russia. Came to New York in 1889. First Yiddish sketch published in Yiddish's Tagblatt, 1893. First English story in The American Hebrew, 1906. Associate editor of Yiddish's Tagblatt, writer of sketches, short stories and biographies in Hebrew, Yiddish and English. Contributor to Ha-Ibri, Jewish Comment and numerous Yiddish periodicals. Collected works, Lebensschriften, 1 volume, New York, 1910, and Tashrak's Beste Erzählungen, 4 volumes, New York, 1910. The Hole in the Beigel by Tashrak. When I was a little cheder boy, my Rebbe, Bunim Breitengitters, a learned man who was always tormenting me with Talmudic questions and with riddles, once asked me, "What becomes of the hole in a bagel when one has eaten the bagel?" This riddle, which seemed to me then very hard to solve, stuck in my head, and I puzzled over it day and night. I often bought a bagel, took a bite out of it, and immediately replaced the bitten out piece with my hand so that the hole should not escape. But when I'd eaten up the bagel, the hole had somehow always disappeared, which used to annoy me very much. I went about preoccupied and thought it over at prayers and lessons, till the Rebbe noticed that something was wrong with me. At home, too, they remarked that I had lost my appetite, that I ate nothing but bagel. Bagel for breakfast, bagel for dinner, bagel for supper, bagel all day long. They also observed that I ate it to the accompaniment of strange gestures and contortions of both my mouth and my hands. One day I summoned all my courage and asked the Rebbe, in the middle of a lesson on the Pentateuch, "Rebbe, when one has eaten a bagel, what becomes of the hole?" "Why, you little silly," answered the Rebbe, "what is a hole in a bagel? Just nothing at all, a bit of emptiness. It's nothing with the bagel and nothing without the bagel." Many years have passed since then, and I have not yet been able to satisfy myself as to what is the subject of the hole in the bagel. I have considered whether one could not have bagels without holes. One lives and learns, and America has taught me this: one can have bagels without holes, for I saw them in a dairy shop in East Broadway. I at once recited the appropriate blessing, and then I asked the shopmen about these bagels, and heard a most interesting history, which shows how difficult it is to get people to accept anything new, and what sacrifices it costs to introduce the smallest reform. A baker in an Illinois city took it into his head to make straight bagels in the shape of candles. But this reform cost him dear, because the united owners of the bakeries in that city immediately made a set at him and boycotted him. They argued, our fathers' fathers baked bagels with holes, the whole world eats bagels with holes, and here comes a bold coxcomb of a fellow, upsets the order of the universe and bakes bagels without holes. Have you ever heard of such impertinence? It's just revolution. And if a person like this is allowed to go on, he will make an end of everything. Today it's bagels without holes, tomorrow it will be holes without bagels. Such a thing has never been known before. And because of the hole in a bagel, a storm broke out in that city that grew presently into a civil war. The bosses fought on and dragged the Bakers' Hands Union after them into the conflict. Now, the union contained two parties, of which one declared that a hole and a bagel constituted together a private affair like religion, and that everyone had a right to bake bagels as he thought best, and according to his conscience. The other party maintained that to sell bagels without holes was against the Constitution, to which the first party replied that the Constitution should be altered, as being too ancient and contrary to the spirit of the times. At this, the second party raised a clamour, crying that the rules could not be altered, because they were Torah's Lokshen, and every letter, every stroke, every dot was a law in itself. The city papers were obliged to publish daily accounts of the meetings that were held to discuss the hole in a bagel, and the papers also took sides and wrote fiery polemical articles on the subject. The quarrel spread through the city, until all the inhabitants were divided into two parties, the bagel with a hole party and the bagel without a hole party. Children rose against their parents, wives against their husbands, engaged couples severed their ties, families were broken up, and still the battle raged. And all on account of the hole in a bagel. End of The Hole in a Bagel by Tashrak.
Section 27 of Yiddish Tales. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Yiddish Tales translated by Helena Frank and read by Adrian Praetzellis. Section 27. As the Years Roll On by Tashrak. Rosalie laid down the cloth with which she had been dusting the furniture in her front parlour, and began tapping the velvet covering of the sofa with her fingers. The velvet had worn threadbare in places, and there was a great rent in the middle. Had the rent been at one of the ends, it would have been covered with a cushion, but there it was, by bad luck, in the very centre, and making a shameless display of itself. Look, here I am. See, what a rent! Yesterday she and her husband had invited company. The company had brought children, and you never have children in the house without having them leave some mischief behind them. Today the sun was shining more brightly than ever, and lighting up the whole room. Rosalie took the opportunity to inspect her entire set of furniture. 8 years ago, when she was given the set at her marriage, how happy she had been! Everything was so fresh and new. She had noticed before that the velvet was getting worn, and the polish of the chairs disappearing, and the seats losing their spring. But today all this struck her more than formerly. The holes, the rents, the damaged places stared before them with such malicious mockery, like a poor man laughing at his own evil plight. Rosalie felt a painful melancholy steal over her. Now she could not but see her furniture was old, that she would soon be ashamed to invite people into her parlour, and her husband will be in no hurry to present her with a new one. He has grown so parsimonious of late.
She replaced the holland coverings of the sofa and chairs and went out to do her bedroom. There, on a chair, lay her best dress, the one she had put on yesterday for her guests. She considered the dress. That, too, was frayed in places, here and there even drawn together and sewn over. The bodice was beyond ironing out again, and this was her best dress. She opened the wardrobe, for she wanted to make a general survey of her belongings. It was such a light day, one could see even in the back rooms. She took down one dress after another, and laid them out on the made beds, observing each with a critical eye. Her sense of depression increased the while, and she felt as though stone on stone were being piled upon her heart. She began to put the clothes back into the wardrobe, and she hung up every one of them with a sigh. When she'd finished with the bedroom, she went into the dining room and stood by the sideboard in which were set out her best china service and coloured plates. She looked them over. One little gold-rimmed cup had lost its handle. A bowl had a piece glued in at the side. On the top shelf stood the statuette of a little god with a broken bow and arrow in his hand, and here there was one little goblet missing out of a whole service. As soon as everything was in order, Rosalie washed her hands and face, combed up her hair, and began to look at herself in a little hand-glass. But the bathroom to which she had retired was dark, and she betook herself into the front parlour, towel in hand, where she could see herself in the big looking-glass on the wall. Time, which had left traces on the furniture, on the contents of the wardrobe, and on the china, had not spared the woman, though she had been married only 8 years. She looked at the crow's feet by her eyes, and the lines in her forehead, which the worrying thoughts of this day had imprinted there even more sharply than usual. She tried to smile, but the smile in the glass looked no more attractive than if she had given her mouth a twist. She remembered that the only way to remain young is to keep free from care. But how is one to set about it? She threw on a scarlet Japanese kimono, stuck an artificial flower into her hair, after which she lightly powdered her face and neck. The scarlet kimono lent a little colour to her cheeks, and another critical glance at the mirror convinced her that she was still a comely woman, only no more a young one. The bloom of youth had fled, never to return. Verfallen, and the desire to live was stronger than ever, even to live her life over again from the beginning, sorrows and all. She began to reflect what she should cook for supper. There was time enough, but she must think of something new. Her husband was tired of her usual dishes. He said her cooking was old-fashioned, that it was always the same thing day in and day out. His taste was evidently getting worn out too, and she wondered what she could prepare so as to win back her husband's former good temper and affectionate appreciation. At one time he was an ardent young man with a fiery tongue. He had great ideals, and he strove high. He talked of making mankind happy, more refined, more noble and free. He had dreamt of a world without tears and troubles, of a time when men should live as brothers, and jealousy and hatred should be unknown. In those days he loved with all the warmth of his youth, and when he talked of love, it was a delight to listen. The world grew to have another face for her then, life another significance. Paradise was situated on the earth. Gradually his ideals lost their freshness, their shine wore off, and he became a businessman, racking his brain with speculations, trying to grow rich without the necessary qualities and capabilities, and he was left at last with prematurely grey hair as the only result of his efforts. 8 years after their marriage, he was as worn as their furniture in the front parlour. Rosalie looked out of the window. It was even much brighter outside than indoors. She saw people going up and down the street with different anxieties reflected in their faces, with wrinkles telling different histories of the cares of life. She saw old faces, and the young faces of those who seemed to have tasted of age ere they reached it. "Everything is old and worn and shabby," whispered a voice in her ear. A burst of childish laughter broke upon her meditations. Round the corner, with a rush, a lot of little boys with books under their arms, their faces full of the zest of life, and dancing and jumping till the whole street seemed to be jumping and dancing too. Elder people turned smilingly aside to make way for them. Among the children Rosalie espied 2 little girls, also with books under their arms. Her little girls. And the mother's heart suddenly brimmed with joy. A delicious warmth stole into her limbs and filled her being. Rosalie went to the door to meet her 2 children on their return from school, and when she had given each little face a motherly kiss, she felt a breath of freshness and new life blowing round her. She took off their cloaks and listened to their childish prattle about their teachers and the day's lessons. The clear voices rang through the rooms, awakening sympathetic echoes in every corner. The home wore a new aspect, and the sun shone even more brightly than before, and in a more friendly, kindly fashion. The mother spread a little cloth at the edge of the table, gave them milk and sandwiches, and looked at them as they ate. Each child the picture of the mother, her eyes, her hair, her nose, her looks, her gestures. They ate just as she would do, and Rosalie feels much better and happier. She doesn't care so much now about the furniture being old, the dresses worn, the china service not being whole, about the wrinkles round her eyes and in her forehead. She only minds about her husband being so worn out, so absent-minded that he cannot take pleasure in the children as she can. End of As the Years Roll On by Tashrak.
Section 28 of Yiddish Tales. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Yiddish Tales translated by Helena Frank and read by Adrian Praetzellis. Section 28. David Pinski. Born 1872 in Moilev, Lithuania, White Russia. Refused admission to gymnasium in Moscow under percentage restrictions. 1889 to 1891 secretary to Ben Zion in Vitebsk. 1891 to 1893 student in Vienna. 1893 co-editor of Spector's Hausfront and Perez Yom Tov Blätterlech. 1893 first sketch published in New York Arbeiterzeitung. 1896 studied philosophy in Berlin. 1899 came to New York and edited Das Abendblatt, a daily, and Der Arbeiter, a weekly. 1912 founder and co-editor of Die Jüdische Wochenschrift. Author of short stories, sketches, an essay on the Yiddish drama, and 10 dramas, among them Jesserun, Isaac Scheftel, Die Mutter, Die Family Zwei, Die Oitze, Der Eibige Jud, first part of a series of Messiah dramas, Der Stumme Moshiach, etc. 1 volume of collected dramas, Dramen, Warsaw, 1909. Reb Shoimeh by David Pinski. The 70-year-old Reb Shloimeh's son, whose home was in the country,
sent his two boys to live with their grandfather and to acquire town, that is, Gentile, learning. "Times have changed," considered Reb Shoimeh. "It can't be helped." And he engaged a good teacher for the children, after making inquiries here and there. "Give me a teacher who can tell the whole of their law, as the saying goes, standing on one leg," he would say to his friends with a smile. At 71 years of age, Reb Shoimeh lived more indoors than out, and he used to listen to the teacher instructing his grandchildren. "I shall become a doctor in my old age," he would say, laughing. The teacher was one day telling his pupils about mathematical geography. Reb Shoimeh sat with a smile on his lips and laughing in his heart at the little teacher who told such huge lies with so much earnestness. "The earth revolves," said the teacher to his pupils, and Reb Shoimeh smiles and thinks, "He must have seen it." But the teacher shows it to be so by the light of reason, and Reb Shoimeh becomes graver and ceases smiling. He is endeavouring to grasp the proofs. He wants to ask questions, but can find none that will do, and he sits there as if he has lost his tongue. The teacher has noticed his grave look, and understands that the old man is interested in the lesson, and he begins to tell of even greater wonders. He tells how far the sun is from the earth, how big it is, how many earths could be made out of it, and Reb Shoimeh begins to smile again, and at last can bear it no longer. "Look here," he exclaimed, "that I cannot and will not listen to. You may tell me the earth revolves. Well, may it be so. Very well. I'll allow you that, perhaps, according to reason even, the size of the earth, the appearance of the earth, do you see, all that sort of thing. But the sun, who has measured the sun? Who, I ask you? Have you been on it? A pretty thing to say, upon my word." Reb Shoimeh grew very excited. The teacher took hold of Reb Shloimeh's hand and began to quiet him. He told him by what means the astronomers had discovered all this, that it was no matter of speculation. He explained the telescope to him, and talked of mathematical calculations, which he, Reb Shoimeh, was not able to understand. Reb Shoimeh had nothing to answer, but he frowned and remained obstinate. "Ha!" he said, and made a contemptuous motion with his hands. "It's nothing to me, not knowing that, or being able to understand it. Science, indeed! Fiddlesticks!" He relapsed into silence, and went on listening to the teacher's stories. "We even know," the teacher continued, "what metals are to be found in the sun." "And suppose I won't believe you?" And Reb Shoimeh smiled maliciously. "I will explain directly," answered the teacher. "And tell us there's a fair in the sky," interrupted Reb Shoimeh impatiently. He was very angry, but the teacher took no notice of his anger. 200 years ago," began the teacher, "there lived in England a celebrated naturalist and mathematician, Isaac Newton. It was told of him that when God said, 'Let there be light,' Newton was born." "Pshaw! I should think very likely," broke in Reb Shoimeh. "Why not?" The teacher pursued his way, and gave an explanation of spectral analysis. He spoke at some length, and Reb Shoimeh sat and listened with close attention. "Now do you understand?" asked the teacher, coming to an end. Reb Shoimeh made no reply. He only looked up from under his brows. The teacher went on. "The earth," he said, has stood for many years. Their exact number is not known, but calculation brings it to several million."
"Eh,"
burst in the old man,
"I should like to know what next. I thought everyone knew that even they—"
"Wait a bit, Reb Shoimeh," interrupted the teacher. "I will explain directly."
"Ma, it makes me sick to hear you,"
was the irate reply, and Reb Shoimeh got up and left the room. All that day Reb Shoimeh was in a bad temper, and went about with knitted brows. He was angry with science, with the teacher, with himself, because he must needs have listened to it all.
"Chatter and foolishness, and there I sit and listen to it,"
he said to himself with chagrin. But he remembered the chatter. Something begins to weigh on his heart and brain. He would like to find a something to catch hold of, a proof of the vanity and emptiness of their teaching, to invent some hard question and stick out a long red tongue at them all, those nowadays barbarians, those nowadays Newtons.
"After all, it's mere child's play,"
he reflects.
"It's ridiculous to take their nonsense to heart. Only they're proofs.
And the feeling of helplessness comes over him once more.
"Ma,"
he pulls himself together.
"Is it all over with us? Is it all up, the earth revolves? Gammon! As to their explanations, very wonderful to be sure. Of course it's all the greatest importance, dear me, yes."
He is very angry, tears the buttons off his coat, puts his hat straight on his head, and spits.
"Apostates, nothing but apostates nowadays," he concludes.
Then he remembers the teacher, with what enthusiasm he spoke. His explanations ring in Reb Shloimeh's head, and prove things, and once more the old gentleman is perplexed. Preoccupied, cross, with groans and sighs, he went to bed. But he was restless all night, turning from one side to the other and groaning. His old wife tried to cheer him. "Such weather as it is today," she said, and coughed. "I have a pain in the side too." Next morning, when the teacher came, Reb Shloimeh inquired with a displeased expression,
"Well, are you going to tell stories again today?"
"We shall not take geography today," answered the teacher.
"Have your astronomers found out by calculation on which days we may learn geography?" asked Reb Shloimeh with malicious irony.
"No, that's a discovery of mine," said the teacher, and the teacher smiled.
"And when have your astronomers decreed the study of geography?" persisted Reb Shloimeh.
"Tomorrow."
"Tomorrow,"
he repeated crossly, and left the room, missing a lesson for the first time. Next day the teacher explained the eclipses of the sun and moon to his pupils. Reb Shloimeh sat with his chair drawn up to the table and listened without a movement. "It is all so exact," the teacher wound up his explanation, "that the astronomers are able to calculate to a minute when there will be an eclipse, and never have yet made a mistake." At these last words Reb Shloimeh nodded in a knowing way, and looked at the pupils as much as to say,
"You ask me about that."
The teacher went on to tell of comets, planets, and other suns. Reb Shloimeh snorted, and was continually interrupting the teacher with exclamations.
"If you don't believe me, go and measure for yourself. If it is not so, call me a liar. Just so, within 1 yard of it."
Reb Shloimeh repaid his Jewish education with interest. There were not many learned men in the town like Reb Shloimeh. The rabbis, without flattery, called him a full basket, and Reb Shoimeh could not picture to himself the existence of sciences other than Jewish. And when at last he did picture it, he would not allow that they were right, unfalsified and right. He was so far intelligent, he had received a so far enlightened education, that he could understand how among non-Jews also there are great men. He would even have laughed at anyone who maintained the contrary. But that among non-Jews there should be men as great as any Jewish ones, that he did not believe, let alone, of course, still greater ones. And now, little by little, Reb Shoimeh began to believe that their learning was not altogether insignificant, for he, the full basket, was not finding it any too easy to master. And what he had to deal with were not empty speculations, unfounded opinions. No, here were mathematical computations, demonstrations which almost anyone can test for himself, which impress themselves on the mind. And Reb Shoimeh is vexed in his soul. He endeavoured to cling to his old thoughts, his old conceptions. He so wished to cry out upon the clear reasoning, the simple explanations with the phrases that are on the lips of every ignorant obstructionist. And yet he felt that he was unjust, and he gave up disputing with the teacher as he paid close attention to the latter's demonstrations. And the teacher would say quite simply, "One can measure," he would say. "Why not? Only it takes a lot of learning." When the teacher was at the door, Reb Shoimeh stayed him with a question. "Then," he asked angrily, "the whole of your learning is nothing but astronomy and geography?" "Oh no," said the teacher, "there's a lot besides, a lot." "For instance?" "Do you want me to tell you standing on one leg?" "Well, yes, on one leg," he answered impatiently, as though in anger. "Well, one can't tell you on one leg," said the teacher. "If you like, I shall come on Sabbath, and we can have a chat." "Sabbath?" repeated Reb Shoimeh in a dissatisfied tone. "Sabbath, because I can't come at any other time," said the teacher. "Then let it be Sabbath," said Reb Shoimeh reflectively. "But soon after dinner," he called after the teacher, who was already outside the door. "And everything else is right as your astronomy?" he shouted, when the teacher had already gone a little way. "You will see." And the teacher smiled. Never in his whole life had Reb Shoimeh waited for a Sabbath as he waited for this one, and the 2 days that came before it seemed very long to him. He never relaxed his frown, or showed a cheerful face the whole time. He was often seen during those 2 days to lift his hands to his forehead. He went about as though there lay upon him a heavy weight which he wanted to throw off, or as if he had a very disagreeable bit of business before him and wished he could get it over. On Sabbath he could hardly wait for the teacher's appearance. "You wanted a lot of asking," he said to him reproachfully. The old lady went to take her nap, the grandchildren to their play, and Reb Shoimeh took the snuff-box between his fingers, leant against the back of the grandfather's chair in which he was sitting, and listened with close attention to the teacher's words. The teacher talked a long time, mentioned the names of sciences, and explained their meaning, and Reb Shoimeh repeated each explanation in brief. "Physics, then, is the science of... That means, then, that physiology explains..." The teacher would help him, and immediately began to talk of another branch of science. By the time the old lady woke up, the teacher had given examples of anatomy, physiology, physics, chemistry, zoology, and sociology. It was quite late, People were coming back from Mincha, the afternoon service, and those who do not smoke on Sabbath raised their eyes to the sky. But Reb Shoimeh had forgotten in what sort of world he was living. He sat with wrinkled forehead and drawn brows, listening attentively, seeing nothing before him but the teacher's face, only catching up his every word. "Ah, you are still talking?" asked the old lady in astonishment, rubbing her eyes. Reb Shoimeh turned his head toward his wife with a dazed look, as though wondering what she meant by her question. "Oh," said the old lady, "you only laugh at us women." Reb Shoimeh drew his brows closer, wrinkled his forehead still more, and once more fastened his eyes on the teacher's lips. "It will soon be time to light the fire," muttered the old lady. The teacher glanced at the clock. "It's late," he said. "I should think it was," broke in the old lady. "Why I was allowed to sleep so long, I'm sure I don't know. People get to talking and even forget about tea." Reb Shoimeh gave a look out of the window. "Oh, wah!" he exclaimed, somewhat vexed. "They are already coming out of shul. The service is over. What a thing it is to sit talking. Oh, wah!" He sprang from his seat, gave the pane a rub with his hand, and began to recite the afternoon prayer. The teacher put on his things, but "Wait!" Reb Shoimeh signed to him with his hand. Reb Shoimeh finished reciting incense. "When shall you teach the children all that?" he asked then, looking into the prayer book with a scowl. "Not for a long time, not so quickly," answered the teacher. "The children cannot understand everything." "I should think not. Anything so wonderful," replied Reb Shoimeh, ironically gazing at the prayer book and beginning Ashrei, happy are we. He swallowed the prayers as he said them, half of every word. No matter how he wrinkled his forehead, he could not expel the strangest thoughts from his brain and fix his attention on the prayers. After the service he tried taking up a book, but it was no good. His head was a jumble of all the new sciences. By means of the little he had just learned, he wanted to understand, to know everything, to fashion a whole body out of a single hair, and he thought and thought and thought. Sunday, when the teacher came, Reb Shoimeh told him that he wished to have a little talk with him. Meantime, he sat down to listen. The hour during which the teacher taught the children was too long for him, and he scarcely took his eyes off the clock. "Do you want another pupil?" he asked the teacher, stepping with him into his own room. He felt as though he were getting red, and he made an angry face. "Why not?" answered the teacher, looking hard into Reb Shoimeh's face. Reb Shoimeh looked at the floor, his brows, as was usual with him in those days, drawn together. "You understand me, pupil," he stammered. "You understand, not a little boy, a pupil, an elderly man, you understand, quite another sort." "Well, well, we shall see," answered the teacher, smiling. "I mean myself," he snapped out with great displeasure, as if he had been forced to confess some very evil deed. "Well, I have sinned. What do you want of me?" "Oh, but I should be delighted," and the teacher smiled. "I always said I meant to be a doctor," said Reb Shoimeh, trying to joke. But his features contracted again directly, and he began to talk about the terms, and it was arranged that every day for an hour and a half the teacher should read to him and explain the sciences. To begin with, Reb Shoimeh chose physiology, sociology, and mathematical geography. Days, weeks, and months have gone by, and Reb Shoimeh has become depressed very depressed. He does not sleep at night. He has lost his appetite, doesn't care to talk to people. Bad, bitter thoughts oppress him. For 70 years he had not only known nothing, but, on the contrary, had known everything wrong, understood head downwards, and it seemed to him that if he had known in his youth what he knew now, he would have lived differently, that his years would have been useful to others. He could find no stain on his life. It was one long record of deeds of tzedakah, but they appeared to him now so insignificant, so useless, and some of them even mischievous. Looking round him, he saw no traces of them left. The rich man of whom he used to beg donations is no poorer for them, and the pauper for whom he begged them is the same pauper as before. It's true he had always thought of the paupers as sacks full of holes, and had only stuffed things into them because he had a soft heart and could not bear to see a look of disappointment, or a tear rolling down the pale cheek of a hungry pauper. His own little world, as he had found it and as it was now, seemed to him much worse than before, in spite of all the good things he had done in it. Not one good rich man, not one genuine pauper. They are all just as hungry, and their palms itch. There is no easing them. Times get harder, the world gets poorer. Now he understands the reason of it all. Now it all lies before him as clear as on a map. He would be able to make everyone understand. Only now it was getting late. He has no strength left. His spent life grieves him. If he had not been so active, such a father of the community, it would not have grieved him so much, but he had had a great influence in the town, and this influence had been badly, blindly used. And Reb Shoimeh grew sadder day by day. He began to feel a pain at his heart, a stitch in the side, a burning in his brain, and he was wrapped in his thoughts. Reb Shoimeh was philosophizing. To be of use to somebody, he reflected, means to leave an impress of good in their life. One ought to help once and for all, so that the other need never come for help again. That can be accomplished by awakening and developing a man's intelligence, so that he may always know for himself wherein his help lies. And in such work he would have spent his life. If he had only understood long ago, how useful he would have been! And a shudder runs through him. Tears of vexation come more than once into his eyes. It was no secret in the town that old Reb Shoimeh spent 2 or 3 hours daily sitting with the teacher. Only what they did together, that nobody knew. They tried worming something out of the maid, but what was there to be got out of a glump with 2 eyes, whose one reply was, "I don't know"? They scolded her for it.
"How could you not know, glump?"
they exclaimed.
"Aren't you sometimes in the room with them?"
"Look here, good people, what's the use of coming to me?" the maid would cry. "How can I know, sitting in the kitchen, what they are about? When I bring in the tea, I see them talking, and I go."
"Dull beast,"
they would reply. Then they left her and betook themselves to the grandchildren, who knew nothing either. "They have tea," was their answer to the question.
"But what do they talk about, sillies?"
"We haven't heard," the children answered gravely. They tried the old lady. "Is it my business?" she answered. They tried to go to Reb Shoimeh's house on the pretext of some business or other, but that didn't succeed either. At last a few near and dear friends asked Reb Shoimeh himself.
"How people do gossip," he answered.
"Well, what is it?"
"We just sit and talk."
There it remained. The matter was discussed all over town. Of course, nobody was satisfied, but he pacified them little by little. The apostate teacher must turn hot and cold with him. They imagined that they were occupied with research, and that Reb Shoimeh was opening the teacher's eyes for him, and they were pacified. When Reb Shoimeh suddenly fell on melancholy, it never came to anybody's head that there might be a connection between this and the conversations. The old lady settled that it was a question of the stomach, which had always troubled him, and then perhaps he had taken a chill. At his age such things were frequent. "But how is one to know when he won't speak?" she lamented, and wondered which would be best, cod liver oil or dried raspberries. Everyone else said that he was already in fear of death, and they pitied him greatly. "That is a sickness which no doctor can cure," people said, and shook their heads with sorrowful compassion. They talked to him by the hour, and tried to prevent him from being alone with his thoughts, but it was all no good, and he only grew more depressed, and would often not speak at all. "Such a man, too, what a pity," they said, and sighed. "He's pining away, given up to the contemplation of death. And if you come to think, why should he fear death?" they wondered. "If he fears it, what about us? Och, och, och! Have we so much to show in the next world?" And Reb Shoimeh had a lot to show. Jews would have been glad of a 10th part of his world to come, and Christians declared that he was a true Christian, with his love of his fellow men, and promised him a place in paradise. Reb Shoimeh is goodness itself, the town was wont to say. His one lifelong occupation had been the affairs of the community. "They are my life and my delight," he would repeat to his intimate friends, "as indispensable to me as water to a fish." He was a member of all the charitable societies. The Talmud Torah was established under his own roof, and pretty nearly maintained at his expense. The town called him the father of the community, and all unfortunate, poor, and bitter hearts blessed him unceasingly. Reb Shoimeh was the one person in town almost without an enemy, perhaps the one in the whole province. Rich men grumbled at him. He was always after their money, always squeezing them for charities. They called him the old fool, the old donkey, but without meaning what they said. They used to laugh at him and make jokes upon him, of course among themselves, but they had no enmity against him. They all, with a full heart, wished him joy of his tranquil life. Reb Shoimeh was born and had spent years in wealth. After making an excellent marriage, he set up a business. His wife was the leading spirit within doors, the head of the household, and his whole life had been apparently a success. When he had married his last child and found himself a grandfather, he retired from business and lived his last years on the interest of his fortune. Free from the hate and jealousy of neighbours, pleasant and satisfactory in every respect, such was Reb Shoimeh's life. And for all that, he suddenly became melancholy. It can be nothing but the fear of death. But very soon Reb Shoimeh, as if it were with a wave of the hand, dismissed the past altogether. He said to himself with a groan that what had been was over and done. He would never grow young again, and once more a shudder went through him at the thought, and there came again the pain in his side and caught his breath. But Reb Shloimeh took no notice and went on thinking. "Something must be done," he said to himself, in the tone of one who has suddenly lost his whole fortune, the fortune he has spent his life in getting together, and there is nothing for him but to start work again with his 5 fingers. And Reb Shloimeh started. He began with the Talmud Torah, where he had already long provided for the children's bodily needs, food and clothing. Now he would supply them with spiritual things, instruction and education. He dismissed the old teachers and engaged young ones in their stead, even for Jewish subjects. Out of the Talmud Torah he wanted to make a little university. He already fancied it a success. He closed his eyes, laid his forehead on his hands, and a sweet, happy smile parted his lips. He pictured to himself the useful people who would go forth out of the Talmud Torah. Now he can die happy, he thinks. But no, he does not want to die. He wants to live and to work, work, work. He will not and cannot see an end to his life. Reb Shloimeh feels more and more cheerful, lively and fresh, to work till... The whole town was in commotion. There was a perfect din in the shuls, in the streets, in the houses. Hypocrites and crooked men, who had never been seen or heard of, led the dance. To make Gentiles out of the children, forsooth, to turn the Talmud Torah into a school, that we won't allow, no matter if we have to turn the world upside down, no matter what happens. Reb Shloimeh heard the cries, and made as though he heard nothing. He thought it would end there, that no one would venture to oppose him further. "What do you say to that?" he asked the teachers. "Fanaticism has broken out already." "It will give trouble," replied the teachers. Nonsense," replied Reb Shloimeh with conviction. But on Sabbath, at the reading of the law, he saw that he had been mistaken. The opposition had collected, and they got onto the bema, and all were speaking at once. It was impossible to make out what they were saying, beyond a word here and there, or the fragment of a sentence. "None of it! We won't allow! Made into Gentiles!" Reb Shloimeh sat in his place by the east wall, his hands on the desk where lay his Pentateuch. He had taken off his spectacles and glanced at the platform, put them on again, and was once more reading the Pentateuch. They saw this from the platform and began to shout louder than ever. Reb Shloimeh stood up, took off his tallis, and was moving toward the door, when he heard someone call out with a bang of his fist on the platform. "With the consent of the rabbis and the heads of the community, and in the name of the Holy Torah, it is resolved to take the children away from the Talmud Torah, seeing that in place of the Torah there is uncleanliness." Reb Shloimeh grew pale and felt a rent in his heart. He stared at the platform with round eyes and open mouth. "The children are to be made into Gentiles," shouted the person on the platform meantime, "and we have plenty of Gentiles, thank God, already. Thus may they perish with their name and their remembrance. We are not short of Gentiles, there are more every day, and hatred increases, and God knows what the Jews are coming to. Whoso has God in his heart and is jealous for the honor of the law, let him see to it that the children cease going to the place of peril." Reb Shloimeh wanted to call out, "Silence, you scoundrel!" The words all but rolled off his tongue, but he contained himself and moved on. "The one who obeys will be blessed," proclaimed the individual on the platform, and whosoever despises the decree, his end shall be Gehenna, with that of Jeroboam the son of Nebat, who sinned and made Israel to sin." With these last words the speaker threw a fiery glance at Reb Shoimeh. A quiver ran through the shul, and all eyes were turned on Reb Shoimeh, expecting him to begin abusing the speaker. A lively scene was anticipated, but Reb Shoimeh smiled. He quietly handed his tallis to the shamus, wished the bystanders good Shabbos, and walked out of shul, leaving them all disconcerted. That Sabbath Reb Shoimeh was the quietest man in the whole town. He was convinced that the interdict would have no effect on anyone. "People are not so foolish as all that," he thought, "and they wouldn't treat him in that way." He sat and laid plans for carrying on the education in the Talmud Torah, and he felt so light of heart that he sang to himself for very pleasure. The old wife, meanwhile, was muttering and moaning. She had all her life been quite content with her husband and everything he did, and had always done her best to help him, hoping that in the world to come she would certainly share his portion of immortality. And now she saw with horror that he was like to throw away his future. And how ever could it be, she wondered, and was bathed in tears. "What has come over you? What has happened to make you like that? They are not just to you, are they, when they say that about taking children and making Gentiles of them?" Reb Shoimeh smiled. "Do you think," he said to her, "that I have gone mad in my old age? Don't be afraid, I'm in my right mind, and you shall not lose your place in paradise." But the wife was not satisfied with the reply, and continued to mutter and to weep. There were goings-on in town, too. The place was aboil with excitement. Of course they talked about Reb Shoimeh. Nobody could make out what had come to him all of a sudden. "That is the teacher's work," explained one of a knot of talkers. "And we thought Reb Shoimeh such a sage, such a clever man, so book-learned. How can the teacher, may his name perish, have talked him over?" "It's a pity on the children's account," one would exclaim here and there. "In the Talmud Torah, under his direction, they want it for nothing. And what's to become of them now? They'll be running wild in the streets." "What then? Do you mean it would be better to make Gentiles of them?" "Well, there, of course I understand," he would hasten to say penitentially, and a resolution was passed to the effect that the children should not be allowed to attend the Talmud Torah. Reb Shoimeh stood at his window and watched the excited groups in the street, saw how the men threw themselves about, rocked themselves, bit their beards, described half-circles with their thumbs, and he smiled. In the evening the teachers came and told him what had been said in the town, and how all held that the children were not to be allowed to go to the Talmud Torah. Reb Shoimeh was a little disturbed, but he composed himself again and thought, they will quiet down, never mind, they won't do it to me." Entering the Talmud Torah on Sunday, he was greeted by 4 empty walls. Even 2 orphans who had no relations or protectors in the town had not come. They had been frightened and talked at and not allowed to attend, and free meals had been secured for all of them so that they should not starve. For the moment Reb Shoimeh lost his head. He glanced at the teachers as though ashamed in their presence, and his glance said, "What is to be done now?" Suddenly he pulled himself together. "No," he exclaimed, "they shall not get the better of me," and he ran out of the Talmud Torah and was gone. He ran from house to house, to the parents and relations of the children, but they all looked askance at him, and he accomplished nothing. They all kept to it. No. "Come, don't be silly. Send the children to the Talmud Torah," he begged. "You will see, you will not regret it." And he drew a picture for them of the sort of people the children would become. But it was no use. "We haven't got to manage the world," they answered him. "We have lived without all that, and our children will live as we are living now. We have no call to make Gentiles out of them." We know, people needn't come to us with stories," they would say in another house. "We don't intend to sell our souls," was the cry in the third. "And who says I have sold mine?" Reb Shoimeh would ask sharply. "How should we know? Besides, who was talking of you?" they answered with a sweet smile. Reb Shoimeh reached home tired and depressed. The old wife had a shock on seeing him. "Dear Lord!" she exclaimed, wringing her hands. "What is the matter with you? What makes you look like that?" The teachers who were waiting for him asked no questions. They had only to look at his ghastly appearance to know what had happened. Reb Shoimeh sank into his armchair. "Nothing," he said, looking sideways, but meaning it for the teachers. "Nothing is nothing," and they betook themselves to consoling him. "We will find something else to do and get hold of some other children, or else wait a little. They'll ask to be taken back presently." Reb Shoimeh did not hear them. He had let his head sink on his breast, turned his look sideways, and thoughts he could not piece together, fragments of thoughts, went round and round in the drooping head. Why, he asked himself over and over, to do such a thing to me? Well, there you are, there you have it. You've lived your life like a man. His heart felt heavy and hurt him, and his brain grew warm. In 1 minute there ran through his head the impression which his so nearly finished life had made on him of late, and immediately after it all the plans he had thought out for settling to right his whole past life by means of the little bit left him. And now it was all over and done. Why? He asked himself without ceasing, and could not understand it. He felt his old heart bursting with love for all men. It beat more and more strongly, and would not cease from loving, and he would fain have seen everyone so happy, so happy. He would have worked with his last bit of strength, he would have drawn his last breath for the cause to which he had devoted himself. He is no longer conscious of the whereabouts of his limbs. He feels his head growing heavier, his feet cold, and it is dark before his eyes. When he came to himself again, he was in bed. On his head was a bandage with ice. The old wife was lamenting. The teachers stood not far from the bed and talked among themselves. He wanted to lift his hand and draw it across his forehead, but somehow he does not feel his hand at all. He looks at it. It lies stretched out beside him, and Reb Shoimeh understood what had happened to him. A stroke, he thought. I'm finished, done for. He tried to give a whistle and make a gesture with his hand, verfallen, but the lips would not meet properly, and the hand never moved. There you are, done for, the lips whispered. He glanced round and fixed his eyes on the teachers and then on his wife, wishing to read in their faces whether there was danger, whether he was dying, or whether there was still hope. He looked and could not make out anything. Then, whispering, he called one of the teachers, whose looks had met his, to his side. The teacher came running. "Done for, eh?" asked Reb Shoimeh. "No, Reb Shoimeh, the doctors give hope," the teacher replied, so earnestly that Reb Shloimeh's spirit revived. "No," said Reb Shoimeh, as though he meant it. "So may it be, out of your mouth into God's ears." The other teachers all came nearer. "Good," whispered Reb Shoimeh. "Good. Ha! There's a hero for you." He smiled. "Never mind," they said cheeringly. "You will get well again and work and do many things yet." "Well, well, please God," he answered and looked away. And Reb Shoimeh really got better every day. The having lived wisely and the will to live longer saved him. The first time that he was able to move a hand or lift a foot, a broad, sweet smile spread itself over his face, and a fire kindled in his all but extinguished eyes. "Good luck to you," he cried out to those around. He was very cheerful in himself, and began to think once more about doing something or other. "People must be taught, they must be taught, even if the world turns upside down," he thought, and rubbed his hands together with impatience. "If it's not to be in the Talmud Torah, it must be somewhere else." And he set to work thinking where it should be. He recalled all the neighbours to his memory, and suddenly grew cheerful. Not far away there lived a bookbinder who employed as many as 10 workmen. They work sometimes from 15 to 16 hours, and have no strength left for study. One must teach them, he thinks. The master is not likely to object. Reb Shoimeh was the making of him. He it was who protected him, introduced him into all the best families, and finally set him on his feet. Reb Shoimeh grows more and more lively, and is continually trying to rise from his couch. Once out of bed, he could hardly endure to stay in the room, and how happy he felt when, leaning on a stick, he stepped out into the street. He hurried in the direction of the bookbinders. He was convinced that people's feelings toward him had changed for the better, that they would rejoice on seeing him. How he looked forward to seeing a friendly smile on every face. He would have counted himself the happiest of men if he had been able to hope that now everything was different and would come right. But he did not see the smile. The town looked upon the apoplectic stroke as God's punishment. It was obvious. "Aha!" they had cried on hearing it, and everyone saw in it another proof, and it also was obvious, of the fact that there is a God in the world, and that people cannot do just what they like. The great fanatics overflowed with eloquence, and saw in it an act of heavenly vengeance. "Serves him right, they thought. "Whose fault is it?" people replied, when some reminded them that it was very sad, such a man as he had been. "Who told him to do it? He has himself to thank for his misfortunes." The town had never ceased talking of him the whole time. Everyone was interested in knowing how he was, and what was the matter with him. And when they heard that he was better, that he was getting well, they really were pleased. They were sure that he would give up all his foolish plans, and understand that God had punished him, and that he would be again as before. But it soon became known that he clung to his wickedness, and the people ceased to rejoice. The rabbi and his fanatical friends came to see him one day by way of visiting the sick. Reb Shoimeh felt inclined to ask them if they had come to stare at him as one visited by a miracle, but he refrained and surveyed them with indifference. "Well, how are you, Reb Shoimeh?" they asked. Gentiles, answered Reb Shoimeh, almost in spite of himself, and smiled. The rabbi and the others became confused. They sat a little while, couldn't think of anything to say, and got up from their seats. Then they stood a bit, wished him a speedy return to health, and went away without hearing any answer from Reb Shoimeh to their good night. It was not long before the whole town knew of the visit, and it began to boil like a kettle. To commit such a sin is to play with destiny. Once you are in, there is no getting out. Give the devil a hair, and he'll snatch at the whole beard. So, when Reb Shoimeh showed himself in the street, they stared at him and shook their heads, as though as to say, "Such a man, and gone to ruin." Reb Shoimeh saw it, and it cut him to the heart. Indeed, it brought the tears to his eyes, and he began to walk quicker in the direction of the bookbinders. At the bookbinders they received him in friendly fashion, with a hearty welcome, but he fancied that here also they looked at him askance, and therefore he gave a reason for his coming. "Walking is hard work," he said. "One must have stopping places." With this same excuse he went there every day. He would sit for an hour or two, talking, telling stories, and at last he began to tell these stories which the teacher had told. He sat in the centre of the room and talked away merrily, with a pun here and a laugh there, and interested the workmen deeply. Sometimes they would all of one accord stop working, open their mouths, fix their eyes, and hang on his lips with an intelligent smile. Or else they stood for a few minutes, tense, motionless as statues, till Reb Shoimeh finished, before the master should interpose.
"Work, work! You will hear it all in time,"
he would say in a cross, dissatisfied tone, and the workmen would unwillingly bend their backs once more over their task. But Reb Shoimeh remained a little thrown out. He lost the thread of what he was telling, began buttoning and unbuttoning his coat, and glanced guiltily at the binder. But he went his own way nevertheless. As to his hearers, he was overjoyed with them. When he saw that the workmen began to take an interest in every book that was brought to them to be bound, he smiled happily, and his eyes sparkled with delight. And if it happened to be a book treating of the subjects on which they had heard something from Reb Shoimeh, they threw themselves upon it, nearly tore it to pieces, and all but came to blows as to who should have the binding of it. Reb Shoimeh began to feel that he was doing something, that he was being really useful, and he was supremely happy. The town, of course, was aware of Reb Shoimeh's constant visits to the bookbinders, and quickly found out what he did there. "He's off his head," they laughed, and shrugged their shoulders. They even laughed in Reb Shoimeh's face, but he took no notice of it. His pleasure, however, came to a speedy end. One day the binder spoke out.
"Reb Shoimeh," he said shortly, "you prevent us from working with your stories. What do you mean by it, to come and interfere with the work?"
"But do I disturb?" he asked. "They go on working all the time."
"And a pretty way of working," answered the bookbinder. "The boys are ready enough at finding an excuse for idling as it is. And why do you choose me? There are plenty of other workshops."
It was an honest neck and crop business, and there was nothing left for Reb Shoimeh but to take up his stick and go. "Nothing again," he whispered. There was a sting in his heart, a beating in his temples, and his head burned. "Nothing again. This time it's all over. I must die. Die."
a story with an end.
Had he been young, he would have known what to do. He would never have begun to think about death. But now, where was the use of living on? What was there to wait for? All over, all over. It was as much as he could do to get home. He sat down in the armchair, laid his head back, and thought. He pictured to himself the last weeks at the bookbinder's, and the change that had taken place in the workmen, how they had appeared better mannered, more human, more intelligent. It seemed to him that he had implanted in them the love of knowledge and the inclination to study, had put them in the way of viewing more rightly what went on around them. He had been of some account with them, and all of a sudden,
"No," he said to himself, "they will come to me, they must come," he thought, and fixed his eyes on the door.
He even forgot that they worked till 9 o'clock at night, and the whole evening he never took his eyes off the door. The time flew, it grew later and later, and the bookbinders did not come. At last he could bear it no longer, and went out into the street. Perhaps he would see them, and then he would call them in. It was dark in the street. The gas lamps, few and far between, scarcely gave any light. A chilly autumn night. The air was saturated with moisture, and there was dreadful mud underfoot. There were very few passers-by, and Reb Shoimeh remained standing at his door. When he heard a sound of footsteps or voices, his heart began to beat quicker. His old wife came out 3 times to call him into the house again, but he did not hear her, and remained standing outside. The street grew still. There was nothing more to be heard but the rattles of the night watchman. Reb Shoimeh gave a last look into the darkness, as though trying to see someone, and then, with a groan, he went indoors. Next morning he felt very weak and stayed in bed. He began to feel that his end was near, that he was but a guest tarrying for a day.
"It's all the same, all the same," he said to himself, thinking quietly about death.
All sorts of ideas went through his head. He thought as it were unconsciously, without giving himself a clear account of what he was thinking of. A variety of images passed through his mind, scenes out of his long life, certain people, faces he had seen here and there, comrades of his childhood, but they all had no interest for him. He kept his eyes fixed on the door of his room, waiting for death, as though it would come in by the door. He lay like that the whole day. His wife came in continually and asked him questions, and he was silent, not taking his eyes off the door, or interrupting the train of his thoughts. It seemed as if he had ceased either to see or to hear. In the evening the teachers began coming.
"Finished," said Reb Shoimeh, looking at the door.
Suddenly he heard a voice he knew and raised his head. "We have come to visit the sick," said the voice. The door opened, and there came in 4 workmen at once. At first Reb Shoimeh could not believe his eyes, but soon a smile appeared on his lips, and he tried to sit up.
"Come, come,"
he said joyfully, and his heart beat rapidly with pleasure. The workmen remained standing some way from the bed, not venturing to approach the sick man, but Reb Shoimeh called them to him.
"Nearer, nearer, children," he said.
They came a little nearer.
"Come here, to me,"
and he pointed to the bed. They came up to the bed.
"Well, what are you all about?"
he asked with a smile. The workmen were silent.
"Why did you not come last night?"
he asked, and looked at them, smiling. The workmen were silent, and shuffled with their feet. "How are you, Reb Shoimeh?" asked one of them.
Very well, answered Reb Shloimeh, still smiling. Thank you, children, thank you. Sit down, children, sit down, he said after a pause. I will tell you some more stories. It will tire you, Reb Shloimeh, said a workman, when you are better. Sit down, said Reb Shloimeh impatiently. That's my business. The workmen exchanged glances with the teachers, and the teachers signed them not to sit down. Not today, Reb Shloimeh, another time, when you— Sit down, interrupted Reb Shloimeh. Do me the pleasure. Once more the workmen exchanged looks with the teachers, and at a sign from them they sat down. Reb Shloimeh began telling them the long story of the human race. He spoke with ardour, and it was long since his voice had sounded as it sounded then. He spoke for a long, long time. They interrupted him 2 or 3 times and reminded him that it was bad for him to talk so much, but he only signified with a gesture that they were to let him alone. I'm getting better, he said, and went on. At length the workmen rose from their seats. Let us go, Reb Shloimeh, it is getting late for us, they begged. True, he replied, but tomorrow, do you hear? Look here, children, tomorrow, he said, giving them his hand. The workmen promised to come. They moved away a few steps, and then Reb Shloimeh called them back. And the others? He inquired feebly, as though he were ashamed of asking. They were lazy. They wouldn't come, was the reply. Well, he said in a tone that meant, well, you know you needn't say any more, but look here, tomorrow. Now I am well again, he whispered as the workmen went out. He could scarcely move a limb, but he was very cheerful, looked at everyone with a happy smile, and his eyes shone. Now I am well, he whispered, when they had been obliged to put him into bed and cover him up. Now I am well, he repeated, feeling the while that his head was strangely heavy, his heart faint, and that he was very poorly. Before many minutes he had fallen into a state of unconsciousness. A dreadful, heart-breaking cry recalled him to himself. He opened his eyes. The room was full of people. In many eyes were tears. Soon then, he thought, and began to remember something. What o'clock is it? He asked of the person who stood beside him. 5. They stop work at 9, he whispered to himself, and called one of the teachers to him. When the workmen come, they are to let them in. Do you hear? He said. The teacher promised. They will come at 9, added Reb Shloimeh. In a little while he asked to write his will. After writing the will, he undressed and closed his eyes. They thought he had fallen asleep, but Reb Shloimeh was not asleep. He lay and thought, not about his past life, but about the future in which men would live. He thought of what man would come to be. He pictured to himself a bright, glad world in which all men would be equal in happiness, knowledge and education, and his dying heart beat a little quicker, while his face expressed joy and contentment. He opened his eyes and saw beside him a couple of teachers. And will it really be? He asked, and smiled. Yes, Reb Shloimeh, they answered, without knowing to what his question referred, for his face told them it was something good. The smile accentuated itself on his lips. Once again he lost himself in thought.
He wanted to imagine that happy world, to see with his mind's eye nothing but happy people, educated people, and he succeeded. The picture was not very distinct. He was imagining a great heap of happiness, happiness with a body and soul, and he felt himself so happy. A sound of lamentation disturbed him. Why do they weep? He wondered. Everyone will have a good time. Everyone. He opened his eyes. There were already lights burning. The room was packed with people. Beside him stood all of his children, come together to take leave of their father. He fixed his gaze on the little grandchildren, a gaze of love and gladness. They will see the happy time, he thought. He was just going to ask the people to stop lamenting, but at that moment his eye caught the workmen of the evening before. Come here, children. And he raised his voice a little and made a sign with his head. People did not know what he meant. He begged them to send the workmen to him, and it was done. He tried to sit up. Those around helped him. Thank you, children, for coming, thank you, he said. Stop weeping, he implored of the bystanders. I want to die quietly. I want everyone to be as happy as I am. Live, all of you, in the hope of a good time, as I die in that hope. Dear children. And he turned to the workmen. I told you last night how man has lived so far. How he lives now, you know for yourselves. But the coming time will be a very happy one. All will be happy, all. Only work honestly and learn, children. Everything will be all right. All will be happy. A sweet smile appeared on his lips, and Reb Shoimeh died. In the town they said, but what else could they say in the town of a man who had died without repeating the vidui, the confession, without a tremor at his heart, without any sign of repentance? What else could they say of a man who spent his last minutes in telling people to learn, to educate themselves? What else could they say of a man who left his whole capital to be devoted to educational purposes and schools? What was to be expected of them when his own family declared in court that their father was not responsible when he made his last will? Forgive them, Reb Shoimeh, for they mean well. They know not what they say and do. End of Reb Shoimeh by David Pinski.
Section 29 of Yiddish Tales. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Yiddish Tales translated by Helena Frank and read by Adrian Praetzellis. Section 29.
Libin, pen name of Israel Hurwitz, born 1872 in Gorky, Government of Mohilev, Lithuania, White Russia. Assistant to a druggist at 13, went to London at 20, and after 7 months there to New York, 1893. Worked as a cap maker. First sketch, a SlackTimesTheySleep Arbeiterbus. Contributor to Die Arbeiterzeitung, Das Abendblatt, Die Zukunft, Verwurz, etc.
prolific Yiddish playwright and writer of sketches on New York Jewish life. Dramas to the number of 26 produced on the stage. Collected works: Livelihood, 1 volume, New York, 1902, and 2 volumes, New York, 1907. A Picnic by S. Libin. Ask Shmuel the cap maker just for a joke if he would like to come for a picnic. He'll fly out at you as if you had invited him to swing on the gallows. The fact is, he and his Sarah once went for a picnic, and the poor man will remember it all his days. It was on a Sabbath towards the end of August. Shmuel came home from work and said to his wife, "Sarah, dear." "Well, husband," was her reply. "I want to have a treat," said Shmuel, as though alarmed at the boldness of the idea. "What sort of treat? Shall you go to the swimming bath tomorrow?" What's the fun of that?" "Then what will you have by way of an exception? A glass of ice water for supper?" "Not that either." "A whole siphon?" Shmuel denied with a shake of the head. "Whatever can it be?" wondered Sarah. "Are you going to fetch a pint of beer?" "What should I want with beer?" "Are you going to sleep on the roof?" "Wrong again." "To buy some more carbolic acid and drive out the bugs?" "Not a bad idea," observed Shmuel, "but that is not it either." "Well then, whatever is it, for goodness sake? The moon?" asked Sarah, beginning to lose patience. "What have you been and thought of? Tell me once and for all, and have done with it." And Shmuel said, "Sarah, you know we belong to a lodge." "Of course I do," said Sarah, and gave him a look of mingled astonishment and alarm. "It's not more than a week since you took a whole $1 there, and I'm not likely to have forgotten what it cost you to make it up. What's the matter now? Do they want another?" "Try again." "Out with it." "I want us, Sarah," stammered Shmuel, "to go for a picnic." "A picnic?" screamed Sarah. "Is that the only thing you have left to wish for?" "Look here, Sarah, we toil and moil the whole year through. It's nothing but trouble and worry, trouble and worry. Call that living? When do we ever have a bit of pleasure?" "Well, what's to be done?" said his wife in a subdued tone. "The summer will soon be over, and we haven't set eyes on a green blade of grass. We sit day and night sweating in the dark." "True enough," sighed his wife, and Shmuel spoke louder. "Let's have an outing, Sarah. Let us enjoy ourselves for once, and give the children a breath of fresh air. Let's have a change, if it's only for 5 minutes." "What will it cost?" asked Sarah suddenly, and Shmuel soon has made the necessary calculation. "A family ticket is only 30 cents for Yossel, Rivela, Hanela, and Berela. For Ressela and Doletzka I haven't to pay any car fare at all. For you and me it will be 10 cents there and 10 back. That makes 50 cents. Then I reckon 30 cents for refreshments to take with us. A pineapple, a damaged one, isn't more than 5 cents. A few bananas, a piece of watermelon, a bottle of milk for the children, and a few rolls. The whole thing shouldn't cost us more than 80 cents at the outside." 80 cents? And Sarah clapped her hands together in dismay. "Why, you can live on that 2 days, and it takes nearly a whole day's earning. You can buy an old icebox for 80 cents. You can buy a pair of trousers. 80 cents!"
"Leave off talking nonsense," said Shmuel, disconcerted. 80 cents won't make us rich. We shall get on just the same whether we have them or not. We must live like human beings one day in the year. Come, Sarah, let us go. We shall see lots of other people and we'll watch them and see how they enjoy themselves. It will do you good to see the world, to go where there's a bit of life. Listen, Sarah, what have you been to worth seeing since we came to America? Have you seen the Brooklyn Bridge, or Central Park, or the Baron Hirsh baths?
You know I haven't, Sarah broke in. I've no time to go about sightseeing. I only know the way from here to the market.
And what do you suppose? Cried Shmuel. I should be as great a greenhorn as you if I hadn't been obliged to look everywhere for work. Now, I know that America is a great big place. Thanks to the slack times, I know where there's an 8th Street and a 130th Street with the tin works, and an 84th Street with a match factory. I know every single lane round the World Building. I know where the cable car line stops. But you, Sarah, know nothing at all. No more than if you had just landed. Let us go, Sarah. I'm sure you won't regret it.
Well, you know best,
said his wife, and this time she smiled. Let us go. And thus it was that Shmuel and his wife decided to join the lodge picnic on the following day. Next morning they all rose much earlier than usual on a Sunday, and there was a great noise, for they took the children and scrubbed them without mercy. Sarah prepared a bath for Doletzka, and Doletzka screamed the house down. Shmuel started washing Yossel's feet, but as Yossel habitually went barefoot, he failed to bring about any visible improvement, and had to leave the little pair of feet to soak in a basin of warm water, and Yossel cried too. It was 12 o'clock before the children were dressed and ready to start, and then Sarah turned her attention to her husband. Arranging his trousers, took the spots out of his coat with kerosene, sewed a button onto his vest. After that she dressed herself in her old-fashioned satin wedding dress. At 2 o'clock they set forth and took their places in the car.
"Haven't we forgotten anything?"
asked Sarah of her husband. Shmuel counted his children and the traps. "No, nothing, Sarah," he said. Doletzka went to sleep, and the other children sat quietly in their places. Sarah too fell into a doze, for she was tired out with the preparations for the excursion. All went smoothly till they got some way uptown, when Sarah gave a start. "I don't feel very well. My head is so dizzy," she said to Shmuel. "I don't feel very well either," answered Shmuel. "I suppose the fresh air has upset us." "I suppose it has," said his wife. "I'm afraid for the children." Scarcely had she spoken when Doletzka woke up, whimpering, and was sick. Yossel, who was looking at her, began to cry likewise. The mother scolded him, and this set the other children crying. The conductor cast a wrathful glance at poor Shmuel, who was so frightened that he dropped the handbag with the provisions, and then, conscious of the havoc he had certainly brought about inside the bag by so doing, he lost his head altogether and sat there in a daze. Sarah was hushing the children, but the look in her eyes told Shmuel plainly enough what to expect once they had left the car. And no sooner had they all reached the ground in safety than Sarah shot out, "So nothing would content him but a picnic. Much good may it do him. You're a workman, and workmen have no call to go gadding about." Shmuel was already weary of the whole thing and said nothing, but he felt a tightening of the heart. He took up Yossel on one arm and Ressler on the other, and carried the bag with the presumably smashed-up contents besides. "Hush, my dears, hush, my babies," he said. "Wait a little, and mother will give you some bread and sugar. Hush, be quiet," he went on, but still the children cried. Sarah carried Doletzka and rocked her as she walked, while Berele and Hannele trotted alongside. "He has shortened my days," said Sarah. "May his be shortened likewise." Soon afterwards they turned into the park. "Let's find a tree and sit down in the shade," said Shmuel. "Come, Sarah." "I haven't the strength to drag myself a step further," declared Sarah, and she sank down like a stone just inside the gate. Shmuel was about to speak, but a glance at Sarah's face told him she was worn out, and he sat down beside his wife without a word. Sarah gave Doletzka the breast. The other children began to roll about in the grass, laughed and played, and Shmuel breathed easier. Girls in holiday attire walked about the park, and there were groups under the trees. Here was a handsome girl surrounded by admiring boys, and there a handsome young man encircled by a bevy of girls. Out of the leafy distance of the park came the melancholy song of a workman. Near by stood a man playing on a fiddle. Sarah looked about her and listened, and by degree her vexation vanished. It is true that her heart was still sore, but it was not with the soreness of anger. She was taking her life to pieces and thinking it over, and it seemed a very hard and bitter one, and when she looked at her husband and thought of his life, she was near crying, and she laid her hands upon his knee. Shmuel also sat lost in thought. He was thinking about the trees and the roses and the grass, and listening to the fiddle, and he also was sad at heart. "Oh, Sarah," he sighed, and he would have said more, but just at that moment it began to spot with rain, and before they had time to move, there came a downpour. People started to scurry in all directions, but Shmuel stood like a statue. "Shlemazel, look after the children," commanded Sarah. Shmuel caught up 2 of them, Sarah another 2 or 3, and they ran to a shelter. Doletzka began to cry afresh. "Mama, hungry," began Berele. "Hungry, hungry," wailed Yossel. "I want to eat." Shmuel hastily opened the handbag, and then for the first time he saw what had really happened. The bottle had broken, and the milk was flooding the bag. The rolls and bananas were soaked, and the pineapple, a damaged one to begin with, looked too nasty for words. Sarah caught sight of the bag and was so angry she was at a loss how to wreak vengeance on her husband. She was ashamed to scream and scold in the presence of other people, but she went up to him and whispered fervently into his ear, "The same to you, my good man." The children continued to clamour for food. "I'll go to the refreshment counter and buy a glass of milk and a few rolls," said Shmuel to his wife. "Have you actually some money left?" asked Sarah. "I thought it had all been spent on the picnic." "There are just 5 cents over." "Well, then go, and be quick about it. The poor things are starving." Shmuel went to the refreshment stall and asked the price of a glass of milk and a few rolls. 20 cents, mister," answered the waiter. Shmuel started as if he had burnt his finger, and returned to his wife more crestfallen than ever. "Well, Schlemazel, where's the milk?" inquired Sarah. He asked 20 cents. 20 cents for a glass of milk and a roll? Are you Montefiore? Sarah could no longer contain herself. "There'll be the ruin of us. If you want to go for another picnic, we shall have to sell the bedding." The children never stopped begging for something to eat. "But what are we to do?" asked the bewildered Shmuel. "Do?" screamed Sarah. "Go home this very minute." Shmuel promptly caught up a few children, and they left the park. Sarah was quite quiet on the way home, merely remarking to her husband that she would settle her account with him later. "I'll pay you out," she said, "for my satin dress, for the handbag, for the pineapple, for the bananas, for the milk, for the whole blessed picnic, for the whole of my miserable existence." "Scold away," answered Shmuel. "It is you who were right. I don't know what possessed me. A picnic indeed. We may well ask what next. A poor wretched workman like me has no business to think of anything beyond the shop." Sarah, when they reached home, was as good as her word. Shmuel would have liked some supper, as he always liked it, even in slack times, but there was no supper given to him. He went to bed a hungry man, and all through the night he repeated in his sleep, "A picnic, a picnic." End of A Picnic by S. Libin.
Section 30 of Yiddish Tales. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Yiddish Tales translated by Helena Frank and read by Adrian Praetzellis. Section 30. Manasseh by S. Libin. It was a stifling summer evening. I had just come home from work, taken off my coat, unbuttoned my waistcoat, and sat down panting by the window of my little room. There was a knock at the door, and without waiting for my reply, in came a woman with yellow hair and very untidy in her dress. I judged from her appearance that she had not come from a distance. She had nothing on her head, her sleeves were tucked up, she held a ladle in her hand, and she was chewing something or other. "I am Manasseh's wife," said she. "Manasseh Gricklin?" I asked. "Yes," said my visitor, Gricklins. I hastily slipped on a coat and begged her to be seated. Manasseh was an old friend of mine. He was a cap maker, and we worked together in one shop, and I knew that he lived somewhere in the same tenement as myself, but it was the first time I had the honour of seeing his wife. "Look here," began the woman. "Don't you work in the same shop as my husband?" Yes, I said. "Well, and now tell me—" The yellow-haired woman gave a bound like a hyena. "How is it I see you come home from work with all other respectable people, and my husband not? And it isn't the first time, either, that he's gone, goodness knows where, and come home 2 hours after everyone else. Where's he loitering about?" "I don't know," I replied gravely. The woman brandished her ladle in such a way that I began to think she meant murder. "You don't know?" she exclaimed with a sinister flash in her eyes. "What do you mean by that? You two leave the shop together? How can you help seeing what becomes of him?" Then I remembered that when Manasseh and I left the shop, he walked with me for a few blocks and then went off in another direction, and that one day when I asked him where he was going, he had replied, "To some friends." "He must go to some friends," I said to the woman. "To some friends?" she repeated, and burst into strange laughter. Whose? Ours?
We're greeners, we have no friends. What friends should he have, poor miserable wretch?"
"I don't know," I said, "but that is what he told me."
"All right," said Manasseh's wife. "I'll teach him a lesson he won't forget in a hurry."
With these words she departed. When she had left the room, I pictured to myself poor consumptive Manasseh being taught a lesson by his yellow-haired wife, and I pitied him. Manasseh was a man of about 30. His yellowish-white face was set in a black beard. He was very thin, always ailing and coughing. He had never learned to write, and he read only Yiddish. A quiet, respectable man. I might almost say the only hand in the shop who never grudged a fellow worker his livelihood. He had been only a year in the country, and the others made sport of him, but I always stood up for him because I liked him very much. Wherever does he go now? I wondered to myself, and I resolved to find out. Next morning I met Manasseh as usual, and at first I intended to tell him of his wife's visit to me the day before, but the poor operative looked so low-spirited, so thoroughly unhappy, that I felt sure his wife had already given him the promised lesson, and I hadn't the courage to mention her to him just then. In the evening, as we were going home from the workshop, Manasseh said to me, "Did my wife come to see you yesterday?" "Yes, brother Manasseh," I answered. "She seemed something annoyed with you." "She has a dreadful temper," observed the workman. "When she is really angry, she's fit to kill a man. But it's her bitter heart, poor thing. She's had so many troubles. We are so poor, and she's far away from her family." Manasseh gave a deep sigh. "She asked you where I go other days after work?" he continued. "Yes." "Would you like to know?" "Why not, Mr. Gricklin?" "Come along a few blocks further," said Manasseh, "and I'll show you." "Come along," I agreed, and we walked on together. A few more blocks, and Manasseh led me into a narrow street, not yet entirely built in with houses. Presently he stopped with a contented smile. I looked round in some astonishment. We were standing alongside a piece of waste ground with a meagre fencing of stones and burnt wire, and utilised as a garden. "Just look," said the workman, pointing at the garden. "How delightful it is! One so seldom sees anything of the kind in New York." Manasseh went nearer to the fence, and his eyes wandered thirstily over the green flowering plants, just then in full beauty. I also looked at the garden. The things that grew there were unknown to me, and I was ignorant of their names. Only one thing had a familiar look. A few tall, graceful moons were scattered here and there over the place, and stood like absent-minded dreamers or beautiful sentinels. And the roses were in bloom, and their fragrance came in wafts over the fencing. "You see the moons?" asked Manasseh in rapt tones, but more to himself than to me. "Look how beautiful they are! I can't take my eyes off them. I am capable of standing and looking at them for hours. They make me feel happy, almost as if I were at home again. There are a lot of them at home." The operative sighed, lost himself a moment in thought, and then said, "When I smell the roses, I think of old days. We had quite a large garden, and I was so fond of it. When the flowers began to come out, I used to sit there for hours, and could never look at it enough. The roses appeared to be dreaming with their great golden eyes wide open. The cucumbers lay along the ground like pussy-cats, and the stalks and leaves spread ever so far across the beds. The beans fought for room like street urchins, and the pumpkins and the potatoes, you should have seen them. And the flowers were all colours, pink and blue and yellow, and I felt as if everything were alive, as if the whole garden were alive. I fancied I heard them talking together, the roses, the potatoes, the beans. I spent whole evenings in my garden. It was dear to me as my own soul. Look, 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 don't the roses seem as if they were alive? But I looked at Manasseh and thought the consumptive workman had grown younger and healthier. His face was less livid, and his eyes shone with happiness. "Do you know," said Manasseh to me as we walked away from the garden, "I had some cuttings of rose trees at home in a basket out on the fire escape, and they had begun to bud." There was a pause. "Well," I inquired, "what happened?" "My wife laid out the mattress to air on top of the basket, and they were all crushed." Manasseh made an outward gesture with his hand, and I asked no more questions. The poky, stuffy shop in which he worked came into my mind, and my heart was sore for him. End of Manasseh by S. Libin.
Section 31 of Yiddish Tales. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Yiddish Tales translated by Helena Frank and read by Adrian Praetzellis. Section 31. YohrzeitforMother by S. Libin. The Ginsbergs' first child died of inflammation of the lungs when it was 2 years and 3 months old. The young couple were in the depths of grief and despair. They even thought seriously of committing suicide. But people do not do everything they think of doing. Neither Ginsberg nor his wife had the courage to throw themselves into the cold and grisly arms of death. They only despaired till, some time after, a newborn child bound them once more to life. It was a little girl, and they named her Devorah, after Ginsberg's dead mother. The Ginsbergs were free thinkers in the full sense of the word, and their naming the child after the dead had no superstitious significance whatsoever. It came about quite simply. "Debinu," Ginsberg had asked his wife, "how shall we call our daughter?" "I don't know," replied the young mother. "No more do I," said Ginsberg. "Let us call her Devorah," suggested Dobe, automatically gazing at her pretty baby, and very little concerned about its name. Had Ginsberg any objection to make? None at all, and the child's name was Devorah henceforward. When the first child had lived to be a year old, the parents had made a feast day and invited guests to celebrate their firstborn's first birthday with them. With the second child it was not so. The Ginsbergs loved their Devorah, loved her painfully, infinitely, but when it came to the anniversary of her birth, they made no rejoicings. I do not think I shall be going too far if I say they did not dare to do so. Devorah was an uncommon child, a bright, girly, sweet-tempered, pretty and clever, the light of the house, shining into its every corner. She could be a whole world of delight to her parents, this wee Devorah. But it was not the delight nor the happiness they had known with their first child, not the same. That had been so free, so careless. Now it was different. Terrible pictures of death, of a child's death, would rise up in the midst of their joy, and their gladness suddenly ended in a heavy sigh. They would be at the height of enchantment,
kissing and hugging the child and laughing aloud. They would be singing to it and romping about with it. Everything else would be forgotten. Then, without wishing to do so, they would suddenly remember that not so long ago it was another child, also a girl, that went off into just the same silvery little bursts of laughter. And now, where is it? Dead. And oh, it goes through the heart. The parents turn pale in the midst of their merrymaking. The mother's eyes fill with tears, and the father's head droops. "Who knows?" sighs Dober, looking at their little laughing Dvorelah. "Who knows?" Ginsberg understands the meaning of her question and is silent because he is afraid to say anything in reply. It seems to me that parents who have buried their firstborn can never be really happy again. So Dvorah's first birthday was allowed to pass, as it were, unnoticed. When it came to her second, it was nearly the same thing, only Dober said, "Ginsberg, when our daughter is 3 years old, we will have great rejoicings." They waited for the day with trembling hearts. Their child's 3rd year was full of terror for them, because their eldest born had died in her 3rd year, and they felt as though it must be the most dangerous one for their second child. A dreadful conviction began to haunt them both, only they were afraid to confess it one to the other. This conviction, this fixed idea of theirs, was that when Dvorelah reached the age of their eldest child when it died, death would once more call their household to mind. Dvorelah grew to be 2 years and 8 months old. Oh, it was a terrible time. And the child fell ill with inflammation of the lungs, just like the other one. Oh, pictures that arose and stood before the parents. Oh, terror! Oh, calamity! They were free thinkers, the Ginsbergs, and if anyone had told them that they were not free from what they called superstition, that the belief in a higher power beyond our understanding still had root in their being, if you had spoken thus to Ginsberg or his wife, they would have laughed at you, both of them, out of the depths of a full heart, and with laughter more serious than many another's words. But what happened now is wonderful to tell. Dober, sitting by the sick child's cot, began to speak gravely, as in a dream. "Who knows? Who knows? Perhaps, perhaps." She did not conclude. "Perhaps what?" asked Ginsberg impatiently. "Why should it come like this?" Dober went on. "The same child, the same time, the same sickness." "A simple blind coincidence of circumstances," replied her husband. "But so exactly, one like the other, as if somebody had made it happen on purpose." Ginsberg understood his wife's meaning, and answered short and sharp, "Dober, don't talk nonsense." Meanwhile, Dvorelah's illness developed, and the day came on which the doctor said that a crisis would occur within 24 hours. What this meant to the Ginsbergs would be difficult to describe, but each of them determined privately not to survive the loss of their second child. They sat beside it, not lifting their eyes from its face. They were pale and dazed with grief and sleepless nights. Their hearts half dead within them, they shed no tears. They were so much more dead than alive themselves, and the child's flame of life flickered and dwindled, flickered and dwindled. A tangle of memories was stirring in Ginsberg's head, all relating to deaths and graves. He lived through the death of their first child with all the details, his father's death, his mother's, early in a summer morning, that was, he recalls it, as though it were today. What is today? He wonders. What day of the month is it? And then he remembers it is the 1st of May. The same day, he murmurs, as if he were talking in his sleep. What the same day? Asks Dobe. Nothing, says Ginsberg. I was thinking of something. He went on thinking and fell into a doze where he sat. He saw his mother enter the room with a soft step, take a chair, and sit down by the sick child. Mother, save it, he begs her. His heart is full to bursting, and he begins to cry. Israelik, says his mother, I have brought a remedy for the child that bears my name. Mama! He is about to throw himself upon her neck and kiss her, but she motions him lightly aside. Why did you never light a candle for my Yohrzeit? She inquires, and looks at him reproachfully. Mama, have pity on us, save the child. The child will live, only you must light me a candle. Mama, he sobs louder, have pity. Light my candle, make haste, make haste. Ginsberg! A shriek from his wife, and he awoke with a start. Ginsberg, the child is dying. Fly for the doctor. Ginsberg cast a look at the child. A chill went through him. He ran to the door. The doctor came in person. Our child is dying. Help save it, wailed the unhappy mother, and he, Ginsberg, stood and shivered as with cold. The doctor scrutinized the child and said, The crisis is coming on. There was something dreadful in the quiet of his tone. What can be done? And the Ginsbergs wrung their hands. Hush! Nothing. Bring some hot water bottles of hot water, champagne. Where is the medicine? Quick! Commanded the doctor. Everything was to hand and ready in an instant. The doctor began to busy himself with the child. The parents stood by, pale as death. Well? Asked Dobe. What? We shall soon know, said the doctor. Ginsberg looked round, glided like a shadow into a corner of the room, and lit the little lamp that stood there. What is that for? Asked Dobe in a fright. Nothing. Yohrzeit, my mother's, he answered in a strange voice, and his hands never ceased trembling. Your child will live, said the doctor, and father and mother fell upon the child's bed with their faces and wept, and the flame in the lamp burnt brighter and brighter. End of YohrzeitforMother by S. Libin.
Section 32 of Yiddish Tales. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Yiddish Tales translated by Helena Frank and read by Adrian Praetzellis. Section 32. SlackTimesTheySleep by S. Libin. Despite the fact of the winter nights being long and dark as the Jewish exile, the Bechlins go to bed at dusk. But you may as well know that when it is dusk outside in the street, the Bechlins are already way on in the night, because they live in a basement, separated from the rest of the world by an air shaft, and when the sun gathers his beams round him before setting, the first to be summoned are those down the Bechlins' air shaft, because of the time required for them to struggle out again. The same thing in the morning, only reversed. People don't usually get up, if they can help it, before it is really light,
And so it comes to pass that when other people have left their beds and are going about their business, the Brecklins are still asleep, and making the long, long night longer yet. If you ask me, how is it they don't wear their sides out lying in bed, I shall reply, they do rise with aching sides. And if you say, how can people be so lazy, I can tell you they don't do it out of laziness, and they lie awake a great deal of the time. What's the good of lying in bed if one isn't asleep? There you have it in a nutshell. It's a question of the economic conditions. The Brecklins are very poor. Their life is a never-ending struggle with poverty, and they have come to the conclusion that the cheapest way of waging it, and especially in winter, is to lie in bed under a great heap of old clothes and rags of every description. Brecklin is a house painter, and from Christmas to Purim, lahavdil, work is dreadfully slack. When you're not earning a crooked penny, what are you to do? In the first place, you must live on cash, that is, on the few dollars scraped together and put by during the season. And in the second place, you must cut down on your domestic expenses, otherwise the money won't hold out, and then you might as well keep your teeth in a drawer. But you may neither eat nor drink nor live at all to mention. If it's winter, the money goes all the same. It's bitterly cold, and you can't do without the stove, and the nights are long, and you want a lamp. And the Brecklins saw that their money would not hold out till Purim, that their Ta'anis Esther, their fast of Esther, would be too long. Coal was beyond them, and kerosene as dear as wine, and yet how could they possibly spend less? How could they do without a fire when it was so cold, without a lamp when it was so dark? And the Brecklins had an idea. Why sit up at night and watch the stove and the lamp burning away their money, when they might get into bed, bury themselves in rags, and defy both poverty and cold? There is nothing in particular to do, anyhow. Why should there be, a long winter evening through? Nothing. They only sat and poured out the bitterness of their heart, one upon the other, quarrelled and scolded. They could do that in bed just as well, and save the firing and light into the bargain. So, at the first approach of darkness, the bed was made ready for Mr. Brecklin, and his wife put to sleep their only 3-year-old child. Avremele did not understand why he was put to bed so early, but he asked no questions. The room began to feel cold, and the poor thing was glad to nestle deep into the bed coverings. The lamp and the fire were extinguished, the stove would soon go out of itself, and the Brecklin family slept. They slept, and fought against poverty by lying in bed. It was waging cheap warfare. Having had his first sleep out, Brecklin turns to his wife. "What do you suppose the time to be now, Judith?" Judith listens attentively. "It must be past 8 o'clock," she says. "What makes you think so?" asked Brecklin. "Don't you hear the clatter of knives and forks? Well-to-do folks are having supper." "We used to have supper about this time in the Tzissin," said Brecklin, and he gave a deep sigh of longing. "We shall soon forget the good times altogether," said Judith, and the husband and wife set sail once more for the land of dreams. A few hours later Brecklin awakes with a groan. "What's the matter?" inquires Judith. "My sides ache with lying." "Mine too," says Judith, and they both begin yawning. What o'clock would it be now? Wonders Breklin, and Judith listens again. About 10 o'clock, she tells him. No later? I don't believe it. It must be a great deal later than that. Well, listen for yourself, persists Judith, and you'll hear the housekeeper upstairs scolding somebody. She's putting out the gas in the hall. Ay vey is mir, how the night drags, sighs Breklin, and turns over on his other side. Judith goes on talking, but as much to herself as to him. Upstairs they are still all alive, and we are asleep in bed. Vey is mir, sighs Breklin over and over, and once more there is silence. The night wears on. Are you asleep? Asks Breklin suddenly. I wish I were. Who could sleep through such a long night? I'm lying awake and racking my brains. What over? Asks Breklin, interested. I'm trying to think, explains Judith, what we can have for dinner tomorrow that will cost nothing, and yet be satisfying. Ay vey is mir, sighs Breklin again, and is at a loss what to advise. I wonder, this time it is Judith, what o'clock it is now. It will soon be morning, is Breklin's opinion. Morning? Nonsense. Judith knows better. It must be morning soon. He holds to it. You are very anxious for the morning, says Judith good-naturedly, and so you think it will soon be here, and I tell you it's not midnight yet. What are you talking about? You don't know what you're saying. I shall go out of my mind. You know, says Judith, that Avrahom always wakes up at midnight and cries, and he's still fast asleep. No, Mama, comes from under Avrahom's heat of rags. Come to me, my beauty. So he was awake after all. And Judith reaches out her arms for the child. Perhaps he's cold, says Breklin. Are you cold, Yingele? Asks Judith. Cold, Mama, replies Avrahom. Judith wraps the coverlets closer and closer round him, and presses him to her side. And the night wears on. Oh, my sides, groans Breklin. Mine too, moans Judith, and they start another conversation. This time they discuss their neighbours. Another time the Breklins try to calculate how long it is since they married, and how much they spend a week on an average, and what was the cost of Judith's confinement. It is seldom they calculate anything right, but talking helps to while away time till the basement begins to lighten, whereupon the Breklins jump out of bed as though it were some perilous hiding place, and set to work in a great hurry to kindle the stove. End of SlackTimesTheySleep by S. Libin.
Section 33 of Yiddish Tales. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Yiddish Tales translated by Helena Frank and read by Adrian Praetzellis. Section 33. Abraham Reisen, born 1876 in Kaidanov, government of Minsk, Lithuania, White Russia. Traditional Jewish education. Self-taught in Russian language. Teacher at 15. First in Kaidanov, then in Minsk. First poem published in Perez Yudische Bibliothek in 1891. Served in the army in Kovno for 4 years. Went to Warsaw in 1900 and to New York in 1911. Yiddish lyric poet and novelist. Occasionally writes Hebrew. Contributor to Spector's Hausfront, New York Abendpost and New York Arbeiterzeitung. Co-editor of Das 20. Jahrhundert. In 1903 published and edited in Krakow Das Jiddische Wort, first to urge the claim of Yiddish as the national Jewish language. Publisher and editor since 1911 of Das Neue Land in New York. Collected works, poems and tales, 4 volumes, Warsaw, 1908 to 1912. Shut In by Abraham Reisen. Liebel is a little boy, 10 years old, with pale cheeks, liquid, dreamy eyes, and black hair that falls in twisted ringlets. But of course the ringlets are only seen when his hat falls off, for Liebel is a pious little boy who never uncovers his head. There are things that Liebel loves and never has, or else he has only them in part, and that is why his eyes are always dreamy and troubled, and always full of longing. He loves the summer, and sits the whole day in cheder. He loves the sun, and the Rebbe hangs his kaftan across the window, and the cheder is darkened so that it oppresses the soul. Liebel loves the moon, the night, but at home they close the shutters, and Liebel on his little bed feels as if he were buried alive. And Liebel cannot understand people's behaving so oddly. It seems to him that when the sun shines in at the window, it is a delight. It is so pleasant and cheerful, and the Rebbe goes and curtains it. No more sun. If Liebel dared, he would ask, "What ails you, Rebbe, at the sun? What harm can it do you?" But Liebel never will put that question. The Rebbe is such a great and learned man, he must know best. Aye, how dare he, Liebel, disapprove? He is only a little boy. When he is grown up, he will doubtless curtain the window himself. But as things are now, Liebel is not happy, and feels sadly perplexed at the behavior of his elders. Late in the evening he comes home from cheder. The sun has already set. The street is cheerful and merry. The cockchafers whiz and flying hit him on the nose, the ear, the forehead. He would like to play about a bit in the street, let them have supper without him. But he is afraid of his father. His father is a kind man when he talks to strangers. He is so gentle, so considerate, so confidential. But to him, to Liebel, he is very unkind, always shouting at him, and if Liebel comes from cheder a few minutes late, he will be angry. "Where have you been, my fine fellow? Have you business anywhere?" Now go and tell him that it is not at all so bad out in the street, that it's a pleasure to hear how the cockchafers whir, that even the hits they give you on the wing are friendly and mean, "Hello, old fellow." Of course, it's a wild absurdity. It amuses him because he is only a little boy, while his father is a great man who trades in wood and corn, and who always knows the current prices, when a thing is dearer and when it is cheaper. His father can speak the Gentile language and drive bargains. His father understands the Prussian weights. Is that a man to be thought lightly of? Go and tell him, if you dare, that it's delightful now out in the street. And Liebel hurries straight home. When he has reached it, his father asks him how many chapters he has mastered, and if he answers 5, he will hum a tune without looking at him. But if he says only 3, his father is angry and asks, "How is that? Why so little, And Liebel is silent and feels guilty before his father.
After that, his father makes him translate a Hebrew word. Translate Kimlunah. Kimlunah means like a passing the night, answers Liebel, terrified. His father is silent, a sign that he is satisfied, and they sit down to supper. Liebel's father keeps an eye on him the whole time and instructs him how to eat. "Is that how you hold your spoon?" inquires the father, and Liebel holds the spoon lower, and the food sticks in his throat. After supper, Liebel has to say the Birkat Hamazon aloud, and in correct Hebrew according to custom. If he mumbles a word, his father calls out, "What did I hear? What? Once more with Va'al achilas mazon, wherewith thou dost feed and sustain us. Well, come, say it. Don't be in a hurry, it won't burn you." And Liebel says it over again, though he is in a great hurry, although he longs to run out into the street, and the words do seem to burn him. When it is dark, he repeats Ma'ariv by lamplight. His father is always catching him making a mistake, and Liebel has to keep all his wits about him. The moon, round and shining, is already floating through the sky, and Liebel repeats the prayers, and looks at her, and looks after the street, and he gets confused in his praying. Benching over, he escapes out of the house, puzzled over some question in the Talmud against the morrow's lesson. He delays there a while, gazing at the moon, as she pours her pale beams onto the gas. Then he soon hears his father's voice. "Come indoors to bed." It is warm outside. There is not a breath of air stirring, and yet it seems to Liebel as though a wind came along with his father's words, and he grows cold, and he goes in like one chilled to the bone, and takes his stand by the window and stares at the moon. "It is time to close the shutters, there's nothing to sit up for," Liebel hears his father say, and his heart sinks. His father goes out, and Liebel sees the shutters swing to, resist, as though they were being closed against their will, and presently there is a loud bang. No more moon. His father has hidden it. A while after, the lamp has been put out, the room is dark, and all are asleep, but Liebel, whose bed is by the window. He cannot sleep, he wants to be in the street, whence sounds come in through the chinks. He tries to sit up in bed, to peer out, also through the chinks, and even to open a bit of the shutter, without making any noise, and to look, but without success, for just then his father wakes and calls out, "What are you after there, eh? Do you want me to come with the strap?" And Liebel nestles quietly down again into his pillow, pulls the coverlet over his head, and feels as though he were buried alive. End of Shut In by Abraham Reisen.
Section 34 of Yiddish Tales. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Yiddish Tales translated by Helena Frank and read by Adrian Praetzellis. Section 34. Reader's note on The Charitable Loan by Abraham Reisen. In Hebrew, the title of this story would be Ha-Gemach. This is an acronym for the phrase Gimilus Chesed, or an act of loving kindness. In this story, Gemach is an interest-free loan that's offered solely to help someone in need. So when you listen to this story, remember that in the Jewish tradition, Gemach is not just a good thing to do, but an actual responsibility for those who can offer it. End of my reader's note. The Charitable Loan by Abraham Reisen.
The largest fair in Klemenka is Ulas. The little town waits for Ulas with a beating heart and extravagant hopes. Ulas, say the Klemenka shopkeepers and traders, is a heavenly blessing. Were it not for Ulas, Klemenka would long ago have been Aus Klemenka. America would have taken its last few remaining Jews to herself. But for Ulas one must have the wherewithal. The shopkeepers need wares, and the traders money. Without the wherewithal, even Ulas is no good. And Chaim, the dealer in produce, goes about gloomily. There are only 3 days left before Ulas, and he hasn't a penny wherewith to buy corn to trade with, and the other dealers in produce circulate in the marketplace with caps awry, with thickly rolled cigarettes in their mouths and walking sticks in their hands, and they are talking hard about the fair. "In 3 days it will be lively," calls out one. "Pshasha," cries another in ecstasy. "In 3 days' time the place will be packed." And Chaim turns pale. He would like to call down a calamity on the fair. He wishes it might rain, snow, or storm on that day, so that not even a mad dog should come to the marketplace. Only Chaim knows that Ulas is no weakling. Ulas is not afraid of the strongest wind. Ulas is Ulas. And Chaim's eyes are ready to start out of his head. A charitable loan. Where is one to get a charitable loan, if only 25 rubles? He asks it of everyone, but they only answer with a merry laugh. "Are you mad? Money just before a fair?" And it seems to Chaim that he really will go mad. "Suppose you went across to Livelihood," suggests his wife, who takes her full share in his distress. "I'd thought of that myself," answers Chaim meditatively. "But what?" asks the wife. Chaim is about to reply, "But I can't go there, I haven't the courage." Only that doesn't suit him, to be quite so frank with his wife, and he answers, "Devil take him, he won't lend anything." "Try, it won't hurt," she persists. And Chaim reflects that he has no other resource, that Livelihood is a rich man and living in the same street, a neighbor in fact, and that he requires no money for the fair, being a dealer in lumber and timber. "Get me out my Sabbath overcoat," says Chaim to his wife in a resolute tone. "Didn't I say so?" the wife answers. "It's the best thing you can do, to go to him." Chaim placed himself before a half-broken looking glass which was nailed to the wall, smoothed his beard with both hands, tightened his earlocks, and then took off his hat and gave it a polish with his sleeve. "Just look and see I haven't got any white on my coat off the wall." "If you haven't," the wife answers, and began slapping him with both hands over the shoulders. "I thought we once had a little clothes brush. Where is it, huh?" "Perhaps you dreamed it," replied his wife, still slapping him on the shoulders, and she went on, "Well, I should say you have got some white on your coat." "Come, that'll do," said Chaim almost angrily. "I'll go now." He drew on his Sabbath overcoat with a sigh, and muttering, "Very likely, isn't it, he'll lend me some money," he went out. On the way to Livelihood, Chaim's heart began to fail him. Since the day that Livelihood came to live at the end of the street, Chaim had been in the house only twice, and the path Chaim was treading now was as bad as an examination. The approach to him, the light rooms, the great mirrors, the soft chairs, Livelihood himself with his long, thick, beard and his black eyes with their gewährische glance. The lady, the merry, happy children, even the maid who had remained in his memory since those 2 visits, all these things together terrified him, and he asked himself, "Where are you going to? Are you mad? Home with you at once." And every now and then he would stop short on the way. Only the thought that Ulas was near and that he had no money to buy corn drove him to continue. "He won't lend anything, it's no good hoping." Chaim was preparing himself as he walked for the shock of disappointment, but he felt that if he gave way to that extent he would never be able to open his mouth to make his request known, and he tried to cheer himself. "If I catch him in a good humour, he will lend. Why should he be afraid of lending me a few roubles over the fair? I shall tell him that as soon as ever I have sold the corn, he shall have the loan back. I will swear it by my wife and children. He will believe me, and I will pay it back." But this does not make Chaim any the bolder, and he tries another sort of comfort, another remedy against nervousness. "He isn't a bad man, and after all, our acquaintance won't date from today. We've been living in the same street 20 years, Parabotska Street." And Chaim recollects that a fortnight ago, as Loiber Beres was passing his house on his way to the marketplace, and he, Chaim, was standing in the yard, he gave him a greeting due to a gentleman. "And I could swear I gave him my hand," Chaim reminded himself. Loiber Beres had made a friendly reply. He had even stopped and asked, like an old acquaintance, "Well, Chaim, how are you getting on?" And Chaim strains his memory and remembers further that he answered in this wise: "I thank you for asking. Heaven forgive me, one does a little bit of business." And Chaim is satisfied with his reply. I answered him quite at my ease. Chaim resolves to speak to him this time even more leisurely and independently, not to cringe before him. Chaim could already see Loiber Beres' house in the distance. He coughed till his throat was clear, stroked his beard down, and looked at his coat. "Still a very good coat," he said aloud, as though trying to persuade himself that the coat was still good, so that he might feel a little more courage and more proper pride. But when he got to Loiber Beres' big house, when the 8 large windows looking on the street flashed into his eyes, the windows being brightly illuminated from within, his heart gave a flutter. "Oi, Ribono shel Olam, Gewalt, help!" came of its own accord to his lips. Then he felt ashamed and caught himself up. Nonsense! As he pushed the door open, the prayer escaped him once more. "Gewalt, mighty God, help, or it will be the death of me." Loiber Beres was seated at a large table covered with a clean white tablecloth, and drinking while he talked cheerfully to his household. "There's a Jew come, Tati," called out a boy of 12 on seeing Chaim standing by the door. "So there is," called out a second little boy, still more merrily, fixing Chaim with his large black mischievous eyes. All the rest of those at table began looking at Chaim, and he thought every moment that he must fall of a heap onto the floor. "It will look very black if I fall," he said to himself, made a step forward, and without saying good evening, stammered out, I just happened to be passing, you understand, and I saw you sitting, so I knew you were at home. Well, I thought one ought to call, neighbours." "Well, welcome, welcome," said Loiber Beres, smiling. "You've come at the right moment. Sit down." A stone rolled off Chaim's heart at this reply, and with a glance at the 2 little boys, he quietly took a seat.
Leah, give Reb Chaim a glass of tea, commanded Loiber Beres. Quite a kind man, thought Chaim. May the Almighty come to his aid. He gave his host a grateful look, and would gladly have fallen onto the Gevur's thick neck and kissed him. "Well, and what are you about?" inquired his host. "Thanks be to God, one lives." The maid handed him a glass of tea. He said, "Thank you," and then was sorry. It is not the proper thing to thank a servant. He grew red and bit his lips. "Have some jelly with it," Loiber Beres suggested. An excellent, excellent man, thought Chaim, astonished. He is sure to lend. "You deal in something?" asked Loiber Beres. "Why, yes," answered Chaim. "One's little bit of business, thank heaven, is no worse than other people's." "And what price are oats fetching now?" it occurred to the Gevur to ask. Oats had fallen of late, but it seemed better to Chaim to say that they had risen. "They have risen very much," he declared in a mercantile tone of voice. "Well, and have you some oats ready?" inquired the Gevur further. "I've got a nice lot of oats, and they didn't cost me much either. I got them quite cheap," replied Chaim with more warmth, forgetting while he spoke that he hadn't an ear of oats in his granary for weeks. "And you are thinking of doing a little speculating?" asked Loiber Beres. "Are you not in need of any money?" "Thanks be to God," replied Chaim proudly, "I have never yet been in need of money." "Why did I say that?" he thought then in terror at his own words. "How am I going to ask for a loan now?" And Chaim wanted to back the cart a little, only Loiber Beres prevented him by saying, "So I understand you make a good thing of it. You are quite a wealthy man." "My wealth be to my enemies." Chaim wanted to draw back, but after a glance at Loiber Beres' shining face, at the blue jar with the jelly, he answered proudly, "Thank heaven, I have nothing to complain of." "There goes your charitable loan," the thought came like a kick in the back of his head. "Why are you boasting like that? Tell him you want 25 rubles for Ulas, that he must save you, that you are in despair, that—" But Chaim fell deeper and deeper into a contented and happy way of talking, praised his business more and more, and conversed with the Gevur as with an equal. But he soon began to feel that he was one too many, that he should not have sat there so long, or have talked in that way. It would have been better to have talked about the fair, about a loan. Now it was too late. "I have no need of money," and Chaim gave a despairing look at Loiber Beres' cheerful face, at the two little boys who sat opposite and watched him with sly, mischievous eyes, and who whispered knowingly to each other, and then smiled more knowingly still. A cold perspiration covered him. He rose from his chair. "Are you going already?" observed Loiber Beres politely. Now perhaps I could ask him. It flashed across Chaim's mind that he might yet save himself, but, stealing a glance at the two little boys with the roguish eyes that watched him so slyly, he replied with dignity, "I must. Business. There's no time." And it seems to him, as he goes towards the door, that the two little boys with the mischievous eyes are putting out their tongues after him, and that Loiber Beres himself smiles and says, "Stick your tongues out further, further still." Chaim's shoulders seem to burn, and he makes haste to get out of the house. End of The Charitable Loan by Abraham Reisen.
Section 35 of Yiddish Tales. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Yiddish Tales translated by Helena Frank and read by Adrian Praetzellis. Section 35. Reader's Note. In this story the boys speak of having no Monday. This is a reference to their Monday Essentag, or eating day, the custom by which poor yeshiva students who lived away from home arranged to be fed by a different family each night of the week. End of my Reader's Note. The Two Brothers by Abraham Reisen. It is 3 months since Yankel and Beryl, two brothers, the first 14 years old, the second 16, have been at the college that stands in the town of X, 5 German miles from their birthplace, Dallaskovka, after which they are called the Dallaskovkas. Yankel is a slight pale boy with black eyes that peep slyly from beneath the 2 black eyebrows. Beryl is taller and stouter than Yankel. His eyes are lighter, and his glance is more defiant, as though he would say, "Let me alone. I shall laugh at you all yet." The 2 brothers lodged with a poor relation, a widow, a dealer in second-hand goods, who never came home till late at night. The 2 brothers had no bed, but a chest, which was broad enough, served instead, and the brothers slept sweetly on it, covered with their own torn clothes. And in their dreams they saw their native place, the little street, their home, their father with his long beard and dim eyes and bent back, and their mother with her long, pale, melancholy face, and they heard the little brothers and sisters quarrelling as they fought over a bit of herring, and they dreamt other dreams of home, and early in the morning they were homesick, and then they used to run to the Dallaskovka Inn and ask the carrier there if there were a letter from them from home. The Dallaskovka carriers were good Jews with soft hearts, and they were sorry for the 2 poor boys who were so anxious for news from home, whose eyes burned and whose hearts beat so fast, so loud. But the carriers were very busy. They came charged with 1,000 messages from the Dallaskovka shopkeepers and traders, and they carried more letters than the post, but with infinitely less method. Letters were lost, and parcels were heard of no more, and the distracted carriers scratched the nape of their neck and replied to every question, "Directly, directly, I shall find it directly. No, I don't seem to have anything for you." That is how they answered the grown people who came to them, but our 2 little brothers stood and looked at Lezer the carrier, a man in a wadded kaftan, summer and winter, with thirsty eyes and aching hearts, stood and waited, hoping he would notice them and say something, if only one word. But Lezer was always busy. Now he had gone into the yard to feed the horse. Now he had run into the inn and entered into a conversation with the clerk of a great store, who had brought a list wanted from a shop in Dallaskovka. And the brothers used to stand and stand till the elder one, Beryl, lost patience. Biting his lips and all but crying with vexation, he would just articulate, "Reb Lezer, is there a letter from father?" But Reb Lezer would either suddenly cease to exist, or run out into the street with somebody or other, or be absorbed in a conversation, and Beryl hardly expected the answer which Reb Lezer would give over his shoulder. "There isn't one, there isn't one." "There isn't one," Beryl would say with a deep sigh, and sadly call to Yankel to come away. Mournfully and with a broken spirit they went to where the day's meal awaited them. "I'm sure he loses the letters," Yankel would say a few minutes later as they walked home.
"He is a bad man," Beryl would mutter with vexation. But one day Lezer handed them a letter and a small parcel. The letter ran thus: "Dear children, be good boys and learn with diligence. We send you herewith half a cheese and 1/4 pound of sugar, and a little berry juice in a bottle. Eat it in good health and do not quarrel over it. From me, your father, Chaim Hecht." That day Lezer the carrier was the best man in the world in their eyes. They would not have been ashamed to eat him up with horse and cart for very love. They wrote an answer at once. For letter paper they used to tear out with fluttering hearts the first unprinted pages in the Gemorah, and gave it that evening to Lezer the carrier. Lezer took it coldly, pushed it into the breast of his coat, and muttered something like, "All right." "What did he say, Beryl?" asked Yankel anxiously. "I think he said, 'all right,'" Beryl answered doubtfully. "I think he said so too," Yankel persuaded himself. Then he gave a sigh and added fearfully, "He may lose the letter." "Bite your tongue out," answered Beryl angrily, and they went sadly away to supper. And 3 times a week, early in the morning, when Lezer the carrier came driving, the 2 brothers flew, not ran, to the Dallas-Kofka Inn to ask for an answer to their letter. And Lezer the carrier grew more preoccupied and cross, and answered either with mumbled words, which the brothers could not understand and dared not ask him to repeat, or else not at all, so that they went away with heavy hearts. But one day they heard Lezer the carrier speak distinctly, so that they understood quite well. "What are you doing here, you two? What do you come plaguing me for? Letter? Fiddlesticks! How much do you pay me? Am I a postman, eh? Be off with you and don't worry." The boys obeyed, but only in part. Their hearts were like lead, their thin little legs shook, and tears fell from their eyes onto the ground. And they went no more to Lezer the carrier to ask for a letter. "I wish he was dead and buried," they exclaimed, but they did not mean it, and they longed all the time just to go and look at Lezer the carrier, his horse and cart. After all, they came from Dallas-Kofka, and the 2 brothers loved them. One day, 2 or 3 weeks after the carrier sent them about their business in the way described, the 2 brothers were sitting in the house of the poor relation and talking about home. It was summer-time and a Friday afternoon. "I wonder what father is doing now," said Yankel, staring at the small panes in the small window. "He must be cutting his nails," answered Beryl with a melancholy smile. "He must be chopping up lamb's feet," imagined Yankel, "and mother is combing Channelah, and Channelah is crying." "Now we've talked nonsense enough," decided Beryl. "How can we know what is going on there?" "Perhaps somebody's dead," added Yankel in sudden terror. "Stuff and nonsense," said Beryl. "When people die, they let one know." "Perhaps they wrote, and the carrier won't give us the letter." "Aye, that's chatter enough." Beryl was quite cross. "Shut up, donkey, you make me laugh." And he went on to reassure Yankel. "They're all alive and well." Yankel became cheerful again, and all at once he gave a bound into the air and exclaimed with eager eyes, "Beryl, what do I say? Let's write by the post." "Right you are," agreed Beryl, "only I've no money." "I have 4 kopecks. They are over from the 10 I got last night. You know, at my Thursday they give me 10 kopecks for supper, and I have 4 over." "And I have 1 kopeck," said Berel, "just enough for a postcard." "But which of us will write it?" asked Yankel. "I," answered Berel. "I am the eldest. I'm a firstborn son." "But I gave 4 kopecks." "A firstborn is worth more than 4 kopecks." "No, I will write half, and you'll write half, huh?" "Very well. Come and buy a card." And the 2 brothers ran to buy a card at the post office. "There will be no room for anything," complained Yankel on the way home, as he contemplated the small postcard. "We will make tiny little letters, teeny weeny ones," advised Berel. "Father won't be able to read them." "Never mind, he will put on his spectacles. Come along, quicker," urged Yankel. His heart was already full of words, like a sea, and he wanted to pour it out into the bit of paper, the scrap on which he had spent his entire fortune. They reached their lodging and settled down to write. Berel began, and Yankel stood and looked on. "Begin higher up. There's room there for a whole line. Why did you put 'to my beloved father' so low down?" shrieked Yankel. "Where am I to put it then? In the sky, asked Berel, and pushed Yankel aside. "Go away, I will leave you half. Don't confuse me. You be quiet." And Yankel moved away and stared with terrified eyes at Berel as he sat there, bent double, and wrote, knitted his brows, and dipped the pen, and reflected, and wrote again. "That's enough!" screamed Yankel after a few minutes. "It's not the half yet," answered Berel, writing on. "But I ought to have more than half," said Yankel crossly. The longing to write, to pour his heart out onto the postcard, was overwhelming him. But Berel did not even hear. He had launched out into such rhetorical Hebrew expressions as, "First of all, I let you know that I am alive and well," which he had learned in The Perfect Letter Writer, and his little bit of news remained unwritten. He had yet to abuse Laser the carrier, to tell how many pages of the Gemorah he had learnt, to let them know that they were to send another parcel, because they had no Monday and no Wednesday, and the Tuesday was no better than nothing. And Berel writes and writes, and Yankel can no longer contain himself. He sees that Berel is taking up more than half the card. "Enough!" He ran forward with a cry and seized the penholder. "3 words more," begged Berel. "But remember, no more than 3," and Yankel's eyes flashed. Berel set to work to write the 3 words, but that which he wished to express required yet 10 to 15 words, and Berel, excited by the fact of writing, pecked away at the paper and took up yet another bit of the other half. "You stop!" shrieked Yankel, and broke into hysterical sobs as he saw what a small space remained for him. "Just 'from me thy son,'" begged Berel, "nothing else." But Yankel, remembering that he had given a whole viria toward the postcard, and that they would read so much of Berel at home and so little of him, fled into a passion, and came and tried to tear away the card from under Berel's hands. "Let me put 'from me thy son,'" implored Berel. "It will do without 'from me thy son,'" screamed Yankel, although he felt one ought to put it. His anger rose, and he began tugging at the card. Berel held tight, but Yankel gave such a pull that the card tore in 2. "What have you done, villain?" cried Berel, glaring at Yankel. I meant to do it," wailed Yankel. "Oh, but why did you?" cried Beryl, gazing in despair at the two torn halves of the postcard. But Yankel could not answer. The tears choked him, and he threw himself against the wall, tearing his hair. Then Beryl gave way too, and the little room resounded with lamentations. End of The Two Brothers by Abraham Reisen.
Section 36 of Yiddish Tales. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Yiddish Tales translated by Helena Frank and read by Adrian Praetzellis. Section 36.
Lost His Voice by Abraham Reisen. It was in the large synagogue in Klemenka. The weekday service had come to an end. The town cantor, who sings all the prayers even when he prays alone, and who is longer over them than other people, had already folded his tallis and was humming the day's psalm to himself to a tune. He sang the last words cantoriously high, "And he will be our guide until death." In the last word, death, he tried as usual to rise artistically to the higher octave, and then to fall very low, and to rise again almost at once into the height. But this time he failed. The note stuck in his throat and came out false. He got a fright, and in his fright he looked around to make sure no one was standing beside him. Seeing only old Henoch, his alarm grew less. He knew that old Henoch was deaf. As he went out with his tallis and tefillin under his arm, the unsuccessful death rang in his ears and troubled him. "Plague take it," he muttered. "It never once happened to me before." Soon, however, he remembered that 2 weeks ago, on the Sabbath before the new moon, as he stood praying with the choristers before the Aron HaKodesh, nearly the same thing had happened to him when he sang "He is our God" as a solo in the Kedusha. Happily, no one had remarked it. Anyway, the bass had said nothing to him, and the memory of the unsuccessful Shema Yisrael of 2 weeks ago and of today's "unto death" were mingled together and lay heavily on his heart. He would have liked to try the note once more as he walked, but the street was just then full of people, and he tried to refrain till he should reach home. Contrary to his usual custom, he began taking rapid steps, and it looked as if he were running away from someone. On reaching home, he put away his tallis without saying so much as a good morning, recovered his breath after the quick walk, and began to sing "He shall be our guide until death."
"That's right, you have so little time to sing in. The day is too short for you," exclaimed the cantoress angrily. "It grates on the ears enough already."
"How it grates?" And the cantor's eyes opened wide with fright. "I sing a note and you say it grates? How can it grate?" He looked at her imploringly. His eyes said, "Have pity on me, don't say it grates, because if it does grate, I'm miserable, I am done for." But the cantoress was much too busy and preoccupied with the dinner to sympathize and to understand how things stood with her husband, and went on, "Of course it grates, why shouldn't it? It deafens me. When you sing in the choir, I have to bear it. But when you begin by yourself, what?" The cantor had grown as white as chalk, and only just managed to say, "Gruna, are you mad? What are you talking about?"
"What ails the man today?" exclaimed Gruna impatiently. You've made a fool of yourself long enough. Go wash your hands and come to dinner."
The cantor felt no appetite, and he reflected that one must eat, if only as a remedy. Not to eat would make matters worse, and he washed his hands. He chanted the Birkat Hamazon loud and cantor-like, glancing occasionally at his wife to see if she noticed anything wrong. But this time she said nothing at all, and he was reassured. "It was my fancy, just my fancy," he said to himself. "All nonsense. One doesn't lose one's voice so soon as all that." Then he remembered that he was already 40 years old, and it had happened to the cantor Meyer Leder when he was just that age. That was enough to put him in a fright again. He bent his head and thought deeply. Then he raised it and called out loud, "Gruna!"
"Hush! What is it? What makes you call out in that strange voice?"
asked Gruna crossly, running in.
"Well, well, let me live," said the cantor. "Why do you say 'in that strange voice'? Whose voice was it, eh? What is the matter now?"
There was a sound as of tears as he spoke.
"You're cracked today, as nonsensical. Well, what do you want?"
"Beat up 1 or 2 eggs for me," begged the cantor softly.
"Here's a new holiday," screamed Gruna, "on a Wednesday. Have you got to chant the Sabbath prayers? Eggs are so dear now, 5 kopecks apiece."
"Gruna," commanded the cantor, "they may be 1 ruble apiece, 2 rubles, 5 rubles, 100 rubles. Do you hear me? Beat up 2 eggs for me, and don't talk."
"To be sure, you earn so much money," muttered Gruna.
"Then you think it's all over with me?" said the cantor boldly. "No, Gruna." He wanted to tell her that he wasn't sure about it yet. There was still hope. It might be all a fancy, perhaps it was imagination. But he was afraid to say all that, and Gruna did not understand what he stammered out. She shrugged her shoulders and only said, "Upon my word," and went to beat up the eggs. The cantor sat and sang to himself. He listened to every note as though he were examining someone. Finding himself unable to take the high octave, he called out despairingly, "Gruna, make haste with the eggs." His one hope lay in the eggs. The cantoress brought them with a cross face and grumbled,
"He wants eggs, and we're pinching and starving."
The cantor would have liked to open his heart to her, so that she would not think the eggs were what he cared about. He would have liked to say, "Gruna, I think I'm done for." But he summoned all his courage and refrained.
"After all, it may only be an idea," he thought.
And without saying anything further, he began to drink up the eggs as a remedy. When they were finished, he tried to make a few cantor-like trills. In this he succeeded, and he grew more cheerful. "It will be all right," he thought. "I shall not lose my voice so soon as all that. Never mind Meyer Leder. He drank. I don't drink. Only a little wine now and then at a bris." His appetite returned, and he swallowed mouthful after mouthful. But his cheerfulness did not last. The erstwhile unsuccessful death rang in his ears, and the worry returned and took possession of him. The fear of losing his voice had tormented the cantor for the greater part of his life. His one care, his one anxiety had been, what should he do if he were to lose his voice? It had happened to him once already, when he was 14 years old. He had a tenor voice, which broke all of a sudden. But that time he didn't care. On the contrary, he was delighted.
He knew that his voice was merely changing, and that in 6 months he would get the baritone for which he was impatiently waiting. But when he got the baritone, he knew that when he lost that, it would be lost indeed. He would get no other voice. So he took great care of it. How much more so when he had his own household and had taken the office of cantor in Klemenke. Not a breath of wind was allowed to blow upon his throat, and he wore a comforter in the hottest weather. It was not so much on account of the Klemenke householders. He felt sure they would not dismiss him from his office. Even if he were to lose his voice altogether, he would still receive his salary. It was not brought to him to his house as it was. He had to go for it every Friday from door to door, and the Klemenke Jews were good-hearted and never refused anything to the outstretched hand. He took care of his voice and trembled to lose it, only out of love for the singing. He thought a great deal of the Klemenke Jews. Their like was not to be found, but in the interpretation of music they were uninitiated. They had no feeling whatsoever. And when, standing before the Arona Kodesh, he used to make artistic trills and variations, and take the highest notes, that was for himself. He had great joy in it, and also for his 8 singers, who were all the world to him. His very life was bound up with them, and when one of them exclaimed, "Oi, cantor, oi, how you sing!" his happiness was complete. The singers had come together from various towns and villages, and all their conversations and their stories turned and wrapped themselves around cantors and music. These stories and legends were the cantor's delight. He would lose himself in every one of them, and give a sweet, deep sigh. As if music were a trifle, as if a feeling were a toy. And now that he had begun to fear he was losing his voice, it seemed to him the singers were different people, bad people. They must be laughing at him amongst themselves. He began to be on his guard against them, avoided taking a high note in their presence, lest they should find out, and suffered all the more. And what would the neighbouring cantors say? The thought tormented him further. He knew that he had a reputation among them, that he was a great deal thought of, that his voice was much talked of. He saw in his mind's eye a couple of cantors whispering together and shaking their heads sorrowfully. They are pitying him. How sad! Have you heard the poor Klemenke cantor? The vision quite upset him. Perhaps it's only fancy, he would say to himself in those dreadful moments, and would begin to sing, to try his highest notes. But the terror he was in took away his hearing, and he could not tell if his voice were what it should be or not. In 2 weeks' time his face grew pale and thin, his eyes were sunk, and he felt his strength going. "What is the matter with you, cantor?" said a singer to him one day. "Ah, what is the matter?" asked the cantor with a start, thinking they had already found out. "You ask what is the matter with me? Then you know something about it, huh?" "No, I know nothing. That is why I ask you why you look so upset." "Upset, you say? Nothing more than upset, huh?" "The cantor must be thinking out some new piece for the solemn days," decided the choir. Another month went by, and the cantor had not got the better of his fear. Life had become distasteful to him. If he had known for certain that his voice was gone, he would perhaps have been calmer. Verfallen! No one can live forever. Losing his voice and dying was one and the same to him. But the uncertainty, the tossing oneself between yes and no, the olam hatohu of it all, embittered the cantor's existence. At last, one fine day, the cantor resolved to get at the truth. He could bear it no longer. It was evening. The wife had gone to the market for meat, and the choir had gone home. Only the eldest singer, Yossel, the bass, remained with the cantor. The cantor looked at him, opened his mouth, and shut it again. It was difficult for him to say what he wanted to say. At last he broke out with, "Yossel." "What is it, cantor?" "Tell me, are you an honest man?" Yossel, the bass, stared at the cantor and asked, "What are you asking me today, cantor?" "Brother Yossel," the cantor said, all but weeping, "Brother Yossel." That was all he could say. "Cantor, what is wrong with you?" "Brother Yossel, be an honest man, and tell me the truth, the truth." "I don't understand. What is the matter with you, cantor?" "Tell me the truth. Do you notice any change in me?" "Yes, I do," answered the singer, looking at the cantor and seeing how pale and thin he was. "A very great change." "Now I see you are an honest man. You tell me the truth to my face. Do you know when it began?" "It will soon be a month," answered the singer. "Yes, brother, a month, but I felt—" The cantor wiped off the perspiration that covered his forehead and continued, "And you think, Yossel, that it's lost now for good and all?" "That what is lost?" asked Yossel, beginning to be aware that the conversation had turned on something quite different from what was in his own mind. "What? How can you ask, huh? What should I lose? Money? I have no money. I mean, of course, my voice." Then Yossel understood everything. He was too much of a musician not to understand. Looking compassionately at the cantor, he asked, "For certain?" "For certain?" exclaimed the cantor, trying to be cheerful. "Why must it be for certain? Very likely it's all a mistake. Let us hope it is." Yossel looked at the cantor, and as a doctor behaves to his patient, so did he. "Take dough," he said, and the cantor, like an obedient pupil, drew out dough. "Draw it out, 4 quavers, draw it out," commanded Yossel, listening attentively. The cantor drew it out. "Now, if you please, Ray." The cantor sang out, "Ray, Ray, Ray." The singer moved aside, appeared to be lost in thought, and then said sadly, "Gone." "Forever?" "Well, are you a little boy? Are you likely to get another voice? At your time of life, gone is gone." The cantor wrung his hands, threw himself down beside the table, and laying his head on his arms, he burst out crying like a child. Next morning the whole town had heard of the misfortune, that the cantor had lost his voice. "It's an ill wind," quoted the innkeeper, a well-to-do man. "He won't keep us so long with his trills on Sabbath. I'd take a bitter onion for that voice of his any day." End of Lost His Voice by Abraham Reisen.
Section 37 of Yiddish Tales. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Yiddish Tales, translated by Helena Frank and read by Adrian Praetzellis. Section 37. Late, by Abraham Reisen. It was in a sad and hopeless mood that Antosh watched the autumn making its way into his peasant's hut. The days began to shorten, and the evenings to lengthen, and there was no more petroleum in the hut to fill his humble lamp. His wife complained too. The store of salt was giving out, there was very little soap left, and in a few days he would finish his tobacco. And Antosh cleared his throat, spat, and muttered countless times a day, "No salt, no soap, no tobacco. We haven't got anything. A bad business." Antosh had no prospect of earning anything in the village. The one village Jew was poor himself and had no work to give. Antosh had only one hope left. Just before Sukkot, the Feast of Tabernacles, he would drive a whole cartful of fir boughs into the little town and bring a tidy sum of money home in exchange. He did this every year since buying his thin horse in the market for 6 rubles. "When shall you have tabernacles?" he asked every day of the village Jew. "Not yet," was the Jew's daily reply. "But when shall you?" Antosh insisted one day. "In a week," answered the Jew, not dreaming how very much Antosh needed to know precisely. In reality there were only 5 more days to tabernacles, and Antosh had calculated with business accuracy that it would be best to take the fir boughs into the town 2 days before the festival. But this was really the first day of it. He rose early, ate his dry black bread dipped in salt, and drank a measure of water. Then he harnessed his thin, starved horse to the cart, took his hatchet, and drove to the nearest wood. He cut down the branches greedily, seeking out the thickest and longest. Good ware is easier sold, he thought, and the cart filled, and the load grew higher and higher. He was calculating on a return of 3 gulden, and it seemed still too little, so that he went on cutting and laid on a few more boughs. The cart could hold no more, and Antosh looked at it from all sides and smiled contentedly. "That will be enough," he muttered, and loosened the reins. But scarcely had he driven a few paces when he stopped and looked the cart over again. Perhaps it's not enough after all," he questioned fearfully, cut down 5 more boughs, laid them onto the already full cart, and drove on. He drove slowly, pace by pace, and his thoughts travelled slowly too, as though keeping step with the thin horse. Antosh was calculating how much salt and how much soap, how much petroleum and how much tobacco he could buy for the return for his ware. At length the calculating tired him, and he resolved to put it off until he should have the cash. Then calculating would be done much more easily. But when he reached the town and saw that the sukkahs were already covered with fir boughs, he felt a pang at his heart. The booths and the houses seemed to be twirling round him in a circle and dancing, but he consoled himself with the thought that every year when he drove into town he found many booths already covered. Some cover earlier, some later. The latter paid the best. "I shall ask higher prices," he resolved, and all the while fear tugged at his heart. He drove on. 2 Jewish women were standing before a house. They pointed at the cart with their finger and laughed aloud. "Why do you laugh?" queried Antosh excitedly. "Because you are too soon with your fir boughs," they answered, and laughed again. "How too soon?" he asked, astonished.
Too soon, too soon, laughed the women.
Pah! Antosh spat and drove on, thinking, Berko said himself, in a week. I'm only 2 days ahead. A cold sweat covered him as he reflected he might have made the wrong calculation, founded on what Berko had told him. It was possible that he had counted the days badly, had come too late. There is no doubt all the booths are covered with fir boughs. He will have no salt, no tobacco, no soap, no petroleum. Sadly, he followed the slow paces of his languid horse, which let his weary head droop as though out of sympathy for his master. Meanwhile the Jews were crowding out of the synagogues in festal array, with their talissim and prayer books in their hands. When they perceived the peasant with the cart of fir boughs, they looked questioningly one at the other. Had they made a mistake and begun the festival too early? "What have you there?" someone inquired. "What?" answered Antosh, taken aback. "Fir boughs. Buy, my dear friend. I sell it cheap," he begged in a piteous voice. The Jews burst out laughing. "What should we want it for now, fool? The festival has begun," said another. Antosh was confused with his misfortune. He scratched the back of his head and exclaimed, weeping, "Buy, buy! I want salt, soap, I want petroleum." The group of Jews who had begun by laughing were now deeply moved. They saw the poor starving peasant standing there in his despair, and were filled with a lively compassion. "A poor Gentile, it's pitiful," said one sympathetically. "He hoped to make a fortune out of his fir boughs, and now," observed another. "It would be proper to buy up that bit of fir," said a third, "or else it might cause a chilhul Hashem, a desecration of the name of God." "On Yom Tov," objected someone else. "It can always be used for firewood," said another, contemplating the cartful. "Whether or no, it's a festival. No salt, no soap, no petroleum." It was the refrain of the bewildered peasant, who did not understand what the Jews were saying among themselves. He could only guess that they were talking about him. "Hold! He doesn't want money, he wants ware. Ware without money can be given, even on Yom Tov," called out one. The interest of the bystanders waxed more lively. Among them stood a storekeeper, whose shop was close by. "Give him, Chaim, a few jars of salt and other things that he wants, even if it comes to a few gulden. We will contribute." "All right, willingly," said Chaim. "A poor Gentile." A mitzvah, it would be carrying out a religious precept as surely as I'm a Jew," chimed in every individual member of the crowd. Chaim called the peasant to him. All the rest followed. He gave him out of the stores 2 jars of salt, a bar of soap, a bottle of petroleum, and 2 packets of tobacco. The peasant did not know what to do for joy. He could only stammer out in a low voice, "Thank you, thank you." "And there's a bit of Sabbath loaf," called out one when he had packed the things away. "Take that with you." "There's some more," and a second hand held some out to him. "More, and more." They brought Antosh bread and cake from all sides. His astonishment was such that he could scarcely articulate his thanks. The people were pleased with themselves, and Yankel Levis, a cheerful man who was well supplied for the festival, because his daughter's intended was staying in his house, brought Antosh a glass of brandy. "Drink and drive home, in the name of God." Antosh drank the brandy with a quick gulp, bit off a piece of cake,
and declared joyfully, "I shall never forget it." "Not at all a bad Gentile," remarked someone in the crowd. "Well, what would you have? Did you expect him to beat you up?" queried another, smiling. But the words "to beat" made a melancholy impression on the crowd, and it dispersed in silence. End of Late by Abraham Reisen. Section 38 of Yiddish Tales. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Yiddish Tales translated by Helena Frank and read by Adrian Praetzellis. Section 38. The Kaddish by Abraham Reisen. First reader's note. Among Orthodox Jews, Kaddish, the prayer for the dead, was and is only recited by men, so in this story the Kaddish is a boy who would eventually recite the prayer for his parents. End of my first reader's note. My second reader's note. At a time when many died in infancy, superstitious people wouldn't call their child by his or her name, but Alter, meaning old man. The idea being to trick the Malach HaMophos, the angel of death, into taking somebody else. End of second reader's note. The Kaddish by Abraham Reisen. From behind the curtain came low moans and low words of encouragement from the old and experienced Bobby. In the room it was dismal to suffocation. The 7 children, all girls between 23 and 4 years old, sat quietly, each by herself, with drooping head, and waited for something dreadful. At a little table near a great cupboard with books sat the patriarch, Reb Selig Chanes, a tall, thin Jew with a yellow, consumptive face. He was chanting in low, broken tones out of a big Gemorah, and continually raising his head, giving a nervous glance at the curtain, and then, without inquiring what might be going on below the low moaning, taking up once again in his sad, tremulous chant. He seemed to be suffering more than the woman in childbirth herself. "Ribbono shel Olam!" It was the eldest daughter who broke the stillness. "Let it be a boy for once. Help, Ribbono shel Olam! Have pity! Aye, thus may it be, Ribbono shel Olam!" chimed in the second. And all the girls, big and little, with broken heart and prostrate spirit, prayed that there might be born a boy. Reb Selig raised his eyes from the Gemorah, glanced at the curtain, then at the 7 girls, gave vent to a deep-drawn "Oi," made a gesture with his hand, and said with settled despair, "She will give you another sister." The 7 girls looked at one another in desperation. Their father's conclusion quite crushed them, and they no longer even had the courage to pray. Only the littlest, the 4-year-old in the torn frock, prayed softly, "Oi, please God, there will be a little brother." "I shall die without the Kaddish," groaned Reb Selig. The time drags on, and the moans behind the curtain grow louder, and Reb Selig and the older girls feel that very, very soon the grandmother will call out in despair, "A little girl," and Reb Selig feels that the words will strike home to his heart like a blow, and he resolves to run away. He goes out into the yard and looks up at the sky. It is midnight. The moon swims along so quietly and indifferently. The stars seem to frolic and rock themselves like little children, and still Reb Selig hears, in the grandmother's husky voice, "A girl." "Well, there will be no Kaddish, verfallen,"
he says, crossing the yard again. "There's no getting it by force." But his trying to calm himself is useless. The fear that it should be a girl only grows upon him. He loses patience and goes back into the house. But the house is in a turmoil. "What is it, eh?"
"A little boy, Tati, a boy, Tatinka, as surely may I be well."
With this news the 7 girls fall upon him with radiant faces. "Eh? A little boy?" asked Reb Selig, as though bewildered. "Eh? What?"
"A boy, Reb Selig, a Kaddish," announced the grandmother. "As soon as I have bathed him, I will show him you."
"A boy?" stammered Reb Selig in the same bewilderment, and he leant against the wall and burst into tears like a woman. The 7 girls took alarm.
"That is for joy," explained the grandmother. "I have known that happen before."
"A boy, a boy!" sobbed Reb Selig, overcome with happiness. "A boy, a boy! A Kaddish!" The little boy received the name of Jacob, but he was called, by way of a talisman, Alter. Reb Selig was a learned man, and inclined to think lightly of such protective measures. He even laughed at his Chaika for believing in such foolishness. But at his heart he was content to have it so. Who could tell what might not be in it after all? Women sometimes know better than men. By the time Alterke was 3 years old, Reb Selig's cough had become worse, the sense of oppression on his chest more frequent. But he held himself morally erect, and looked death calmly in the face, as though he would say, "Now I can afford to laugh at you. I leave a Kaddish." "What do you think, Chaika?" he would say to his wife after a fit of coughing. "Would Alterke be able to say Kaddish if I were to die today or tomorrow?"
"Go along with you, Meshuggah Kop!"
Chaika would exclaim in secret alarm.
"You are going to live a long while. Is your cough anything new?"
Selig smiled. "Foolish woman, she supposes I'm afraid to die. When one leaves a Kaddish, death is a trifle." Alterke was sitting playing with a prayer book and imitating his father at prayer.
"Num na num num." "Listen to him praying!"
And Chaika turned delighted to her husband.
"His soul is piously inclined."
Selig made no reply. He only gazed at his Kaddish with a beaming face. Then an idea came into his head. Alterke would be a tzaddik, will help him out of all his difficulties in the other world.
"Mama, I want to eat,"
wailed Alterke suddenly. He was given a piece of the white bread which was laid aside for him only every Sabbath. Alterke began to eat. "Motzi, motzi!" called out Reb Selig.
"Can't,"
answered the child.
"It is time you taught him to say grace,"
observed Chaika, and Reb Selig drew Alterke to him and began to repeat with him. "Say Baruch."
"Baruch,"
repeated the child after his fashion. "Eto."
"Eto."
When Alterke had finished Motzi, Chaika answered piously Amen, and Reb Selig saw Alterke in imagination standing in the synagogue and repeating Kaddish, and heard the congregation answer Amen, and he felt as though he were already seated in the Garden of Eden. Another year went by, and Reb Selig was feeling very poorly. Spring had come, the snow had melted, and he found the wet weather more trying than ever before. He could just drag himself early to the synagogue, but going to the afternoon service had become a difficulty, and he used to recite the afternoon and later service at home,
and spend the whole evening with Alterke. It was late at night. All the houses were shut. Reb Selig sat at his little table and was looking into the corner where Chayka's bed stood and where Alterke slept beside her. Selig had a feeling that he would die that night. He felt very tired and weak, and with an imploring look he crept up to Alterke's crib and began to wake him. The child woke with a start. "Alterke," Reb Selig was stroking the little head, "come to me for a little." The child, who had had his first sleep out, sprang up and went to his father. Reb Selig sat down in the chair which stood by the little table with the open Gemorah, lifted Alterke onto the table, and looked into his eyes. "Alterke."
"What, Tati?"
"Would you like me to die?"
"Like,"
answered the child, not knowing what to die meant, and thinking it must be something nice.
"Will you say Kaddish after me?"
answered Reb Selig in a strangled voice, and he was seized with a fit of coughing.
"Will say,"
promised the child.
"Shall you know how?"
"Shall."
"Well, now say Yiskadal."
"Yiskadal," repeated the child in his own way.
"V'yiskadash."
"V'yistadash." And Reb Selig repeated the Kaddish with him several times. The small lamp burned low and scarcely illuminated Reb Selig's yellow corpse-like face, or the little one of Alterke, who repeated wearily the difficult and to him unintelligible words of the Kaddish. And Alterke all the while gazed intently into the corner where Tati's shadow and his own had a most fantastic and frightening appearance. End of The Kaddish by Abraham Reisen. Section 39 of Yiddish Tales. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Yiddish Tales translated by Helena Frank and read by Adrian Praetzellis. Section 39. Avrahom the Orchard Keeper by Abraham Reisen. When he first came to the place as a boy and went straight to the Beth HaMedrash, the house of study, and people greeted him and asked, "Where did you come from?" and he answered, not without pride, "From the government of Vilna." From that day until the day he was married, they called him the Vilna. In a few days' time, however, when the Beth HaMedrash had married him to the daughter of the psalm reader, a coarse, undersized creature, when, after 6 months' board with his father-in-law, he became a teacher, the town altered his name to the Vilna Teacher. Again, a few years later, when he got a chest infection and the doctor forbade him to keep school, and he began to deal in fruit, the town learned that his name was Avrahom, to which they added the Orchard Keeper, and his name is Avrahom the Orchard Keeper to this day. Avrahom was quite content with his new calling. He had always wished for a business in which he need not have to do with a lot of people in whom he had small confidence, and in whose society he felt ill at ease. People have a queer way with them, he used to think. They want to be always talking. They want to tell everything, find out everything, answer everything. When he was a student, he always chose a place in a corner somewhere where he could see nobody and nobody could see him, and he used to murmur the day's task to a low tune, and his murmured repetition made him think of the ruin in which Rabbi Jose, praying there, heard the Bas Kol, the voice of heaven, mourn, cooing like a dove over the exile of Israel. Then he longed to float away to that ruin somewhere in the wilderness, and murmur there like a dove, with no one to interrupt him, not even the Bas-Kol. But his vision would be destroyed by some hard question which a fellow student would put before him, describing circles with his thumb and chanting to a shrill Gemorah tune. In the orchard at the end of the gas, however, which Avrahom hired of the Gentiles, he had no need to exchange empty words with anyone. Avrahom had no large capital, and could not afford to hire an orchard for more than 30 rubles. The orchard was consequently small, and grew about 20 apple trees, a few pear trees, and a cherry tree. Avrahom used to move to the garden directly after Shavuos, the Feast of Weeks. Although that was still very early, the fruit had not yet set, and there was nothing to steal. But Avrahom could not endure sitting at home any longer, where the wife screamed, the children cried, and there was a continual fair. What should he want there? He only wished to be alone with his thoughts and imaginings and his quiet tunes, which were always weaving themselves inside him and were nearly stifled. It is early to go to the orchard directly after Shavuos, but Avrahom does not mind. He is drawn back to the trees that can think and hear so much, and keep so many things to themselves. And Avrahom betakes himself to the orchard. He carries with him, besides tefillin and talis, a siddur with the psalms and the stations, 2 volumes of the Gemorah which he owns, a few works by the later scholars, and the Tales of Jerusalem. He takes his wadded winter garment and a cushion, makes them into a bundle, kisses the mezuzah, mutters farewell, and is off to the orchard. As he nears the orchard, his heart begins to beat loudly for joy, but he is hindered from going there at once. In the yard through which he must pass lies a dog. Later on, when Avrahom has got to know the dog, he will even take him into the orchard, but the first time there is a certain risk. One has to know a dog, otherwise it barks, and Avrahom dreads a bark worse than a bite. It goes through one's head. And Avrahom waits till the owner comes out and leads him through by the hand. "Back already?" exclaims the owner, laughing and astonished. "Why not?" murmurs Avrahom shamefacedly, and feeling that it is indeed early. "What shall you do?" asks the owner, graver. "There is no hut there at all. Last year's fell to pieces." Never mind," begs Avrahom. "It will be all right." "Well, if you want to come." And the owner shrugs his shoulders and lets Avrahom into the orchard. Avrahom immediately lays his bundle on the ground, stretches himself at full length on the grass, and murmurs, "Good, good." At last he is silent, and listens to the quiet rustle of the trees. It seems to him that the trees also wonder at his coming so soon, and he looks at them beseechingly, as though he would say, "Trees, you too? I couldn't help it, it drew me." And soon he fancies the trees have understood everything, and murmur, "Good, good." And Avrahom already feels at home in the orchard. He rises from the ground and goes to every tree in turn, as though to make its acquaintance. Then he considers the hut that stands in the middle of the orchard. It has fallen in a little, certainly, but Avrahom is all the better pleased with it. He is not particularly fond of new, strong things. A building resembling a ruin is somehow much more to his liking. Such a ruin is inwardly full of secrets, whispers, and melodies. The tears fall quietly, while the soul yearns after something that has no name and no existence in time or space. And Avrahom creeps into the fallen-in hut where it is dark and where there are smells of another world. He draws himself up into a ball and remains hid from everyone. But to remain hid from the world is not easy. At first it can be managed. So long as the fruit is ripening, he needs no one, and no one needs him. When one of his children brings him food, he exchanges a few words with it, and asks what's going on at home, and how the mother is, and he feels he has done his duty if, when obliged to go home, he spends there Friday night and Saturday morning. That over, and the hot stew eaten, he returns to the orchard, lies down under a tree, opens the Tales of Jerusalem, goes to sleep reading a fantastical legend, dreams of the Western Wall, Mother Rachel's grave, the cave of Machpelah, and other holy, quiet places, places where the air is full of old stories such as are given in such easy Hebrew in the Tales of Jerusalem. But when the fruit is ripe and the trees begin to bend under the burden of it, Avrahom must perforce leave his peaceful world and become a trader. When the first wind begins to blow in the orchard and covers the ground thereof with apples and pears, Avrahom collects them, makes them into heaps, sorts them, and awakes the market women with their loud tongues, who destroy all the peace and quiet of his Garden of Eden. On Sabbath he would like to rest, but of a Sabbath the trade in apples, on credit of course, is very lively in the orchards. There is a custom in the town to that effect, and Avrahom cannot do away with it. Young gentlemen and ladies come into the orchard and hold a sort of revel. They sing and laugh, they walk and they chatter, and Avrahom must listen to it all and bear it and wait for the night when he can creep back into his hut and need look at no one but the trees and hear nothing but the wind and sometimes the rain and the thunder. But it is worse in the autumn when the fruit is getting overripe and he can no longer remain in the orchard. With a bursting heart he bids farewell to the trees, to the hut in which he has spent so many quiet, peaceful moments. He conveys the apples to a shed belonging to the farm, which he has hired ever since he had the orchard for 10 gulden a month, and goes back to the gas. In the gas at that time there is mud and rain. Town Jews drag themselves along sick and disheartened. They cough and groan. Avraham stares round him and fails to recognize the world. "Bad," he mutters. "Feh," and he spits. "Where is one to get to?" And Avraham recalls the beautiful legends in the Tales of Jerusalem. He recalls the land of Israel. There, he knows, it is always summer, always warm and fine, and every autumn the vision draws him. But there is no possibility of his being able to go there. He must sell the apples which he has brought from the orchard, and feed the wife and the children he has outside the land. And all through the autumn and part of the winter, Avraham drags himself about with a basket of apples under his arm and a yearning in his heart. He waits for the dear summer, when he will be able to go back and hide himself in the orchard, in the hut, and be alone, where the town mud and the town Jews with dull senses shall be out of sight, and the weekday noise out of hearing. End of Avrahom the Orchard Keeper by Abraham Reisen.
Section 40 of Yiddish Tales. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Yiddish Tales translated by Helena Frank and read by Adrian Praetzellis. Section 40.
Hirsh David Naumburg, born 1876 in Meshuchanov, Amshenev, Government of Warsaw, Russian Poland, of Hasidic parentage. Traditional Jewish education in the house of his grandfather. Went to Warsaw in 1898, at present, 1912, in America. First literary work appeared in 1900. Writer of stories, etc., in Hebrew and Yiddish. Co-editor of Hazofe, Der Freund, Haboker. Contributor to Hazemen, Heint, Hador, Hashaloah, etc. Collected works, 5 volumes, Warsaw, 1908 to 1911. The Rav and the Rav's Son, by Hirsh David Naumburg. The Sabbath midday meal is over, and the Seiken Rav passes his hands across his serene and pious countenance, pulls out both payas, straightens his skullcap, and prepares to expound a passage of the Torah, as God shall enlighten him. There sit with him at table, to one side of him, a passing guest, a Lubavitch Chassid, like the Rav himself, a man with yellow beard and earlocks, and a grubby shirt collar appearing above the grubby yellow kerchief that envelops his throat. To the other side of him, his son Sholem, an 18-year-old youth with a long pale face, deep rather dreamy eyes, a velvet hat but no earlocks, a secret maskil who writes Hebrew verses and contemplates growing into a great Jewish author. The Rebbetzin has been suffering 2 or 3 months with rheumatism and lies in another room. The Rav is naturally humble-minded, and it is no trifle to him to expound the Torah. To take a passage of the Bible and say, "The meaning is this and that," is a thing he hasn't the cheek to do. It makes him feel as uncomfortable as if he were telling lies. Up to 25 years of age he was a misnagid, but under the influence of the Seiken Rebbetzin he became a chassid bit by bit. Now he is over 50, he drives to the Rebbe and comes home every time with increased faith in the latter's supernatural powers, and moreover with a strong desire to expound a little of the Torah himself. Only whenever a good idea comes into his head, it oppresses him, because he has not sufficient self-confidence to express it. The difficulty for him lies in making a start. He would like to do as the Rebbe does, long life to him, give a push to his chair, a look stern and somewhat angry at those sitting at the table, then a groaning sigh. But the Rav is ashamed to imitate him, or is partly afraid lest people should catch him doing it. He drops his eyes, holds one hand to his forehead while the other plays with the knife on the table, and one hardly hears, "When thou goest forth to war with thine enemy, that is the inclination to evil." Oy, oy, oy. He nods his head, gathers a little confidence, continues his explanation of the passage, and gradually warms to the part. He already looks the stranger boldly in the face. The stranger twists himself into a correct attitude, nods assent, but cannot for the life of him tear his gaze from the brandy bottle on the table, and cannot wonder sufficiently at so much being allowed to remain in it at the end of a meal. And when the Rav comes to the fact that to be in prison means to have bad habits, and that well-favoured woman means that every bad habit has its good side, the guest can no longer restrain himself, seizes the bottle rather awkwardly, as though in haste, fills up his glass, spills a little onto the cloth, and drinks with his head thrown back, gulping it like a regular tippler after a hoarse and sleepy "To your health." This has a bad effect on the Rav's enthusiasm. It mixes his brains, and he turns to his son for help. To tell the truth, he has not much confidence in his son where the law is concerned, although he loves him dearly, the boy being the only one of his children in whom he may hope, with God's help, to have comfort, and who, 100 years hence, shall take over from him the office of Rav of Shaken. The elder son is rich, but he is a usurer, and his riches give the Rav no satisfaction whatever. He had had one daughter, but she died, leaving some little orphans. Sholem is, therefore, the only one left him. He has a good head and is quick at his studies, a quiet, well-behaved boy, a little obstinate, a bit opinionated, but that is no harm in a boy, thinks the old man. True, too, that last week people told him tales. Sholem, they said, read heretical books, and had been seen carrying burdens on Sabbath. But this the father does not believe. He will not and cannot believe it. Besides, Sholem is certainly to have made amends. If a Talmid Chochem commits a sin by day, it should be forgiven by nightfall, because a Talmid Chochem makes amends. It says so in the Gemara. However, the Rav is ashamed to give his own exegesis of the law before his son, and he knows perfectly well that nothing will induce Sholem to drive with him to the Rebbe. But the stranger and his brandy drinking have so upset him that he now looks at his son in a piteous sort of way. "Hear me out, Sholem. What harm can it do you?" says his look. Sholem draws himself up and pulls in his chair, supports his head on both his hands, and gazes into his father's eyes out of filial duty. He loves his father, but in his heart he wonders at him. It seems to him that his father ought to learn more about his heretical learnings. It is quite time he should, and he continues to gaze in silence and in wonder, not unmixed with compassion, and never ceases thinking, "Upon my word, Tati, what a simpleton you are!" But when the Rav came in the course of his exposition to speak of death by kissing, by the Lord, and told how the righteous, the holy tzaddikim, die from the very sweetness of the Blessed One's kiss, a spark kindled in Sholem's eyes, and he moved in his chair. One of those wonders had taken place which do frequently occur, only they are seldom remarked. The Hasidic exposition of the Torah had suggested to Sholem a splendid idea for a romantic poem. It is an old commonplace that men take in of what they hear and see that which pleases them. Sholem is fascinated. He wishes to die anyhow, so what could be more appropriate and to the purpose than that his love should kiss him on his deathbed, while in that very instant his soul departs. The idea pleased him so immensely that immediately after grace, the stranger having gone on his way, and the Rav laid himself down to sleep in the other room, Sholem began to write. His heart beat violently while he made ready, but the very act of writing out a poem after dinner on Sabbath, in the room where his father settled the cases laid before him by the townsfolk, was a bit of heroism well worth the risk. He took the writing materials out of his locked box, and, the pen and ink pot in one hand and a collection of manuscript verse in the other, he went on tiptoe to the table. He folded back the table cover, laid down his writing apparatus, and took another look around to make sure no one was in the room. He counted on the fact that when the Rav awoke from his nap he always coughed, and that when he walked he shuffled so with his feet and made so much noise with his long slippers that one could hear him 2 rooms off. In short, there was no need to be anxious. He grows calmer, reads the manuscript poems, and his face tells that he is pleased. Now he wants to collect his thoughts for a new one, but something or other hinders him. He unfastens the girdle round his waist, rolls it up, and throws it into the Rav's soft stuffed chair. And now that there is nothing to disturb from without, a second and third wonder must take place within. The Rav's Torah, which was transformed by Sholom's brain into a theme for romance, must now descend into his heart, thence to pour itself onto the paper, and pass by this means into the heads of Sholom's friends, who read his poems with enthusiasm, and have sinful dreams afterwards at night. And he begins to imagine himself on his deathbed, sick and weak, unable to speak, and with staring eyes. He sees nothing more, but he feels a light, ethereal kiss on his cheek, and his soul is aware of a sweet voice speaking. He tries to take out his hands from under the coverlet, but he cannot. He is dying. It grows dark. A still brighter and more unusual gleam comes into Sholom's eyes. His heart swells with emotion seeking an outlet. His brain works like running machinery. A whole dictionary of words, his whole treasure of conceptions and ideas is turned over and over so rapidly that the mind is unconscious of its own efforts. His poetic instinct is searching for what it needs. His hand works quietly, forming letter on letter, word on word. Now and again Sholom lifts his eyes from the paper and looks round. He has a feeling as though the 4 walls and the silence were thinking to themselves, "Hush, hush, disturb not the poet at his work of creation. Disturb not the priest about to sacrifice to God." To the Rav, meanwhile, lying in the other room, there had come a fresh idea for the exposition of the Torah, and he required to look up something in a book. The door of the reception room opened, the Rav entered, and Sholom had not heard him. It was a pity to see the Rav's face, it was so contracted with dismay, and a pity to see Sholom's when he caught sight of his father, who, utterly taken aback, dropped into a seat exactly opposite Sholom, and gave a groan, was it, or a cry? But he did not sit long. He did not know what one should do or say to one's son on such an occasion. His heart and his eyes inclined to weeping, and he retired into his own room. Sholom remained alone with a very sore heart and a soul oppressed. He put the writing materials back into their box, and went out with the manuscript verses tucked away under his talis katon. He went into the Bes HaMedrash, but it looked dreadfully dismal. The benches were pushed about anyhow, a sign that the last worshippers had been in a great hurry to go to dinner. The shamus was snoring on a seat somewhere in the corner, as loud and as fast as if he were trying to inhale all the air in the building, so that the next congregation might be suffocated. The cloth on the platform reading desk was crooked and tumbled, the floor was dirty, and the whole place looked as dead as though its Sabbath sleep were to last until the resurrection. He left the Bes HaMedrash, walked home and back again, up and down, there and back, many times over. The situation became steadily clearer to him. He wanted to justify himself, if only with a word, in his father's eyes. Then again he felt he must make an end, free himself once and for all from the parental restraint, and become a Jewish author. Only he felt sorry for his father. He would like to do something to comfort him. Only what? Kiss him? Put his arms around his neck? Have his cry out before him and say, "Tatisha, you and I, we are neither of us to blame." Only how to say it so that the old man shall understand? That is the question. And the Rav sat in his room, bent over a book in which he would fain have lost himself. He rubbed his brow with both hands, but a stone lay on his heart, a heavy stone. There were tears in his eyes, and he was all but crying. He needed some living soul before whom he could pour out the bitterness of his heart, and he had already turned to the Rebbitzin. "Zelda," he called quietly. "Oh," sighed the Rebbitzin from her bed. "I feel bad. My foot aches. Ribono shel olam. What is it?" "Nothing, Zelda. How are you getting on, eh?" He got no further with her. He even mentally repented having so nearly added to her burden of life. It was an hour or two before the Rav collected himself and was still able to think over what had happened. And still he could not, would not, believe that his son, Sholem, had broken the Sabbath, that he was worthy of being stoned to death. He sought for some excuse for him, and found none, and came at last to the conclusion that it was a work of Hasatan, a special onset of the tempter. And he kept on thinking of the Hasidic legend of a rabbi who was seen by a Chassid to smoke a pipe on Sabbath, only it was an illusion, a deception of the evil one. And when, after he had waited some time, no Sholem appeared, his heart began to beat more steadily. The reality of the situation made itself felt. He got angry and hastily left the house in search of the Sabbath breaker, intending to make an example of him. Hardly, however, had he perceived his son walking to and fro in front of the house of study with a look of absorption and worry, than he stopped short. He was afraid to go up to his son. Just then Sholem turned. They saw each other, and the Rav had willy-nilly to approach him. "Will you come for a little walk?" asked the Rav gently, with downcast eyes. Sholem made no reply, and followed him. They came to the Eruv. The Rav looked in all his pockets and found his handkerchief, tied it round his neck, and glanced at his son with a kind of prayer in his eye. Sholem tied his handkerchief round his neck. When they were outside the town, the old man coughed once and again, and said, "What is all this?" But Sholem was determined not to answer a word, and his father had to summon all his courage to continue. "What is all this? Eh? Sabbath breaking? It is—" He coughed and was silent. They were walking over a great broad meadow, and Sholem had his gaze fixed on a horse that was moving about with hobbled legs, while the Rav shaded his eyes with one hand from the beams of the setting sun. "How can anyone break the Sabbath? Come now, is it right? Is it a thing to do? Just to go and break the Sabbath? I knew Hebrew grammar and could write Hebrew too once upon a time. But break the Sabbath? Tell me yourself, Sholem, what you think. When you have bad thoughts, how is it that you don't come to your father? I suppose I am your father, huh?" The old man suddenly fired up. "Am I your father? Tell me, no? Am I perhaps not your father? For I am his father," he reflected proudly. "That I certainly am. There isn't the smallest doubt about it. The greatest heretic could not deny it. You come to your father, he went on with more decision, and falling into a Gomorrah chant, and you tell him all about it. What harm can it do to tell him? No harm whatsoever. I also used to be tempted by bad thoughts, therefore I began driving to the Rebbe of Libovitch. One mustn't let oneself go. Do you hear me, Sholem? One mustn't let oneself go. The last words were long drawn out, and the Rav emphasizing them with his hands and wrinkling his forehead. Carried away by what he was saying, he now felt all but sure that Sholem had not begun to be a heretic. You see, he continued very gently, every now and then we come to a stumbling block, but all the same we should not. Meanwhile, however, the manuscript folio of verses had been slipping out from under Sholem's talus katan, and here it fell to the ground. The Rav stood staring, as though startled out of a sweet dream by the cry of fire. He quivered from top to toe and seized his earlocks with both hands. But there could be no doubt of the fact that Sholem had now broken the Sabbath a second time by carrying the folio outside the town limit. And worse still, he had practiced deception by searching his pockets when they had come to the Eruv, as though to make sure not to transgress by having anything inside them. Sholem too was taken by surprise. He hung his head and his eyes filled with tears. The old man was about to say something, probably to begin again with, "What is all this?" Then he hastily stopped and snatched up the folio, as though he were afraid Sholem might get a hold of it first. Azoi, he began panting, Azoi, a heretic, a goy. But it was hard for him to speak. He might not move from where he stood, as long as he held the papers, it being outside the Eruv. His ankles were giving way, and he sat down to take a look at the manuscript. Ha! Writing! He exclaimed as he turned the leaves. Come here to me, he called to Sholem, who had moved a few steps aside. Sholem came and stood obediently before him. What is this? Asked the Rav sternly. Poems. What do you mean by poems? What is the good of them? He felt that he was growing weak again, and tried to stiffen himself morally. What is the good of them, heretic? Tell me. They're just meant to be read, Tatisha. What do you mean by read? A Jeroboam son of Nebat. That's what you want to be, is it? A Jeroboam son of Nebat, to lead others into heresy. No, I won't have it. On no account will I have it. The sun had begun to disappear. It was full time to go home, but the Rav did not know what to do with the folio. He was afraid to leave it in the field lest Sholem or another should pick it up later, so he got up and began to recite the afternoon prayer. Sholem remained standing in his place and tried to think of nothing and to do nothing. The old man finished sacrifices, tucked the folio into his girdle, and without moving a step looked at Sholem, who did not move either. Say the Mincha, Shagets, commanded the old man. Sholem began to move his lips, and the Rav felt, as he went on with the prayer, that his anger was cooling down. Before he came to the Shemona Esrei, he gave another look at his son, and it seemed madness to think of him as a heretic, to think that Sholem ought to by rights be thrown into a ditch and stoned to death. Sholem, for his part, was conscious for the first time of his father's will. For the first time in his life he not only loved his father, but was in very truth subject to him. The flaming red sun dropped quietly down behind the horizon, just before the old man broke down with emotion over "Thou art one," and took the sky and the earth to witness that God is one, and his name is one, and his people Israel one nation to the earth, to whom he gave the Sabbath for a rest and an inheritance. The Rav wept and swallowed his tears, and his eyes were closed. Sholem, on the other hand, could not take his eyes off the manuscript that stuck out of his father's girdle, and it was all that he could do not to snatch it and run away. They said nothing on the way home in the dark. They might have been coming from a funeral. But Sholem's heart beat fast, for he knew his father would throw the manuscript into the fire where it would be burnt. And when they came to the door of their house, he stopped his father and said in a voice eloquent of tears, "Give it me back, Tatasha. Please give it me back." And the Rav gave it him back without looking him in the face, and said, "Look here, only don't tell mother. She is ill. She mustn't be upset. She is ill, not of you be it spoken." End of The Rav and the Rav's Son by Hirsh David Naumburg.
Section 41 of Yiddish Tales. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Yiddish Tales translated by Helena Frank and read by Adrian Praetzellis. Section 41.
Maya Blinkin, born 1879 in a village near Pereyaslav, government of Poltava, Little Russia, of Hasidic parentage. Educated in Kiev, where he acquired the trade of carpenter in order to win the right of residence. Studied medicine. Began to write in 1906. Came to New York in 1908. Writer of stories to the number of about 50, which have been published in various periodicals. Wrote also Der Sod and Dr. Makova.
Women, a prose poem by Maya Blinkin. Hedged round with tall, thick woods, as though designedly, so that no one should know what happens there, lies the long drawn-out old town of Pereyaslav. To the right, connected with Pereyaslav by a wooden bridge, lies another bit of country named Pidvorkas. The town itself, with its long, narrow, muddy streets, with the crowded houses propped up one against the other like tombstones, with their meagre grey walls all to pieces, with the broken window-panes stuffed with rags, well, the town of Pereyaslav was hardly to be distinguished from any other town inhabited by Jews. Here, too, people faded before they bloomed. Here, too, people lived on miracles, were fruitful and multiplied out of all season and reason. They talked of a livelihood, of good times, of riches and pleasures, with the same appearance of firm conviction, and at the same time the utter disbelief with which one tells a legend read in a book. And they really supposed these terms to be mere inventions of the writers of books and nothing more. For not only were they incapable of a distinct conception of their real meaning, but some had even given up the very hope of ever being able to earn so much as a living, and preferred not to reach out into the world with their thoughts, straining them for nothing, that is, for the sake of a thing so plainly out of the question as a competence. At night the whole town was overspread by a sky which, if not grey with clouds, was of a troubled and washed-out blue. But the people were better off than by day. Tired out, overwrought, exhausted, prematurely aged as they were, they sought and found comfort in the lap of the dreamy, secret, inscrutable night. Their misery was left far behind, and they felt no more grief and pain.
An unknown power hid everything from them, as though with a thick, damp stone wall, and they heard and saw nothing. They did not hear the weak voices, like the mewing of blind kittens, of their pining children, begging all day for food, as though on purpose, as though they knew there was none to give them. They did not hear the sighs and groans of their friends and neighbours filling the air with the hoarse sound of furniture dragged across the floor. They did not see, in sleep, death from hunger swing quivering on threads of spiderweb above their heads. Even the little fires that flickered feverishly on their hearths and testified to the continued existence of breathing men, even these they saw no longer. Silence cradled everything to sleep, extinguished it and caused it to be forgotten. Hardly, however, was it dawn, hardly had the first rays pierced beneath the closed eyelids, before a whole world of misery awoke and came to life again. The frantic cries of hundreds of starving children, despairing exclamations and imprecations, and other piteous sounds filled the air. One gigantic curse uncoiled and crept from house to house, from door to door, from mouth to mouth, and the population began to move, to bestir themselves, to run hither and thither, half naked, with parched bones and shrivelled skin, with sunken yet burning eyes. They crawled over one another like worms in a heap, fastened on to the bites in each other's mouths and tore them away. But this is summer, and they are feeling comparatively cheerful, bold and free in their movements. They are stifled and suffocated. They are in a melting pot with heat and exhaustion, but there are counterbalancing advantages. One can live for weeks at a time without heating the stove. Indeed, it is pleasanter indoors without fire, and lighting will cost very little now the evenings are short. In winter it was different. An inclement sky, an enfeebled sun, a sick day, and a burning, biting frost. People, too, were different. A bitterness came over them, and they went about anxious and irritable, with hanging head, possessed by gloomy despair. It never even occurred to them to tear their neighbour's bite out of his mouth, so depressed and preoccupied did they become. The days were months, the evenings years, and the weeks were eternities, and no one knew of their misery but the winter wind that tore at their roofs and howled in their all but smokeless chimneys like one bewitched, like a lost soul condemned to endless wandering. But there were bright stars in the abysmal darkness. Their one pride and consolation were the Pidvorkas, the inhabitants of the aforementioned district of that name. Was it a question of the upkeep of a reader, or of a mikveh, the support of a burial society, of a little hospital or refuge, a rabbi, of providing Sabbath loaves for the poor, flour for the Passover, the dowry of a needy bride? The Pidvorkas were ready. The sick and lazy, the poverty-stricken and hopeless, found in them support and protection. The Pidvorkas. They were an inexhaustible well that no one had ever found to fail them, unless the Pidvorka husbands happened to be present, on which occasion alone one came away with empty hands. The fair fame of the Pidvorkas extended beyond Pereyaslav to all poor towns in the neighbourhood. Talk of husbands? They knew about the Pidvorkas 100 miles around. The least thing, and they pointed out to their wives how they should take a lesson from the Pidvorka women,
and they would be equally rich and happy. It was not because the Pidvorkas had within their border great green velvety hills and large gardens full of flowers that they had reason to be proud, or others to be proud of them, not because wide fields planted with various kinds of corn stretched for miles around them, the delicate ears swaying in sunshine and wind, not even because there flowed round the Pidvorkas a river so transparent, so full of the reflection of the sky, you could not decide which was the bluest of the two. Pereyaslav, at any rate, was not affected by any of these things, perhaps knew nothing of them, and certainly did not wish to know anything, for whoso dares to let his mind dwell on the like sins against God. Is it a Jewish concern? A town full of men who have a God and religious duties to perform with reward and punishment, who have that world to prepare for, and a wife and children in this one, people must be mad, of the enemies of Zion may it be said, to stare at the sky, the fields, the river, and all the rest of it, things which a man on in years ought to blush to talk about. No, they are proud of the Pidvorka women, and parade them continually. The Pidvorka women are no more attractive, no taller, no cleverer than others. They too bear children and suckle them, one a year, after the good old custom. Neither are they more thought of by their husbands. On the contrary, they are the best abused and tormented women going, and herein lies their distinction. They put up, with the indifference of all women alike, to the belittling to which they are subjected by their husbands. They swallow their contempt by the mouthful without a reproach, and yet they are exceptions, and yet they are distinguished from all other women as the rushing waters of the Dnieper from the stagnant pools in the marsh. About 5 in the morning, when the menfolk turn in bed and bury their faces in the white feather pillows, emitting at the same time strange broken sounds through their big stupid red noses, at this early hour their wives have transacted half a day's business in the market-place. Dressed in short light skirts with blue aprons, over which depends on their left a large leather pocket for the receiving of coin and the giving out of change, one cannot be running every minute to the cash-box, they stand in their shops with miscellaneous ware and toil hard. They weigh and measure, buy and sell, and all this with wonderful celerity. There stands one of them by herself in a shop, and tries to persuade a young barefoot peasant woman to buy the printed cotton she offers her, although the customer only wants a red cotton with a large flowery pattern. She talks without a pause, declaring that the young peasant may depend upon her, that she would not take her in for the world, and indeed to no one else would she sell the article so cheap. But soon her eye catches 2 other women pursuing a peasant man, and before even making out whether he has any wares with him or not, she leaves her customer and joins them. If they run, she feels so must she. The peasant is sure to be wanting grease or salt, and that may mean 10 kopeks unexpected gain. Meantime, she is not likely to lose her present customer, fascinated as the latter must be by her flow of speech. So she leaves her and runs after the peasant, who is already surrounded by a score of women, shrieking one louder than the other, praising their ware to the skies, and each trying to make him believe that he and she are old acquaintances. But presently the tumult increases, and there is a cry, "Cheap fowls! Who wants cheap fowls?" Some rich landholder has sent out a supply of fowls to sell, and all the women swing round towards the fowls, keeping a hold of the peasant's cart with their left hand, so that you would think they wanted to drag peasant, horse, and cart along with them. They bargain for a few minutes with the seller of fowls, and advise him not to be obstinate and to take their offers, else he will regret it later. Suddenly a voice thunders, "The peasants are coming!" and they throw themselves as for dear life upon the cartloads of produce. They run as though to a conflagration, get under each other's feet. Their eyes glisten as though they each wanted to pull the whole market aside. There is a shrieking and a scolding until one or another gets the better of all the rest and secures the peasant's wares. Then only does each woman remember that she has customers waiting in her shop, and she runs in with a beaming smile and tells them that, as they have waited so long, they shall be served with the best and the most beautiful of her store. By 8 o'clock in the morning, when the market is over, when they have filled all the bottles left with them by their customers, counted up the change and their gains, and each one has slipped a coin into her knotted handkerchief, so that her husband should not know of its existence. One simply must. One is only human. One is surely not expected to wrangle with him about every farthing. Then, when there is nothing more to be done in the shops, they began to gather in knots, and every one tells at length the incidents and the happy strokes of business of the day. They have forgotten all the bad luck they wished each other, all the abuse they exchanged while the market was in progress. They know that Parnassah is Parnassah, a living is a living, and bear no malice, or if they do, it is only if one has spoken unkindly of another during a period of quiet, on a Sabbath or a holiday. Each talks with a special enthusiasm, and deep in her sunken eyes, with their blue-black rings, there burns a proud though tiny fire, as she recalls how she got the better of a customer, and sold something which she had all but thrown away, and not only sold it, but better than usual. Or else they tell how late their husbands sleep, and then imagine their wives are still in bed and set about waking them. "It's time to get up for market," and they at once pretend to be sleepy, then when they have already been and come back. And very soon a voice is heard to tremble with pleasant excitement, and a woman begins to relate the following: "Just you listen to me. I was up today when God himself was still asleep." "That is not the way to talk, Shoimeh," interrupts a second. "Well, well, well?" There's a good deal of curiosity. "And what happened?" "It was this way. I went out quietly so that no one should hear, not to wake them, because when Lezer went to bed it was certainly 1 o'clock. There was a dispute of some sort at the rabbi's. You can imagine how early it was, because I didn't even want to wake Sora. Otherwise she always gets up when I do. Never mind, it won't hurt her to learn from her mother. And at 7:30, when I saw there were no more peasants coming in to market, I went to see what was going on indoors. I heard my man calling me to wake up. Shoimeh, 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 and I go quietly and lean against the bed and wait to hear what will happen next. Look here, there is no waking her. Shoimeh, it is getting up time and past. Are you deaf or half-witted? What's come to you this morning? I was so afraid I should laugh. I gave a jump and called out, "Oh, woe is me! Why ever didn't you wake me sooner? Bandit! It's already 8 o'clock!" Her hearers go off into contented laughter, which grows clearer, softer, and more contented still. Each one tells her tale of how she was wakened by her husband, and one tells this joke. Once, when her husband had called to rouse her,
he also usually woke her after market, she answered that on that morning she did not intend to get up for market, that he might go for once instead. This apparently pleases them still better, for their laughter renews itself, more spontaneous and hearty than even before. Each makes a witty remark, each feels herself in a merry mood, and all is cheerfulness. They would wax a little more serious only when they come to talk of their daughters. A woman would begin by trying to recall her daughter's age, and beg a second one to help her remember when the girl was born, so that she might not make a mistake in the calculation. And when it came to one that had a daughter of 16, the mother fell into a brown study. She felt herself in a very, very critical position, because when a girl comes to that age, one ought soon to marry her, and there is really nothing to prevent it. Money enough will be forthcoming, only let the right kind of suitor present himself, one, that is, who shall insist upon a well-dowered bride, because otherwise what sort of a suitor do you call that? She will have enough to live on, they will buy a shop for her, and she is quite capable of managing it. Only heaven send a young man of acceptable parentage, so that one's husband shall have no need to blush with shame when he is asked about his son-in-law's family and connections. And this is really what they used to do when their daughters were 16. They gave them in marriage, and at 20 the daughters were old, much experienced wives. They knew all about teething, chickenpox, measles, and much more besides, even about croup. If a young mother's child fell ill, she hastened to her bosom crony, who knew a lot more than she, having been married one whole year or two sooner, and got advice as to what should be done. The other would make close inquiry whether the round swellings about the child's neck increased in size and wandered, that is, appeared at different times and different places, in which case it was positively nothing serious, but only the tonsils. But if they remained in one place and grew larger, the mother must lose no time, but must run to the doctor. Their daughters knew that they needed to lay by money, not only for a dowry, but because a girl ought to have money of her own. They knew as well as their mothers that a bridegroom would present himself and ask a lot of money, the best sign of his being of the right sort, and they prayed God for the same without ceasing. No sooner were they quit of household matters than they went over to the discussion of their connections and alliances. It was the greatest pleasure they had. The fact that their children, especially their daughters, were so discreet that no one, to speak in a good hour and to be silent in a bad, had as yet ever, far be it from the speaker to think of such a thing, given birth to a bastard, as was known to happen in other places. This was the crowning point of their joy and exultation. It even made up to them for the fact that they never got a good word from their husbands for their hard, unnatural toil. And as they chat together, throwing in the remark that the apple never falls far from the tree, that their daughters take after them in everything, the very wrinkles vanish from their shrivelled faces. A spring of refreshment and blessedness wells up in their hearts. They are lifted above their cares. A feeling of relaxation comes over them, as though a soothing balsam had penetrated their strained and weary limbs. Meanwhile, the daughters have secrets among themselves. They know a quantity of interesting things that have happened in their quarter, but no one else gets to know of them. They are imparted more with the eyes than with the lips, and all is quiet and confidential. And if the great calamity had not now befallen the Pidvorkes, had it not stretched itself spread its claws with such an evil might, had the shame not been so deep and dreadful, all might have passed off quietly as always. But the event was so extraordinary, so cruelly unique, such a thing had not happened since girls were girls and bridegrooms bridegrooms, it inevitably became known to all. Not, preserve us, to the men. They know of nothing, and need to know of nothing, only to the women. But how much can anyone keep to oneself? It will rise to the surface and lie like oil on the water. From early morning on, the women have been hissing and steaming, bubbling and boiling over. They are not thinking of Parnossa. They have forgotten all about Parnossa. They are in such a state, they have even forgotten about themselves. There is a whole crowd of them packed like herrings and all fire and flame. But the male passers-by hear nothing of what they say. He only sees the troubled faces and the drooping heads. They are ashamed to look into one another's eyes, as though they themselves were responsible for the great affliction. An appalling misfortune, an overwhelming sense of shame, a yellow-black spot on their reputation weighs them to the ground. Uncleanness has forced itself into their sanctuary and defiled it, and now they seek a remedy and means to save themselves, like one drowning. They want to heal the plague spot, to cover it up, so that no one shall find it out. They stand and think and wrinkle the brows so used to anxiety. Their thoughts evolve rapidly, and yet no good results come of it. No one sees a way of escape out of the terrifying net in which the worst of all evil has entangled them. Should a stranger happen to come upon them now, one who has heard of them but never seen them, he would receive a shock. The whole of Pidvorkas looks quite different. The women, the streets, the very sun shines differently, with pale and narrow beams, which, instead of cheering, seems to burden the heart. The little grey-curled clouds with their ragged edges, which have collected somewhere unbeknown, and race across the sky, look down upon the women, and whisper among themselves. Even the old willows, for whom the news is no novelty, for many more and more complicated mysteries have come to their knowledge, even they look sad, while the swallows, by the depressed and gloomy air with which they skim the water, plainly express their opinion, which is no other than this: God is punishing the Pidvorkas for their great sin. What time they carried fire in their beaks long ago to destroy the temple. God bears long with people's iniquity, but he rewards in full at the last. The peasants driving slowly to market, unmolested and unobstructed, neither dragged aside nor laid forcible hold of, were singularly disappointed. They began to think the Jews had left the place, and the women actually forgot for very trouble that it was market day. They stood with hands folded and turned feverishly to every newcomer. What does she say of it? Perhaps she can think of something to advise. No one answered. They could not speak. They had nothing to say. They only felt that a great wrath had been poured out on them, heavy as lead, that an evil spirit had made its way into their life and was keeping them in a perpetual state of terror, and that, were they now to hold their peace and not make an end, God Almighty only knows what might come of it.
No one felt certain that tomorrow or the day after the same thunderbolt might not fall on another of them. Somebody made a movement in the crowd, and there was a sudden silence, as though all were preparing to listen to a weak voice hardly louder than stillness itself. Their eyes widened, their faces were contracted with annoyance and a consciousness of insult. Their hearts beat faster, but without violence. Suddenly there was a shock, a thrill, and they looked round with started gaze to see whence it came and what was happening. And they saw a woman forcing her way frantically through the crowd, her hands working, her lips moving as in fever, her eyes flashing fire and her voice shaking as she cried, "Come on and see me settle them. First I shall thrash him, and then I shall go for her. We must make a cinder heap of them, that's all we can do." She was a tall, bony woman with broad shoulders, who had earned for herself the nickname Cossack by having with her own hands beaten off 3 peasants who wanted to strangle her husband, he, they declared, having sold them by false weight. It was the first time he had ever tried to be of use to her. "Don't shout so, Brindle," begged a woman's voice. "What do you mean, don't shout? Am I going to hold my tongue? Never you mind, I shall take no water into my mouth. I'll teach them, the apostates, to desecrate the whole town." "But don't shout so," begged several more. Brindle takes no notice. She clenches her right fist, and, fighting the air with it, she vociferates louder than ever. "What has happened, women? What are you frightened of? Look at them, as if they are not at all a little afraid. That's what brings trouble. Don't let us be frightened, and we shall spare ourselves in the future. We shall not be in terror that tomorrow or the day after, they had best not live to hear of it, sweet Father in heaven, another of us should have this come upon her." Brindle's last words made a great impression. The women started as though someone had poured cold water over them without warning. A few even began to come forward in support of Brindle's proposal. Sorelea said she advised going, but only to him, the bridegroom, and telling him not to give people occasion to laugh, and not to cause distress to her parents, and to agree to the wedding's taking place today or tomorrow, before anything happened, and to keep quiet. "I say he shall not live to see it. He shall not be counted worthy to have us come begging favours of him," cried an angry voice. But hereupon rose that of a young woman from somewhere in the crowd, and all the others began to look round, and no one knew who was speaking. At first the young voice shook, then it grew firmer and firmer, so that one could hear clearly and distinctly what was said. "You might as well spare yourselves the trouble of talking about a thrashing. It's all nonsense. Besides, why add to her parents' grief by going to them? Isn't it bad enough for them already? If we really want to do something, the best would be to say nothing to anybody, not to get excited, not to ask anybody's help, and let's make up a collection out of our own pockets. Never mind, God will repay us twice what we give. Let us choose out 2 of us to take him the money quietly, so that no one shall know, because once a whisper of it gets abroad, it will be carried over 7 seas in no time. You know that walls have ears, and streets eyes." The women had been holding their breath and looking with pleasurable pride at young Malkehle, married only 2 months ago, and already so clever. The thick wall of dread and shame against which they had beaten their heads had retreated before Malkehle's soft words. They felt eased. The world grew lighter again.
Every one felt envious in her heart of hearts of her to whose apt and golden speech they had just listened. Every one regretted that such an excellent plan had not occurred to herself. But they soon calmed down, for after all it was a sister who had spoken, one of their own Pidvorkas. They had never thought that Malkehle, though she had been considered clever as a girl, would take part in their debate, and they began to work out a plan for getting together the necessary money, only quietly, so that not a cock should crow. And now their perplexities began. Not one of them could give such a great sum, and even if they all clubbed together, it would still be impossible. They could manage 100, 200, 300 rubles, but the dowry was 600. And now he says that unless they give 1,000, he will break off the engagement. What, says he? There will be a summons out against him? Very likely. He will just risk it. The question went round, who kept a store in a knotted handkerchief, hidden from her husband? They each had such a store, but were all the contents put together, the half of the sum would not be attained, not by a long way. And again there arose a tempest, a great confusion of women's tongues. Part of the crowd started with fiery eloquence to criticize their husbands, the good-for-nothings, the slouching lazybones. They proved that as their husbands did nothing to earn money but spent all their time learning, there was no need to be afraid of them, and if once in a way they wanted something for themselves, no one had the right to say them nay. Others said that the husbands were, after all, the elder. One must and should ask their advice. They were wiser and knew best, and why should they, the women, might the words not be reckoned as a sin, be wiser than the rest of the world put together? And others again cried that there was no need that they should divorce their husbands because a girl was with child and the bridegroom demanded the dowry twice over. The noise increased till there was no distinguishing one voice from another, till one could not make out what her neighbor was saying. She only knew that she also must shriek, scold, and speak her mind. And who knows what would have come of it if Brindle Cossack, with her powerful gab, had not began to shout that she and Malkehle had a good idea which would please everyone very much and put an end to the whole dispute. All became suddenly dumb. There was a tense silence, as at the first of the two recitals of the Shemona Esrei. The women only cast inquiring looks at Malkehle and Brindle, who both felt their cheeks hot. Brindle, who, ever since the wise Malkehle had spoken such golden words, had not left her side, now stepped forward, and her voice trembled with emotion and pleasant excitement as she said, "Malkehle and I think like this, that we ought to go to Chavela, she being so wise and so well educated, a doctor's wife, and tell her the whole story from beginning to end, so that she may advise us. And if you are ashamed to speak to her yourselves, you should leave it to us too, only on the condition that you go with us. Don't be frightened. She is kind. She will listen to us." A faint smile, glistening like diamond dust, shone on all faces. Their eyes brightened and their shoulders straightened, as though just released from a heavy burden. They all knew Chavela for a good and gracious woman who was certain to give them some advice. She did many such kindnesses without being asked. She started the school and she taught their children for nothing. She always accompanied her husband on his visits to the sick room, and often left a coin of her own money behind to buy a fowl for the invalid. It was even said that she had written about them in the newspapers. She was very fond of them. When she talked with them, her manner was simple, as though they were her equals, and she would ask them all about everything, like any plain Jewish housewife. And yet they were conscious of a great distance between them and Chava. They would have liked Chava to hear nothing of them but what was good, to stand justified in her eyes as 10 times lahavdil in those of a Christian. They could not have told why, but the feeling was there. They are proud of Chava. It is an honor for them each and all, and who are they that they should venture to pretend to it, to possess such a Chava, who was highly spoken of even by rich Gentiles? Hence this embarrassed smile at the mention of her name. She would certainly advise, but at the same time they avoided each other's looks. The wise Malka had the same feeling, and she was able to cheer the rest. Never mind, it doesn't matter telling her. She is a Jewish daughter too, and will keep it to herself. These things happen behind the high windows also, whereupon they all breathed more freely, and went up the hill to Chava. They went in serried ranks like soldiers, shoulder to shoulder, relief and satisfaction reflected in their faces. All who met them made way for them, stood aside, and wondered what it meant. Some of their own husbands even stood and looked at the marching women, but not one dared to go up to them and ask what was doing. Their object drew dearer to them at every step. A settled resolve and a deep sense of goodwill to mankind urged them on. They all felt that they were going in a good cause, and would thereby bar the road to all such occurrences in the future. The way to Chava was long. She lived quite outside the Pidvorkas, and they had to go through the whole marketplace with the shops, which stood close to one another, as though they held each other by the hand, and then only through narrow lanes of old thatched peasant huts, with shy little window panes. But beside nearly every hut stood a couple of acacia trees, and the foaming white blossoms among the green leaves gave a refreshing perfume to the neighborhood. Emerging from the streets, they proceeded toward a pretty hill planted with pink flowering quince trees. A small clear stream flowed below it to the left, so deceptively clear that it reflected the hillside in all its natural tints. You had to go quite close in order to make sure it was only a delusion, when the stream met your gaze as seriously as though there were no question of it at all. On the top of the hill stood Chava's house, adorned like a bride, covered with creepers and quinces, and with 2 large lamps under white glass shades, upheld in the right hands of 2 statues carved in white marble. The distance had not wearied them. They had walked and conversed pleasantly by the way, each telling a story somewhat similar to the one that had occasioned their present undertaking.
"Do you know,"
began Shifra, the wholesale dealer,
"mine tried to play me a trick with the dowry too. It was immediately before the ceremony, and he insisted obstinately that unless a silver box and 50 rubles were given to him in addition to what had been promised to him, he would not go under the marriage canopy. Well, if it hadn't been Zorah, it would have been Chaim Treitel," observed one ironically. They all laughed, but rather weakly, just for the sake of laughing. Not one of them really wished to part from her husband, even in cases where he disliked her and they quarrelled. No indignity they suffered at their husbands' hands could hurt them so deeply as a wish on his part to live separately. After all, they are man
and wife. They quarrel and make it up again. And when they spied Chavleh's house in the distance, they all cried out joyfully with one accord, "There is Chavleh's house!" Once more they forgot about themselves. They were filled with enthusiasm for the common cause, and with a pain that will lie for ever at their heart, should they not do all that sinful man is able. The wise Malkeh's heart beat faster than anyone's. She had begun to consider how she should speak to Chavleh, and although apt, incisive phrases came into her head one after another, she felt that she would never be able to come out with them in Chavleh's presence. Were it not for the other women's being there, she would have felt at her ease. All of a sudden a voice exclaimed joyfully, "There we are at the house!" They lifted their heads, and their eyes were gladdened by the sight of the tall flowers arranged about a round table, in the shelter of a widely branching willow, on which there shone a silver samovar. In and out of the still empty tea glasses there stole beams of the sinking sun, as it dropped lower and lower behind the now dark blue hill.
"What welcome guests!"
Chava met them with a sweet smile, and her eyes awoke answering love and confidence in the women's hearts. Not a glance, not a movement betrayed surprise on Chavleh's part, any more than if she had been expecting them every one. They felt that she was behaving like any sage, and were filled with a sense of guilt towards her. Chavleh excused herself to one or two other guests who were present, and led the women into her summer parlour, for she had evidently understood that what they had come to say was for her ears only. They wanted to explain it at once, but they couldn't, and the two who of all found it hardest to speak were the selected spokeswomen, Brindle Cossack and Malkeh the Wise. Chavleh herself tried to lead them out of their embarrassment.
"You evidently have something important to tell me," she said, "for otherwise one does not get a sight of you."
And now it seemed more difficult than ever. It seemed impossible ever to tell the angelic Chavleh of the bad action about which they had come. They all wished silently that their children might turn out 1/10 as good as she was, and their impulse was to take Chavleh into their arms, kiss her and hug her, and cry a long, long time on her shoulder. And if she cried with them, it would be so comforting. Chavleh was silent. Her great, wide-open blue eyes grew more and more compassionate as she gazed at the faces of her sisters. It seemed as though they were reading for themselves the sorrowful secret the women had come to impart. And the more they were impressed with her tactful behaviour, and the more they felt the kindness of her gaze, the more annoyed they grew with themselves, the more tongue-tied they became. The silence was so intense as to be almost seen and felt. The women held their breath, and only exchanged roundabout glances to find out what was going on in each other's mind, and they looked first of all at the two who had undertaken to speak, while the latter, although they did not see this, felt as though everyone's gaze was fixed upon them, wondering why they were silent, and holding all hearts by a thread. Chavleh raised her head and spoke sweetly.
"Well, dear sisters, tell me a little of what it is about. Do you want my help in any matter? I should be so glad."
Dear sisters, she called them, and, lightning-like, it flashed through their hearts that Chavleh was indeed their sister. How could they feel otherwise when they had it from Chava herself? Was she not one of their own people? Had she not the same God? True, her speech was a little strange to them, and she was not over-pious,
But how should God be angry with such a Chava as this? If it must be, let him punish them for her sin. They would willingly suffer in her place. The sun had long set. The sky was grey save for one red streak, and the room had grown dark. Chavvehle rose to light the candles, and the women started and wiped their tearful eyes so that Chava should not remark them. Chava saw the difficulty they had in opening their hearts to her, and she began to speak to them of different things, offered them refreshment according to their several tastes, and now Malkehle felt a little more courageous, and managed to say, "No, good, kind Chavvehle, we are not hungry. We have come to consult with you on a very important matter." And then Breindel tried hard to speak in a soft voice, but it sounded gruff and rasping. "First of all, Chava, we want you to speak to us in Yiddish, not in Polish. We are all Jewish women, thank God, together." Chavvehle, who had nodded her head during the whole of Breindel's speech, made another motion of assent with her silken eyebrows and replied, "I will talk Yiddish to you with pleasure, if that is what you prefer." "The thing is this, Chavvehle," began Shifra, the wholesale dealer. "It is a shame and a sorrow to tell, but when the thunderbolt has fallen one must speak. You know Rochel Esther's Leah? She is engaged, and the wedding was to be in 8 weeks, and now she, the good-for-nothing, is with child, and he, the son of perdition, says now that if he isn't given more than 500 rubles, he won't take her." Chavvehle was deeply troubled by their words. She saw how great was their distress, and found, to her regret, that she had little to say by way of consolation. "I feel with you," she said, "in your pain, but do not be so dismayed. It is certainly very bad news, but these things will happen. You are not the first—" She wanted to say more, but did not know how to continue. "But what are we to do?" asked several voices at once. "That is what we came to you for, dearie, for you to advise us. Are we to give him all the money he asks? Or shall they both know as much happiness as we know what to do else? Or are we to hang a stone round our necks and drown ourselves for shame? Give us some advice, dear, help us." Then Chavvehle understood that it was not so much the women who were speaking and imploring as their stricken hearts, their deep shame and grief, and it was with increased sympathy that she answered them. "What can I say to help you, dear sisters? You have certainly not deserved this blow. You have enough to bear as it is. Things ought to have turned out quite differently. But now that the misfortune has happened, one must be brave enough not to lose one's head, and not to let such a thing happen again, so that it should be the first and last time. But what exactly you should do, I cannot tell you, because I do not know. Only if you should want my help or any money, I will give you either with the greatest pleasure." They understood each other. The women parted with Chava in great gladness, and turned towards home conscious of a definite purpose. Now they all felt they knew just what to do, and were sure it would prevent all further misfortune and disgrace. They could have sung out for joy, embraced the hill, the stream, the peasant hut, and kissed and fondled them all together. Mind you, they had even now no definite plan of action. It was just Chavvehle's sympathy that had made all the difference,
feeling that Chava was with them. Wrapped in the evening mist, they stepped vigorously and cheerily homewards. Gradually the speed and the noise of their march increased, the air throbbed, and at last a high, sharp voice rose above the rest, whereupon they grew stiller, and the women listened.
"I tell you what, we won't beat them. Only on Sabbath we must all come together like one man, break into the Beth HaMedrash just before they call up to the reading of the law, and not let them read till they have sworn to agree to our sentence of excommunication." "She is right. Excommunicate him, tear him to pieces. Let him be dressed in robe and tallis, and swear by the 8 black candles that he swear.
The noise was dreadful. No one was allowed to finish speaking. They were all aflame with one fire of revenge, hate, and anger, and all alike athirst for justice. Every new idea, every new suggestion was hastily and hotly seized upon all together, and there was a grinding of teeth and a clenching of fists. Nature herself seemed affected by the tumult. The clouds flew faster, the stars changed their places, the wind whistled, the trees swayed hither and thither, the frogs croaked, and there was a great boiling up of the whole concern.
"Women, women!" cried one. "I propose that we go to the court of the shul, climb into the round millstones, and all shout together, so that they may know what we have decided." "Right, right, to the shul!" cried a chorus of voices.
A common feeling of triumph running through them, they took each other friendly-wise by the hand, and made gaily for the court of the shul. When they got into the town, they fell upon each other's necks and kissed each other with tears and joy. They knew their plan was the best and the most excellent that could be devised, and would protect them from all further shame and trouble. The Pidvorkes shuddered to hear their tread. All the remaining inhabitants, big and little, men and women, gathered in the court of the shul, and stood with pale faces and beating hearts to see what would happen. The eyes of the young bachelors rolled uneasily. The girls had their faces on one another's shoulders and sobbed. Brindle, agile as a cat, climbed on the highest millstone and proclaimed in a voice of thunder,
"Seeing that such and such a thing has happened, a great scandal such as is not to be hid and such as we do not wish to hide, all we women have decided to excommunicate."
Such a tumult arose that for a minute or two Brindle could not be heard, but it was not long before everyone knew who and what was meant.
"We also demand that neither he nor his nearest friends shall be called to the reading of the law, that people shall have nothing to do with them till after the wedding. Nothing to do with them, nothing to do with them," shook the air. "That people shall not lend to them nor borrow of them, shall not come within their 4 ells," continued the voice from the millstone. "And she shall be shut up till her time comes, so that no one shall see her. Then we will take her to the burying ground, and her child will be born in the burying ground, and the wedding shall take place by day and without musicians. Without musicians! Without musicians! Without musicians! Serve her right, she deserves worse."
100 voices were continually interrupting the speaker, and more women were climbing onto the millstones and shouting the same things.
"On the wedding day there will be great black candles burning throughout the whole town,
and when the bride is seated at the top of the marriage hall with her hair flowing loose about her, all the girls shall surround her, and the Badchen shall tell her, this is the way we treat one who has not held to her Jewishness and has blackened all our faces. Yes, yes, so it is, the apostates."
The last words struck the hearers' hearts like poisoned arrows. A deathly pallor, born of unrealized terror at the suggested idea, overspread all their faces. Their feelings were in a tumult of shame and suffering. They thirsted and longed after their former life, the time before the calamity disturbed their peace. Weary and wounded in spirit, with startled looks, throbbing pulses and dilated pupils, and with no more than a faint hope that all might yet be well, they slowly broke the stillness and departed to their homes. End of Women by Maya Blinkin.